picture I usually have.
All right, we're going live.
Okay, I'm going to mute this so I can bring up the other. Still muted. Okay, folks, welcome. Yes, we had Ryan was out and I tried to bring it up, but since I'm technologically inept, well, actually, it was just giving me grief. So we decided to wait till he's here. But anyway, so whatever. I'm here, Ryan's here, and well, Ryan's almost here in a party tonight. And let's see. So what are people actually saying now that we're finally here? Let's see. Yeah, we didn't have any snow here, fortunately. But yeah, we're still not absolutely certain. We're certainly over 200 people. I would guess we're probably going to be over 500 entries, but we're not absolutely certain yet because I haven't gotten the final. Haven't gotten the bracket sheets yet. But yeah, I'm hoping to get that up soon and be able to give the full report as to what's going on or what went on. But yeah, we had a fine time. I chose not to compete. Okay, we're going to admit I'm admitting people here. Chose not to compete because I figured I'd be too busy. It was frankly a good move because we really were busy, especially since we let the pros sign in a little bit later to start later. But we had, like I said, I'm pretty sure we're going to be over 500 entries. But anyway, I had my fun later on in the evening. We announced we were going to keep the tables up for as long as people wanted to, which we pretty much did. In fact, Dan Schwartz is here. He was still there talking to or fighting with the Texas Piranha, who I see is with us tonight as well. I left at 4:30, left the after pull at 4:30 because I had promised Ryan I'd actually show up around 9:30 to help him tear things down, and I almost made it. But Dan was still on the table with Brother Piranha.
And, yes, sir. Yeah, strong as all hell, Piranha.
Yeah, woo! Yeah, he was.
Beastly.
Yeah, he doesn't crap out either.
No, he doesn't crap out at all.
Nope.
Yeah, I run out of steam. I got no stamina.
No,
I'm having phone issues, so give me a few minutes.
Okay.
Keep talking.
No. So we had we had a gripped up, and we finally came to the conclusion that neither of us was going to, give up. But the Piranha has invited me to stay with him when they swing through Texas this summer.
Oh, nice. Nice.
But
I like Texas, actually. Texas is a fun state.
Well, yeah, I'm going to a fraternity convention in New Orleans, then wandering over, and I'm going to see a number of people over there. I may even take Kotlow out to lunch, although he's claimed he's retired, so he doesn't want to grip up. But anyway.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Okay. But yeah, I'm going to hit there and then work my way up through Oklahoma, seeing Brother Kelly, who was, let's see, he's busy at some regional something or other, I believe, tonight in Texas. But yeah, we had a reasonably good time. And like I say, in fact, I think Ryan finally said about 5 o'clock in the morning, said, "Hey guys, I have to get up in the morning." It was already morning. So he basically locked the door at 5 o'clock in the morning for the after poll. But three of the Outlaws were there till the last minute. Of course, they were only half awake, but Shubich and Torrin and Hawks were there till when I left. Let's see, Berger, are we still there at 4:30?
Yeah, I closed the place down, man. We were there pulling.
Yeah, he shut it down with all of us.
Okay.
What's going on, David Marr?
Hey, David Marr.
He's in the house. The great now. Just Josh Berger. No great. That's silly.
That's
Yeah, I'm going to get up to Outlaws one of these days for their practice, although they're not practicing tomorrow. And then next week when they are, I'm going to be taking a practice tour of central and western Pennsylvania. A couple of the folks want to try sit down. So I'm going out to the Harrisburg practice, then Jason Oswald's practice, and then Zach Lee's practice, and then visit a friend. And so, gas saving device. But anyway, but here is Mr. FTG himself.
Dave, that's not really narrowing it down. We have 3 FTG hats in the room.
yeah, right. Exactly.
The Mr.
Good.
Fuck that guy.
Yeah, the little old lady at where we had the hats made did ask me what FTG said, and so I said, "Well, Jane, we say this affectionately whenever somebody leaves." And I told her, and she said, "I've heard the word." She's about my age.
Yeah, I'm still recuperating from fucking Winterblast, dude. Holy shit.
Yeah, we just got
just winter blasted.
Yeah, we got a dozen hats and cleared them out, and we will get more.
I got Winterblasted myself, dude.
I gotta say, practice wasn't so bad for me.
Right in the face. I took the Winterblast in the face.
My elbow feels better. My wrist just feels tired. It's feeling strong.
Just want to
apologize. I made it out unscathed, which I'm really happy about. That was my goal, was just to go in there, no dings.
Who cares?
Hard, but not get hurt.
You got a pin on Jerry Sterner.
I did.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
That is no easy task.
Yeah, he's strong, man. Hands, nasty, big hands.
Big ass hands. His hands are strong as all hell.
Thick.
Can you guys hear me? All right. Is the audio weird? Okay.
Dan, are you talking?
Very funny.
Yeah, I was at my nephew's birthday party, so I'm a little late.
Winterblast was amazing. I gotta say, our class was stacked, man.
It was. That was a lot of fun to pull.
Who's your second So who are your losses to?
Left hand was Zach Lee and Zach Anini. So I went down to blackout, which sucks. I pull those guys semi-often. So
me and Dave didn't lose to anyone.
No, that's perfect. Well, except Texas.
And then what about right-handed?
Right hand was you asked me too fast. I'll try to forget about my losses. Not good. Shit. Well, Zach Anini was my second loss, right? No, he was my first loss. He was my first match, right? And then I lost to Black Ice in that battle. That was a fun one though.
That was a good war. That was a good war to
I want
watch.
to see that again. It was close to finishing. Could you call that a bailout? It was close, but I don't know. I wasn't ready to fight that. He got me in the straps, man. I was trying to finish it though. I was like, I blew my wad and out of the straps, and he got out of it. It was great. That was an awesome battle. He's the man.
Definitely a warrior at the table.
Yes. But my first match left was Demet.
Okay.
And then who was right? It was Matt Lightfoot.
Okay.
And Sterner. I think that was 2 wins there.
My first matchup was a Spanish kid named Felipe, who's funny. He didn't quite understand English, so when Paul was trying to tell him to close his hands, he was giving the most blankest stares. And I realized that, like, in a moment, like, this kid could understand it. He was trying to like what are you saying? And I said, los dedos, celo, los dedos. and he looked at me and said, oh, okay. And then he went.
That's funny.
I think that was actually caught on live, so
It
hopefully
would
it
have been
was.
funnier if you said that and then he flash pinned you.
That would have been funnier.
He was strong though. I pulled a
Oh.
little bit with him left-handed before he entered right. That was the first he's ever really pulled.
No, he's very strong.
Brand new
and
and
then
strong as could be.
and then my second match was Jerry as well. But I was able to take him. I got to slip, and then was able to bring him back to my side. And it was not easy. He's definitely it took everything out of me that I had. And then the next one was, who was it? Hanowski. Hanowski, I had really nothing.
You slowed him down nice out of the straps.
Yeah, out of the straps, I actually felt somewhat comfortable in my lock, but I just didn't have anything to. I couldn't grab up. I couldn't reposition my wrist. Couldn't do anything. I just didn't have the energy at that point. I felt like completely sapped. And then Shane Smith.
Yeah, he's tough too.
He got me into. I almost got him on the top rope, but he threw me into a hook. I gave him a slight answer, but then his side pressure was just way too much for me to handle. Straight, like it was just like being like a Mack truck going through my arm. I was like, what the fuck was that?
Right.
I will tell you, I didn't lose my cup, but I did lose my arm. It doesn't matter anyway. But like my wrist was like this is the whole entire way. It was like it looked kind of funny on tape. I was like, what the fuck is that?
All right. Yeah, man, my match with Zaccanini on right, I was pretty proud of, because before, this year, I couldn't do shit with him right-handed. Just hook for hook he was always too much. And granted, then he was a little heavier when I was pulling him in practice, though. But I was able to get into his hand a little bit. Out in the straps, he had too much for me. But I felt real good with my new move and all that good stuff. So I had a little more outside now with my right arm, so a lot went well. It was a fun tournament.
Definitely was a fun.
If anybody's within practice driving distance of Harrisburg tomorrow, told Noel Nunez will be joining us.
It's at 1 o'clock, right?
Yes, 1 o'clock. Yeah, they have a luncheon there, so they've asked us to move it back to early afternoon instead of the late morning like we had been.
Gotcha. Yeah, there's actually, it's interesting. I've just realized there's a practice almost every day of the week within probably about 3 hour driving range for me.
Oh yeah, well here with me it's even less than that. Except Friday you have to go a little bit further, but oh yeah, within an hour and 45 I could have a practice every day of the week.
Oh, we know. Considering the fact that it takes me 40 minutes to get off the island to begin with,
yeah.
and
yeah.
two of those practices are, sorry, 3 of them are here on the island. So it takes me a little bit more time to get to anywhere else that you guys would go to.
Yeah, I sent a note to Bisman asking if they had come up with a date for the Jason Vale yet, because originally we were told it would be either the 13th or 20th.
I believe it's the 20th. I believe 20th as of right now. I'm pretty sure it's the 20th. That's what I was last told. But I can't confirm that for sure.
I asked Bisman, he didn't get back to me, but if it is the 20th, I'll actually be able to be at it, because the 13th is when I have those 2 young guys I'm pulling in Ohio, the challenge match thing that Billy Collins has set up.
I have some sad news.
What's that?
The Paul Italia cardboard cutout has officially been stolen.
Again?
Oh no!
By none other than Tim Bresnan.
Oh no!
Yes.
And Tim assures me.
No, Roger's going to be at Harrisburg tomorrow too. Boy, there's another. Yeah.
Send us the video. So Paul Italia now resides with Tim Bresnan.
Well, we made amends with Paul Italia.
Right, so it's good.
We did.
He changed hands.
So we passed them off on to people that can continue the hate without us.
So there's going to be a time in the not too distant future. I can't go into too much details on it yet, but there's going to be a time in the not too distant future that yours truly is going to be face to face with Paul Italia.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Best
And
buds.
it's not gonna be for anything bad or anything. It's actually kind of cool to be a neat experience for
They're
everybody
gonna
involved.
they're gonna kiss both cheeks like an Italian greeting.
This is a little secret. I told him,
Oh,
so
that's
far everything's been amicable, everything's been nice and friendly.
what's
Things are
up,
good.
Rod? What's up,
Things are
Roger?
good.
David Marr and Devin's Forearm and World Strangest Man,
Nobody.
Jay Trout, and who else is in here?
Who else we got here? I don't see. Oh wait, what the fuck?
Anna,
Who?
T.
Oh yeah, Manolo. What's up, Manolo?
Buddy.
Hey,
Yeah,
Piranha, how's your back feeling, man? Did that thing ever loosen up on
Oh my god, poor man's back.
you?
After not using the freaking riser, he was trying to bend over like all fucky ways over the chairs.
yeah.
Yeah.
Piranha wants to know, Roger, what do you
Good.
think about my brother? Piranha has a brother that refuses to train, refuses to get active in it, but is strong as all hell and would do very well if he actually, jumped into it. But
Dude, World Strangest Man is a fucking great idea. Get a Paul Italia cutout that's like 6'8", just a giant one.
That'd be cool.
That would
Can you
be
imagine?
Oh, that would be so fucking funny.
All right, make a poll. 6'8" Italia versus Levon. Who wins?
Levon.
I don't know, man. Did you see him pulling those kids on YouTube?
Why don't we do a poll of who's? Oh, well, we can't do a poll about that. Just say, why doesn't everybody just tell us what should we do for the next cutout?
Beer man.
Yeah, that's a good one. I like that. Let's switch gears.
Be the next cutout, like,
Who should be the next cut?
and should we do it like a misproportion? Like if it's Devin, we get a small one. If it's Paul Italia, it's a huge one. Like do the opposite of their size. Or we could like use an app. Like if it's Devin, we make him like super fat, and then do
Fatify him.
yeah, fatify him and then do it.
It's hysterical.
So many options. You got my brain running now.
You could do Dave Shell with a Gold Bond T-shirt.
that's true. As long as it's green.
Dude, the funniest thing was
We need somebody that's never going to be there, though. That's kind of the fun thing. It has to be something that can't exist.
how about Tim
No
Bresler?
inception moments.
Tim Bresler asking us what was the story behind Gold Bond, and we had to explain to him. And then he spent like a good 10 minutes just staring at Dave Shell. That was funny.
Somebody said, "Oh, I thought you people were just kidding." It wasn't him. Somebody else. Whatever.
Hey, Ryan, did you review the thing I sent you over?
I can do that right now, actually. I did not yet. I was right after work. I had to go right to this birthday party in the city, which sucks.
Parent duties are always fun.
I hate going to the city.
You hate going? Oh, they're going to the city for a birthday party. Sucks.
Yeah,
Any city.
my brother lives in the city.
Rona wants to know if anybody's going to the East First West in Indiana, which that's Fort Wayne. I think it's the first weekend in April, and not that I know of, because just about everybody from here is going to be going to the one in the Utica, New York area. I mean, maybe somebody from outside this area, but generally we're going to Utica, and I won't go to Utica because it's the same exact day as the IFA Nationals in Joliet, and I'm going to that because they have a 70+ category. Not that I did particularly well in 70+ in Orlando, but hey, what the hell? Only 4 of us in the weight category, and heavyweight started at 172 pounds. So I thought, hell, I might have a chance there, but Nah, the other 3 combined at 110 years experience. Like 4. That did not go well.
I think we might lose Ryan sooner than later because I already saw the first yawn.
Hmm.
Maybe it's from reading your email.
Yeah,
No, that's good, dude.
I figured where the stars are, he can customize whatever it is that he needs to do. Everything else, like that's the meat and potatoes of it, right?
I mean, that's pretty much modeled just like our 98 one anyway,
Yeah.
which is even better.
Troy Bounceford had a decent idea, a life-size Cleve Dean cutout.
Oh my God.
Oh, he's so
that would be
expensive.
awesome.
I don't know if they
Yeah, I don't know if they make enough cardboard for that.
like, can you do a 7-foot cardboard cutout?
Just put a mural on the wall. It'll be cheaper.
Probably would be more cost effective, definitely.
Oh, Lucha paying attention to another sport, believe it or not. Purdue losing, only second time a number 1 seed loses to a 16.
Ooh.
Well, that's okay. Berger's seed 12 and his thing coming up, so he's going to beat a number 1 in the first round.
Yep.
Pretty sure it's all random anyway, though, Dave.
Burger, you could possibly go up in rank, buddy.
Hey,
Getting some good wins in, and
possible.
you submit it to the heirs system.
Sir, that'd be good. Right now, man, it's really nice. I'm in a place where I can just be happy to mix it up.
At least you're mixing it up with some fucking top level dudes.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I'm
That's insane. Yeah.
blessed to be able to do it, man. It's fun. Dan, too, man. Hard work's paying off, though.
Man, dude, everybody.
It's a good time, right?
It's a great time. Hard work is paying off big time. I you know what I love though is that every turn that we make with this is something different or new coming down the pipeline by way that we can take advantage of. And like the more like exposure the sports gets, it's like other people have, hey, I got this really cool thing that might help you guys out. And it just keeps growing from there. That's why I love it. I love the growth of it.
Yeah. I like watching guys like you and Berger and our guys like Roger, like your journey. You know what I mean? It's fun to watch like people you know like grow in the sport and experience different things, you know?
Appreciate it, man.
As I work backwards and get worse and worse.
Devin's Forum said alumni. Oh, not yet.
Not yet. As I say, I'm not there yet. Definitely not there. Got a ways to go. I look forward to that journey, just in general, because
It does seem like
so much fun.
155 is picking up some popularity. Troy says it's the class to be at, but you know, it's kind of like boxing took a dive while they watch the light guys. You know, where people realize them are fun to watch, and we fit on the table. You can actually see some shit happen.
That's the other thing.
Around the same size table, you know.
You can actually see what's going on, and you're like, wait, is that a fist or an elbow? I don't know.
You can see both.
Don't gobble the one.
Hey, 217's in the house. What's up, buddy?
Oh, what's up? What's up, 217? Best content ever.
Oh yeah, dude.
Yeah, Brad Cook's the man.
We've got a lot of compliments.
If you need some pictures for your tournament, dude, or some great video, Brad Cook all day.
100%.
I'd say any event. That's just arm wrestling. Pay the man. Pay the man. Send him out to your event, whatever it is, if it's arm wrestling related or not.
Whatever drama's
It'll be worth it.
Whatever drama's going on with East versus West, if you guys are not using Brad Cook, you fucked up big time. I don't care who you are. If you're not using him, you guys fucked up. And some people out there might be mad to hear us say that, but we don't care. Because we're the other 98%, and there's more of us than there are of you.
Fuck those guys.
Our gang is bigger than your gang. We say and do whatever we want. 217.
Yeah.
Brad's probably sitting there going, shut up, man. Shut up.
God, what the fuck, Brad?
It got worked out. It got worked out. Shut up.
That's all good. You simmer down now. Slow your roll. Slow your roll.
Before we start threatening people.
Yeah, right.
I guess
Right.
Chuck's not on, so somebody's got to do it.
Yeah. Don't even get me started there.
Hey.
Oh,
Who?
Yeah, Eric Myers from the who's been practicing with Lethal Arms is moving to Georgia, moving to the Atlanta area, and was wondering who he'd find down there. And he just happened to fall into a massive open practice next week with Ron Bath and his people.
Very
oh,
cool.
nice.
Seriously.
Very nice. That's a nice experience right there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he'll still be with us tomorrow in Harrisburg and possibly at Chad Eckert's place on Sunday as well to say goodbye. But then off to Georgia he goes. But since the family's in York, he'll be back. And if we get together at Antietam Brewery on Wednesday, like we might, I can scope that place out for maybe something in the future.
David Shell.
So what's the feedback on from Evan? How did he enjoy his staying with us?
I went on his podcast the night after, well, Tuesday, and he said he had a great time and he loved it. And the venue invited us back next year.
Great.
Oh, nice.
So they liked it, which is good, which is always good to hear.
We behaved ourselves just enough.
Just enough to squeak by there.
Excellent.
Do they have a bigger area though?
Dude, I mean, we could have utilized the space out front more too. We could have put all the vendors in the outside space and then put more chairs.
Yeah, I think that would have been better just to have kind of two separate rooms like that.
Do different. But I mean, dude, if Winterblast gets any bigger, we're gonna start having to look at like a casino or fucking
All right.
civic
I
center.
thought that fit pretty good.
Concert
Though.
hall.
That'd be cool.
It'd be a fun one. We're at a
Some
concert
sort
hall.
of stadium, kind of a small stadium inside.
Yeah.
That'd be really cool. Like an amphitheater.
Yeah. Yeah.
That'd be
I
cool, like
actually
a
been thinking-
summertime event.
I know it's on Long Island, so no one's gonna ever show up to it, but it's a great venue out here. If people were to show up, they would enjoy it. It's got all the appeal. Like it's got like stadium style seating, like almost like gladiator style seating above it. Like there's a good stage floor that people could be looking down on.
Yeah.
Cool. It's called the Paramount.
So 217, where are you going to be tomorrow? I know there's a big going on in Texas, but not sure what else is going on tomorrow.
He's got something going on.
Yeah.
Cool. I can't wait to see the footage and stuff. And I'm sure it will be magical. And hopefully, East versus West wakes up, uses you as the guy.
Everybody needs 217.
North Carolina.
Everyone.
Howdy, North Carolina, Levi.
Carolina in the house.
I don't know if we had any North Carolina. Do we have any North Carolina people at Winterblast?
Not that I met.
Not that I remember.
Not that I recall.
Unfortunately, the Farrens couldn't make it from Maine, but I'd say we had at least maybe a dozen states represented.
Yeah.
What was the total entry count?
We have no idea yet.
Actually, we don't. I'm guessing over 500, but I have not gotten it from Reed yet. As soon as I get it, I will get that out.
Gotcha.
And Sue kind of counted some of the stuff. She thinks it was over 223. But whatever.
For pullers, yeah.
That's neither here nor there.
That's right.
Well, once I say
More
once
than
I-
200.
Once
give
I
or
get,
take a few.
yeah, once I get the entries, I can figure that out too. That'll take a little bit more work, but once I get that from Reed, we'll straighten that out.
Another
Incredible.
Brewski's tourney.
Happy St. Patrick's
West Coast heard from.
to everyone. Thank you, Jody.
Thank you, Jody.
Pyramid sucks. Roger rules and fuck.
Oh,
that.
the Brewskis. Is that there's a Brewskis going on in what? O'Fallon, Missouri or something. I think that's right. That's going on tomorrow.
Well, no, Dave. I've never been out of this state.
Except your occasional trip into New Hampshire to whack a little old lady with a pillow.
Fuck that bitch.
Yeah.
You don't get called the pillow bandit by not hitting people with pillows, Dave.
This is very true. Yeah, I've never been on Howard Stern. You have, or mentioned it on Howard Stern.
Something to be very proud of, right?
I'm more proud of being mentioned on. Is this Paul Linn really or no?
Well, we'll see.
Probably.
Come on, it can't be.
Nobody would pretend to be Paul Linn. He'd whack them if they did.
Yeah.
Oh, he's the nicest guy in arm wrestling. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Must be really bored.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Yeah, St. Louis, right. Yeah. But it's listed on their the thing tomorrow as O'Fallon, but yeah, St. Louis area. I'm gonna be in St. Louis for the strongest badge and
It's the real Paul Linn.
Yeah.
What's up, man?
This is, in fact, not the real Paul Linn. That guy is not nice.
it's a very good markup though.
That's not nice. No,
You must be really bored tonight.
real
I am.
boy.
In fact, I have an 8-year-old sleepover at my house, so I'm hiding from it.
I could see. Yeah,
That's a good hideaway, man.
What's going on?
He's gonna have a meeting.
We're talking about on this podcast.
we were
With
just
98% of the 2%.
wrapping up talking about Winterblast.
Oh yeah. So what did I miss?
Everyone telling us they had a good time. Evan had a good time. Derek and Austin said they had a good time.
Evan stole my Yeti.
What?
Evan stole my Yeti. Evan, if you see that,
Oh,
he shit
Probably
me my
did.
Yeti back.
fuck that guy. That's all right. Tim Bresnan stole the Paul Italia cutout.
Did he really?
Yeah, he took it
No,
home.
he didn't. No, he did
Like
not.
he asked if he could have it. I said yes.
Mm.
We have
Pretty much the same thing.
we're taking a higher road now, so we handed it off to someone else.
We'll take a lower road.
We'll take a lower road. Yeah. What do you think, Paul? What do you think of Winterblast? Did it
It was great, man. I mean, like, you and I talked about, like,
Yeah.
First off, it's impossible to please everyone. But when people are upset because the tournament ran long because there was 500 entries, that's a good thing for them to be upset about.
Yeah.
It didn't run long.
no, people making a comment about there was too many amateurs? I'm like, yeah,
Oh, I know.
that's
There was
the
a lot of-
goal.
It's the best problem ever.
Yeah, it's funny, like Dave, our group chat for the Harrisburg practices, Dave and Jeremy was like, it ran way too long. I'm like, I'm messaging Jeremy direct. I'm like, you want to host the next one? Let me see if I can get 500 entries out there and see how you handle it. See if you write back.
Yeah.
It ain't possible. People can step back and say it should have been a 2-day event, but you don't know who's going to turn up. Like, you knew it was going to be a great turnout, but I wasn't expecting 500. I was expecting like 400.
Right. Yeah. Just like the first Winterblast, I thought we were gonna 100 people, and it was fucking 200 people.
Yep.
And
it'll keep going. That's just lessons learned for the next one. Maybe it has to be 2 days next time.
that's how I look at it. Like we just try to make it better the next time. You learn from your mistakes, and
No, I mean, I really didn't, like, as far as the length went, I didn't see any like margin to cut anything out. Like,
No,
I don't think
really.
there wasn't any.
People commented it did move. It moved.
yeah,
There was not a lot of standing around. I mean, it did.
No.
It was just the
It was-
volume.
Well, I
It was
mean, I think
constant.
from the repping perspective, is we didn't stop for like 6
No.
hours.
Yeah,
when we
that's
were on
crazy.
the road.
Yeah, you guys went nonstop.
Yeah, and I mean, Tim and Ron are machines. I don't even think Tim pees. I don't even think goes back.
dude.
Crazy.
Tim was mad that he got a break. He's like, I can't take breaks. I need to just keep going. Once I stop, I'm screwed. He's like, just leave me in there. He was like upset that he got pulled off some of the time.
Yeah, I love that.
Keep me in the trenches.
And then Paul brought his own personal ref, Nitro.
No, don't get me started because
Uh,
I would have do dirty laundry on this.
we've been talking about this all day.
No.
We're just sending him a gas card.
Oh yeah.
Maybe.
Maybe.
No.
He said he would come to the Allentown practice. He'd actually get up in the morning to come to the Allentown practice to pick up his cash.
We'll send him a card that just says "Get well soon." And that's it.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't want to get into it, but he really annoyed the hell out of me that day, dude. He kind of pissed me off.
I mean, like the reality of that situation is what it is. Been kind of ongoing for a long time. I mean, Nitro, that was the first tournament I ever went to. My first interaction with him was just like my last interaction with him in a way. Not a whole lot of things changed. And I know, like, Josh and I were talking about the pins and the different things. Yeah. And to be honest with you, the last thing, as far as first off, reffing is terrible. I hate it. It's absolutely horrible. You can't be right all the time. You're going to miss calls. Things are going to go wrong. I think the big problem was the response to it. Yeah. And not the response of the pullers and not his response, but it's the body of the past 6 years of responses. And what people come to expect as far as the interactions. Not the calls. He's a good ref. He's really not bad for the most part. No, I mean, he's been doing it forever, but it's when there's a conflict, then things get weird and they keep getting weird. That was the first pro class. We were halfway through it. There was three altercations. And as you know, in my situation, everybody looks at me and Berger gets the weird call and Berger looks at me and I'm like, okay.
You have no answer. Yeah.
I can't make the call. That's his side. I can't see.
And that's why I couldn't argue it. I was so shocked by the call that I just looked at you, but I couldn't argue it. He had the best look.
And my immediate thing was, what was the call, Nitro? Because I didn't hear a pin call. I didn't.
All he had to do was say pin. All he had to do was say it's a pin. I would have shaken Dave's hand, taken the buckle off.
He heard himself saying it in his head.
Right, and all he had to do was say it was a pin, and I would have been good. But he couldn't just say that.
You told me you kind of.
So that's why I really got mad for real. It wasn't at the call. It was that now he has to come up and tell me all about it and explain everything.
Right. That's what we don't need. That's what we don't need, and that's what drags the tournament on. And that's not what I was about to do for 6 hours. But
exactly,
you said you thought you heard him say it. I didn't hear it or see anything. I didn't see a call at all.
Right, and that's the problem. Zach said
you're the one that's supposed to hear it, though.
Right, exactly. Zach said in the comments, Nitro is so used to head ref, and he forgets to communicate with the head ref when he's down reffing. Right, he just makes little calls, and he has the last say, but he has to communicate that to you. That's what he missed.
I've watched Nitro get yelled at by people because when he calls a pin, he like slams his hands down on your hands. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I'm like, where was that? Where was that?
I would have loved it.
Yeah, well, I mean, then we know because you either yell it out or make it clear, or I don't know, whatever.
One of the best.
I can't do 6 hours of that.
And nobody can yell at Nitro better than Zach Lee.
Dude, that was the best at Zach Lee shit talkers at the warehouse when he fucking freaked out on him. But Nitro apparently went back and looked at the video and then he goes, "Oh yeah, I was looking up during that." Like he realized that he wasn't even looking at the fucking match during the thing. And
oh my God,
he was like, "My bad."
He said he called Zach and told him I fucked up. He's fucking up.
He's mad at me. I told Berger like our interaction. He gave me this long like song and dance, and I just explained to him it's not about missing calls. How many calls did I miss that day? Plenty. Like I'm not good at it. It's about the response and like the arguing and all that crazy stuff. But then, when he left the table, when I was like, I need a new down ref, he left the table waving his finger, but I'm right.
Oh.
Like, you're always right. I'm not going to argue with you. I need a new down ref. And then I got the text message with the screenshot of Zach Lee having his hand off the peg during the time of the game. And then it's like, look, Paul, I knew I was right. How do you feel? I'm like, no, you were just wrong twice because there was 2 things you didn't call. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
But that's not what it's about.
But thing that pissed me off more than that is that, like, I just handed out the last trophy, and all of a sudden he comes up and he's like, "Hey, I'm leaving now. I need my money now." And I was like, "Bro, that's not how you asked. Like, that's just not cool." Like, and I purposely was like, "Oh, James has it," and then James was like, "Ryan has it." And we just kept going back and forth, and then he's like, "Fuck it, I'll go home without it. Just give it to Dave Shell." I was like, "All right, dude, see ya."
His blood sugar was low.
Yeah,
Oh.
that's what he'll blame it on.
No, he said he had to leave because he had to take Flash home.
Yeah.
Oh well, dude, he said 3 different things. He was like, "Oh, Black Ice is super drunk. He's in the car, passed out. I got to bring him home." And then I go in the lobby, and Ice is standing there. And then he goes, "I got Flash in the car with kids." I'm like, "Dude, which is it?" Because you just said like 6 different things to me and James. Unreal, dude. Unreal.
It's hard, man. It's hard. It's hard.
Yeah.
I love the guy.
It's never easy.
Them high pressure situations where you got to keep it moving.
Yeah.
Just don't jot. It was, it was cool back in the day at like, in them Pittston bars where there was 40 pullers or 25 pullers, and he could find a way to make that go 4 hours. But that was fine in those scenarios. But 500, bro, we got to keep it moving.
Yeah.
It could have been the stage too. Like that was kind of a difficult setup. We only had the one set of stairs that they had. So like people were having to walk like
Yeah, that was a little cluttered up there.
Slowed it down a little bit. But other than that, I mean, I didn't see tables empty for very long.
No. You know what I was chopping it up a little bit with James. He was like afterwards, like how'd everything go, ref, and blah, blah, blah. And I said, what I noticed today that I really hadn't taken notice to in the past, and I don't know why it stood out to me. I guess it's because I started vocalizing it. How many times, we're doing like the adapted WAL setup for efficiency. That's the main reason. It's really nothing else. The tournaments are big. We keep the rule set the way it is because it moves faster. The one thing that drug it out was guys fighting to set up out here and then way up here together.
Yeah.
And saying they were cool with it, right? Because I'll just be like, look, you're both closing high.
Yeah.
Are you both okay with it? But what that means is it's an automatic slip.
Right.
There's no one's going to hang on when your fingertips are barely around. And I must have asked about, there must have been 60 matches where I was like, do you just want the strap? And one guy invariably every time said no. And I'm like, you're both intentionally slipping, but what I didn't get it. Like, I think that's like I told James, I said, for the guys outside of the Northeast, they already are like weird about the way we kind of do things. But it's for the size of the tournaments.
Yeah.
But the only caveat that would speed that tournament up a little bit, and I think it would say 45 minutes to an hour, is making every match go straight to the strap.
Yeah.
But I don't actually.
And we always leave that as an option, but no one's taking advantage of it apparently.
Yeah. Maybe
Super chat from Brad Cook says, Ryan, Dave, Dan, Josh, and Paul, love y'all. Have a great weekend. Thank you, Brad.
Thank you.
You too, buddy.
Take it easy, Brad.
Appreciate you, brother.
Don't stress too much, brother.
Now, Paul, let me run something by you, Paul, because Nitro was talking about one rule change that apparently Bresnan and Ron Honda and some of them were talking about. And it's always been my understanding that the person who has the buckle gets to say whether it is tighter or not. But apparently there is something in the rule that is saying they also can say, make it looser, make it looser, make it looser. And that, some people are making it so loose that it's almost not having a damn strap on,
Right.
which can lead to a dangerous situation. And anyways, he's suggesting that from their discussion, we might want to change that particular rule.
Well, I think so. This is never something that as far as the reffing, like, seminars with Bart Wood and stuff that I've done, that I've really taken any personal notice to. I've always just figured it was kind of a discretion call, And I personally am always like, you have the buckle, you can decide the tightness after my first crank.
Yeah.
I've never loosened it unless it was super crazy tight on my first crank.
Right.
Within reason, kind of like
if it's pinching or something like that.
Yeah, but like if you got that guy that wants, that maybe didn't want to, slip, and now he wants the strap so tight that he's got an automatic top roll, that ain't cool either. You know, and like you said, Dave, if you know somebody winds up, it's so loose that we have an equipment failure. That's no good too. That's not a good look. But
is it our understanding that that the person with the buckle can request it to be looser? It's my understanding that that is in the rule. I didn't have the time today to take a look, and supposedly that was an issue that
is that written in our rule set that Colin typed up?
That's what I'm told. I'm told
it is. We can change it.
Yeah.
Maybe we need to change that. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think it should be. The rule itself, like, I think it should be at referee's discretion. Just add it.
Yeah.
Like, it's one thing you crank it so hard, the guy's hands are turning blue. But like, if it's a guy that wants it not attached at all, basically, that's a little bit extreme too.
Yeah.
Add some discretionary language in there. What's funny to me, what cracks me up the most, is when both guys come in and they do the far set, they're way out, they're short thumbing, right?
Yeah.
And then they're also creating a gap in their hand, right? To create space. Both of them are doing it. And then they complain and want the strap tighter.
Right.
So you guys are doing everything possible to keep it loose. Put your palms together and I'll tighten it tight for you.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say as long as there's no slack when it's pulled tight, that's good. You know what I mean? But if there's slack and you can see it, I mean, it needs to be tighter.
I agree.
Yeah.
I like it nice and taut. I know my style baffles Paul.
I know. It's crazy. I don't understand it. And you win with it, and it looks so weird, but it's clearly effective. Like, I want you to give me a seminar on how the hell to do that, because I need that. I can't do it.
Yeah, short, stubby fingers.
Yeah, but it's so far backed out. It's such a low hand with no like wrap or anything, and then somehow you still hang on with that, and then you keep your wrist. I don't get it. I'll never understand the whole thing.
Get a camera crew to follow it around.
Yeah.
But yeah, other than that, we got good feedback. You know, eventually we'll find out.
What you gonna do next year? What's the next move to make it cooler?
I don't know. Every year I try to do cooler things, you know, like probably this week, I just clear my mind the week after Winterblast and not think about anything. Then we get right back into the grind. Like, how are we going to make it better? You know, and we might do some smaller tournaments this year, here and there, where we can fit them in.
Yeah, and we ain't gonna do the no pro tournament.
We brought that up, and you liked the idea. Me and Berger we were like, dude, we really should fucking do that. That'd be hilarious.
What?
Dude, just do novice, AMs, and like semi-pro, no pro.
Look, Ryan just said he brought it up. That was my idea.
I like that.
Oh,
yeah, I have a solid squad that would go ham on that right now.
All stealing my idea.
I'm puppet mastering, Ryan.
How do you keep the pros in
the way it came up was we were talking
Jimmy
about
Cricket. Jimmy Cricket.
We were talking about all the pros that are complaining.
Yeah.
And we were just like, we should just throw one with no pros whatsoever.
Well, so it was after the comment
was like, absolutely do that.
Yeah, it was like after the comment was made about too many amateurs. And I was like,
I like that.
Well, then how about these guys that are all upset aren't invited?
Yeah.
I like that a lot.
And
just do no pro.
Yeah.
I like that a lot.
It's because they used to do back in the day, they used to do like an amateur national championship, amateur worlds.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound good.
No.
You know, saying no pro sounds better.
Yeah.
But then you're going to get the guys that try to sneak in.
Oh, we know those guys.
Bro, you know those suckers will be showing up in amateurs.
Yeah. Well, you tell them like no attendance either. You guys don't even get to watch.
Yeah. We have to approve.
Unless you're a team coach.
We got to approve.
Unless you're a team coach.
We'll do pre-sign up. We have to approve every person that fucking comes.
Anyone that signs up has to be taken off of any rankings board.
Yes. No. So you need to go sign up even if they're on the rankings. That's an automatic disqualifier.
Done. Right.
We'll have
what are the criteria?
We'll have Paul Linn showing up trying to pull AM.
Yeah.
Enforcing it.
I got enough flack for that when I was like 2 weeks into the sport.
Oh, I bet.
Well, by rankings, and you mean what? Just the top 25 or 30 or what? Because I mean, everybody's in airs.
That's true.
Yeah.
Hell, I'm in airs, for God's sakes. I just found out. Whatever.
I know Colin and Sue Fisher took the that airs like seminar.
What's that? Is that the Corey Miller thing?
Yeah. That's those guys.
The Corey Miller thing.
Corey Mill, yeah.
Yeah, they checked it out. So I don't know. I know James submits some of the results to them, but I don't know if he's planning to.
Well, once I get the results from James, I will put them in. That's how a lot of the people in this area got in, because the Fall Brawl was in, last year's Winterblast was in, and the New Jersey tournament they just ran with Mignona was in. So a lot of the locals are in airs because of one or more of those three.
All right, Dave, explain to me how this system works. Is it a participation? Like, obviously early on, the more you participate, probably the higher you're going to rank. When does it even out? How much data do you need before it becomes like a better algorithm?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, I can quote you. You can go to the AERSarm.com and they give you both a scientific and a non-scientific explanation of how they determine it. And they give you the total number to have in. Basically speaking, you gain points by beating somebody who has a higher ranking than you. You lose a small number of points by losing to someone who is a higher ranking than you. But
that's the thing with that system. The more people that submit to it, the better it will work.
Right.
Until if everyone's not doing it, then
yeah. There's the problem. There's the problem. It's a problem, but it can get ironed out, and I think Corey's doing everything he can. But this sounds very similar to the system that was in place for WAL when they started doing the qualifiers in like 16. And everyone complained about it because it was a participation award. Frank Hurst went to like 4 local qualifiers and he's ranked like 4th in 225.
Yeah.
You know? So, but there was nothing wrong with the system. It just needed to stabilize for like 3 seasons.
Yeah.
Good system.
I mean,
okay, what they say on the thing, the short version, ELO explained without the math. If the higher ranking player wins, a few points are taken from the lower ranking player. If the lower rated player wins, a lot of points are taken from the higher rated. And then they go in, like, explain with the math, where they go on like it's about 6 times as long as to whatever. And they say that they have, I don't know, how many do they have so far? Classes. Based an aggregate of 9,950 pullers over 341 tournaments and 63,888 matches.
That's pretty good. I like that metric. That tells us right there we got 10,000 pullers in the country at a minimum.
Yeah,
that's pretty good.
All it is video game ranking or rating system that they just adapted to arm wrestling. Really, I mean,
yeah,
which is cool.
Yeah,
cool.
The problem,
until everybody's participating with it, it's never gonna get to its full potential because you're going to be missing a lot of data.
And it's always going to be subjected to the people who participate.
Yeah.
So, like, if there's some good pullers out there that don't care about it and don't participate in it maybe one time, then their data is going to be weird. So you need like a lot of participation in order for it to be real. But I mean, we're talking about a mathematical ranking system, which we don't really have right now. You look at In the Hook, it's like beat this guy, jump in front of him. You could not be in the top 20. You beat the number 1 guy. Now you're number 1. That's weird too, you know?
Yeah.
And then you got the one out west where there's like a board of people that like vote or something.
Yeah.
That's a arm fighter.
Yeah.
And then you got chances that changes every other day.
That's the In the Hook one.
Yeah, In the Hook.
Yeah.
So the chances one is set up for no arguments, right?
Yeah.
Like here's what it is, you know? Now there's still gray areas. I'm on the group chat for that. I told him, I said, I do not want to be a voting member, but I'll weigh in for the Northeast people. So like maybe we'll report some stuff that happens and confirm some things, but I don't want to be involved in it because people come at him. He's like, hey, here's the rules. You know, we're just moving the people around. based on what happens.
Yeah.
I think there should be a ranking system between two separate entities, super matches and tournaments. I don't think they should be lumped in the same categories. I think they're two different skill sets.
100%. But how do you differentiate? That's where it gets weird, man. Because I always look at Justin, my buddy Justin. He can't pull in a tournament to save his life.
Oh, yeah.
I saw his post.
Super match and he's hell on wheels.
Yeah. We were thinking about doing, like, if we have more tournaments this year in between Winterblast, we were thinking about doing a ranking system just for 98 tournaments. That way it would entice people to try to get on our ranking system.
Maybe.
Like a smaller, like, you know what I mean? Like, it wouldn't be
like a league ranking. Yeah.
Yeah,
Local
like
league.
small
You know
league.
what? You know what? Again, like we look at the 98% concept and everything, like from the beginning of it. I get like, I love the no pro thing, you know, like screw
Oh,
these
that
guys.
we're definitely going to do that.
Yeah, I love that. But then in another vein, like I know like the ELO system has like amateur rankings and stuff, but maybe set up a pseudo ranking for the amateurs or semi-pros.
I think the best way to do that
I
is to
wanna
do
put
it like
my
by seasons, because they're not meant to be there forever. So you don't want like a lifelong amateur ranking system, but to do it for a season this year, who was the best amateur? And
Well,
next
hey,
year it starts over.
Guess what else? Guess what else? Everybody talks about what constitutes this. So like Artem comes at our neck up here for having the semi-pros, the amateurs, the beginners, all that good stuff. And we go back and forth. And I got the rationale and he's got the rationale why he doesn't like it. And his big thing is how, anyway, before I get to that, just so you know, the Florida League adopted it. And he walked out on Brandon Morris before a tournament because he found out. It was very dramatic and stuff. That's like his best friend or something. But anyway, so like there's controversy over it. And I talked to him about it. And he was like, his problem is how do we define it? How do we stop people from camping out somewhere or whatever? Well, that ranking system really is it. Like, you know, it could be it. Like if you are ranked in the top 10 for more than a year, you're out, you know?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, all you got to do is set one parameter and just go by it and stick to it.
Well, I see Frank is on with us in the chat tonight. I just sent him the code. Frank, if you'd like to join us to, talk about it, explain whatever, we'd be glad to have you.
He came on way back and explained it all in detail on our podcast.
Who's that?
Frank Callahan.
Frank Callahan.
Yeah, and what I like about that idea is even the ranking, it seems like it's participation based, but if you come in out of nowhere and beat big guys, you get more points and move up faster.
Yeah.
Right.
So it will account for the guys that come in hot and just start winning.
Yeah,
Frank's like Corey's partner in that system.
Yeah, and Frank said maybe when he gets back to the hotel. So yeah, we'll be here forever, Frank. Don't give up.
But yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to see, more people participate in it and see how it does.
How about that? What is you guys' opinion on what constitutes time to move up? Like I know the old rule of thumb that Nitro will tell you is you place first place at three tournaments, you're out of novice.
I mean, that's tough though, because some tournaments like let's say you win first place at the Tomato Festival, but there were only 5 fucking people in your class. Like,
Paul, wasn't there an added rule to that? It was if you place first in 3 tournaments where there were at least 5 in the class.
Yeah. I think that was something that was then discussed later, but yeah, I think you're right, Dave. But I still think it's subjective too. Like if you go to this, rinky dink state tournament, it's got, I've gone to the Maryland State Fair when I first started, and I love that little tournament. They used to do the 2 goes, like you have a load go and then a go. I love that little tournament, but it's the same guys that go every year that you never see anywhere else.
Right.
You can go win that one 3 times and not be too good.
Yeah, or like what if you go to like Bill Runkle's tournament?
Yeah.
He has that one tournament ever. And everyone that goes there has fun, but it's a small tournament. So, and
I still like it though because
get kicked out of amateur probably.
I still like it because it's a criteria though. The question is, the real question is there a better criteria?
Right.
I mean, not for nothing. It's a criteria I followed. As soon as I won 3 in a row, I bumped up. I happen to like it. And around the same time that I bumped up, that's when semi-pro was created. And I was like, I felt a certain way about it. I was like, if I'm jumping into pro, I'm not going to jump into semi-pro at the same time. I want to level up.
Yeah.
I looked at the time, I looked at it as a regression for me, a step back, if you may. So I was like, no, I'm all in. But I do agree that it's hard to, it is subjective with that, because I got a guy here who's been doing this for now 4 months, and he's probably, I'd say, at a semi-pro level, with a couple of more tweaks in a month or two. So like that's he can't compete at three tournaments in that time frame to convince everyone else that he's ready for that. So,
And
but he'll walk home and demolish the
And when you
the amateurs.
when you go by times, which is what they James had suggested, Keystone a year and a half ago, Josh Alpha qualified for novice. I was required to go to pro.
I'm still trying to ride novice, dude.
Because Josh was just under 2 years, and he'd already won the sit downs twice. But I was over 4 years, so technically I should have been pulling Paul Cruz. Yeah, that well.
So every shoe, like the shoe don't fit everybody.
No.
That's what
If somebody comes in and they're a weirdo, and this is where it gets weird for me. If you come in and you're a weirdo, right? Like you're super strong, like you have genetic joint things or something. These guys are out there, but you don't know what you're doing. And you come in that novice, and I always say that first timers class is like the trickiest one. I tell our like amateur guys, we're going to come and pull first time. It's the first time they pull. And then amateur, I say, you may have a tougher first timers class, because that's where the weirdos are going to be.
Yeah.
They don't know how to arm wrestle. They arm wrestle weird. It's dangerous. Yeah. And then you go to amateur and you place better because those guys have some experience and know what they're doing. But there's that gray area where that guy has like pro level strength, but he does not know what he's doing. Now, it's not great for him to come in there and wax everybody in the amateur class, but when does experience become a safety thing for that guy?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and you will recall, not to mention any names here, but at Champion Sports Bar a couple of years ago, we had somebody came in, crushed everybody in novice, crushed everybody in amateur, broke his arm in pro.
Yep.
Same day, pulled 3 of them.
Yep.
Then you got guys like Zaza that come and try to get in novice, amateur, pro, semi-pro. Fucking.
I mean, all you can do is laugh at that.
It is.
You're a WAF world champion. What are you talking about here? I was like, James, just give him some more medals when he wins. Just give him some. Keep him out of there.
Give him some of last year's medals.
Yeah, we got plenty of leftovers.
Yeah, the Drew said we'll be here forever. He's not sure about David, though. Well, hey, I'm hoping to be here for a while. Of course, I have 6 Department of St. Luke's on the speed dial, but hey, whatever.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I care more about like making sure like the arm wrestling will take care of itself at a tournament. I want to make sure everybody's having fun. You know what I mean?
Oh, is that what you were doing that whole time?
That's what they talk about. I didn't have time to do shit, dude. I was like passing out trophies. Then you put the freaking Felix on me. I'm going to get you back for that. But
hold on. Who's supposed to deal with Felix? So here's what I want to understand. Why was Felix coming to me?
Because you're Paul Linn.
What does that mean? I'm just a referee, a guy hanging out.
Maybe he was hoping you would direct him to James.
Where's the man behind the curtain? Where is that little guy that pay no attention to me? Where's he? Oh, it's Ryan. It's Ryan Grandi. It's right over there.
Dude,
go ask him.
When you were like, "Hey Ryan, handle this," I was like, "Fucker."
He ended up finding me somehow.
He was like, "I'm going to get Paul back eventually."
I said him to you. Well, like you should have heard. I mean, you probably did hear what they're saying.
He was crazy.
I said to him midway through, I said, "Why are you telling me?"
Yeah. Oh, dude, he was arguing with Evan Burgoyne, like saying, "Oh, having a match with the opposite hand doesn't affect you," and this, that. And Evan's like, dude, his whole body is tired from pulling that match. And they're arguing with him, and Evan's like, "Oh yeah, you know better than me." So it was just funny as hell.
At the end of the day, if you don't make the time, you don't get
you're an hour and a half late, dude.
Yeah, I told him, I said, go talk to Zach. And he was like, yeah, he doesn't want to pull for money anymore. And I said, okay.
It's his money. What the fuck, dude? What are we gonna do? I can't make Zach put money on the fucking match.
Yeah.
But the kid was having a meltdown and slowing down everything we were trying to do. So I was like, you know what? Fucking here, I'll pay for 1 hour for you to go just fucking pull the tournament and shut up.
So I think there's another piece to that though too. Like when you look at it, like you got a big tournament, 500 entry tournament, huge tournament, great venue, awesome stuff. Everything's cool, well promoted, ready to rock and roll. 11 o'clock, the super matches start. We got Derek Smith and Austin Jaggers, top 10 super heavyweights in North America, leading off. Then we got Evan Burgoyne, who's very notable, against Roger Bailey, who's very notable. Somehow you got on this card, all right, like with professionals
and an all-star ref cast.
You must be professional, right?
Yeah.
Like if you miss, it's like missing weigh-ins. You didn't show up on time. Sorry, you have no say anymore. Like you gotta make the non-negotiable deliverables before you come.
Yeah. He's like, I hit traffic. I'm like, so did everybody else, but they all made it on time.
All right.
Like, fuck, dude. I can't. I'm like, dude, look, I cannot make Zach Lee put money on the match if he doesn't want to.
Right. And even from the perspective, I'm all for, like, listen, I'll make everything work if you can, right? Yeah. But when you're the promoter and you see that amount of people, and it's now like 12:30 or whatever it was, and you got 500 entries to get through.
Yeah. This guy's problem.
The train's leaving. With it out, yeah.
I told him I'll ref out. We could do it in the hallway and I'll ref.
Yeah.
But that's up to Zach.
Yeah.
But we're not going to stop the show and put the camera down.
That's what I'm talking about. The ball's rolling, man. Everything's done. We're starting the tournament now. We can't stop it for a match. Ain't no way.
Yep.
His brother was more annoying than him fucking complaining about it.
Yeah.
It's like, look, just fucking pull one arm in your class for free and just shut the fuck up about it.
You know what's really crazy about this whole thing is Zach took that match kind of defending Ed DeCruz.
Yeah.
And Ed ended up beating Felix in the tournament.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Because Ed didn't want to take it. He was like, I'm not really on your level, bro. And he ended up beating him. So props to Ed for that win. That was big.
I'm reffing that class, and his brother comes up. The first match that I have with him, he walks up to the table and he says, directly, he looks right at me and says, last time you ref me, I didn't like it. Don't cheat me this time.
What?
Like,
why didn't you just boot him right off the fucking stage?
And now we're setting up, and he keeps talking and saying, I don't like this, I don't like that. I stopped the match. I said, everything that you're doing right now, like, is the exact opposite of what you would ever do if you want a ref to show you favoritism.
Right.
I said, I have no reason to cheat you. I could care absolutely less. So why would I cheat you?
Yeah.
But now I want to.
Right. You just
it kills me because I'm like, I see so much from being as a puller and then also being as a ref. Like, people's angles for what they're trying to do is just so crazy. Like, just come up and cooperate, and then they're going to have, you want some favoritism. That's the easiest way to get it.
Yeah.
Crazy.
That's just crazy, dude.
Do you remember, Paul? Do you remember the Spanish guy who he didn't really speak English well? And when you told him to close his hand, he couldn't quite understand it. And I yelled,
that guy's pretty good.
Yeah, no, he's strong. He definitely is strong.
He doesn't always do it. He's setting like this, and every time he closes his hand, he opens his own wrist. And he's still strong. He was still like stopping matches, and he wants to be in here like this. He's real good in here. He started every match like this to get a hook. Yeah. I was like, dude, I don't think you can understand anything I was saying. I said, don't leave the tournament until I get over to. I want to help you. Like,
yeah.
Good kid.
What's up, Frank?
Hey guys, sorry about that. I was in the car and I didn't want to interrupt while I may or may not have a good signal. I'm here in the hotel in West Texas. Just went and had some good time with my girlfriend, and we're back to the hotel room now and going to get ready for tomorrow.
Nice.
I heard that you guys were talking about Aries rating system, and I was invited to chime in.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Do y'all have any specific questions?
No.
I think the debate in the chat was some people were calling it a ranking system and some people were calling it a rating system, but they both meant the same thing, basically. Or like the people themselves meant the same thing.
Yeah, it's that was long discussed. Like going live, of course, Corey and I talked about it for like months on end, how it was going to split the arm wrestling community into like two halves. And I told him, I was like, this isn't going to like perfectly align with In the Hook or any of these other ranking systems. Like it's rating. And so I call it like a performance rating. So, like if you are pulling frequently and beating good people frequently, you'll have a high rating.
Right.
And a good example of that's Pablo.
Yeah.
Because I have some like back end analytics, some stats that I can look at that no one can. And Pablo has, he has the highest competition, or he has the on average highest competition out of everybody in the system. But when you look at the events, he's always going to national events and stuff like that. Makes sense, possibly.
So let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Let me cut you real quick. So
yeah,
obviously right now with the data just pouring in, his participation is giving him a high rating. He also now, so like I know he lost at like a smaller event to a couple super heavyweights that I didn't know.
Yep.
At this juncture, that probably doesn't hurt him that much. But my real question is, what happens with a guy who is do they have separate ratings for separate weight classes, or do they, is there more weight to a super heavyweight?
So you have your individual rating for every class and arm and division you compete in. So we did some math to combine like amateur and pros. So like winning amateur matches it's not the same as winning pro matches. And so we've done some, math on the back end to make it be like, so you can combine an amateur and a pro. But the thing is, after you have more than like 60% of your matches are coming from pro, we don't even look at your amateur results anymore. We only look at your pro results to calculate your rating. And then as far as like, if I'm a 220 guy and I lose to a 242 guy in the 242 class, that does not affect my 220 rating. It affects the rating in that division.
Separate. Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
So is there a way in this system for the people who are multi-class or multi-leveling, let's say amateur and pro, guys in like a journeyman stage where he's placing top 3 at amateurs, but not always winning the big ones. So he jumps in pros for experience. Is there a way to say, okay, you hit the magic number, you're done?
Yeah, we have that. We just the other day I was running some stuff and we found out where is the like starting middle line of amateur and pro. And don't quote me on it, but if you look on the open page, like the open division one, I think we found that score to be right around like 1440, 1445. And that's that sweet spot of like, you're a damn good amateur and you're a really shitty pro. And so those are guys that we expect, like, and it makes sense too, because if you look at those guys and you look at their amateur rating, because you can look at split ratings, they're normally really high on the ratings list. But obviously on the big combined one, they're like 300 or 4, their rank, we'll call it a rank, but we call it position. Their position like 400 or something, because they're still not that great yet. Like that's that sweet spot, 1430 to like 1455, it's not a hard number yet, but in that area is like, you're a good amateur, you're not a very good pro. And we actually got some cool statistics on like 1550 and 1600. Like, what does that mean? Like, if you're above a 1550, that means you're like a competitive pro. You're someone who absolutely should be pulling pro class. You're winning pro matches. You're winning more than you're losing. We tried to go further into it. The problem is, like, overall, we don't have that many athletes over the 1600 point yet. And so it's like hard to draw like hard conclusions from it, because we have like,
you need the data.
We have like really good pullers. Like, I bet, like, I don't know what your rating is, but we have really, really, like, we know good athletes who are like only in the top 10, top 15, when we know they're closer to like top 3 or 4. But what happens is, and this is a bias, typically these guys that are competing internationally and being like they're super match only, they're not going to have as high as a rating, because they're simply not pulling in North America very frequently. And we try to only count the North America stuff. However, we've been asked this because, there's a couple individuals like, well, what if I just do one big event a year? Am I going to get, slingshot into the rate? Are you going to, And it's like, if you go to like another event that has the top 5 best guys in your class in Aries there, and you win it, there's no guarantee you're going to be ahead of those guys, but it will be significant. You'll gain several hundred points for winning that event. And it will most definitely put you, if you weren't rated at all, let's say you start off at 1,500 and you went and won, it'd probably give you like 150 points. So it already put you into the 1650s, which is very respectable. That's a very high level pro. Off of one event, off of winning one big event. And so it's not perfect when it comes to rankings.
Yeah.
But I mean, but what is? Tell me a good ranking system, and I'll tell you someone who's lying.
There is none. But it's math. That's the good news. It's math. You can't really argue.
Yeah. There's no bias in it, you know. And I read in the comments that we should count super matches and tournament wins separately. Long discussed. We could 100% do it. I could have a combined one. We like right now it's all combined. We could also have a separate one. The problem is that, you know, we're already making the argument that we don't have enough data to have super, super strong accuracy just for like all the tournament matches. I mean, think about how little data we'll have for super matches, right?
It's not viable.
Yeah.
And how would you change the weighting? How is that weighted heavier or lighter? Like it's two different things. They're basically two different sports. Same guy over and over is basically the opposite.
Yeah. So it's kind of interesting because if you do a super match with someone, as far as Aries is concerned, like let's say you go, let's say we go best of 5 and then we win, like you win 3-2. It's really like when you do the math, like the ELO rating system math, it comes out as if you just won once.
Yep.
So, you know, so really, and so people have asked us like, if I go 3-0 this guy, is it better than me going to this tournament and winning? And the answer is, who are you pulling in the tournament? Who are you pulling in your super match? It all depends on their ratings. And as you know, the higher rated they are, the more points you get for beating them. And so if they're Joe Schmo or if they're not rated, like we already have it. It's happened a little bit. We have some like local heroes, just like how you have a big fish and little ponds. They have like slightly inflated elos, but they have a ceiling. Because like if you're just beating the same bad people all the time, you're eventually only going to get, you know, 2 or 3 points a win, and you're gonna bottom out, or you'll cap out essentially. Yep. As opposed to someone who is traveling to Washington, traveling to California, traveling to, you know, all these big tournaments and getting the best competition, which was a big factor. And like one of the driving elements of this is I said, hey, I really hope that this compels athletes to travel outside of state and go find those higher rated athletes and go, you know, pull them. I've heard some people, you know, say that, you know, they felt like that. Generally, though, as you know, the arm wrestling community is really hard to influence one way or another. If you're going to a tournament, you're going. If you're not, there's only very certain people who are going out to a tournament because they're looking for, you know, oh, Paul Linn and so are going to be there, and I want to grip up with those guys.
Well,
there's only a few guys in the community doing that.
Let's talk about that. So the most fun in arm wrestling that I ever had was my first year or two, when I was just going out and arm wrestling every week, every other week, you know, and competing constantly in every weight class, every classification that I could. It was fun. I enjoyed it. Then you get to a weird spot where now it's like only, you know, I'm aiming at this big tournament, you know, and I'm competing for that. And then you get to another weird spot where now people at the local tournaments that you like don't want you to enter the class. You're a weirdo if you do it and you go get all the trophies. But Brandon Alcessor got hated for a while as a trophy chaser because he just loved arm wrestling, you know, and wanted to compete and get his, you know, just
how come that stigma only happens to like people over 200 pounds? How come no one complains about Roman Gromov or Sam Harris or even Corey Miller going to all these tournaments? How come it's only the 220 and super heavyweights? It's weird.
I think it's because the smaller weight classes, when a guy can do that, they're celebrated for doing it. Like Corey Miller, smoking everybody. Everybody's like, look at this amazing sideshow, you know?
Right. Yeah. It's weird. Like people like, you know, I've talked to him about it all the time because I'm like, hey, what do you think of, you know, Michael Todd going on his thing to all these local matches? And he's like, I think he loves arm wrestling and he's going to arm wrestle people. It's what I do. Nobody tells me anything.
No.
And I'm
Let's
like-
say Michael's
I'm like,
my
okay.
boy. Michael loves trophies.
Yeah.
If you've ever been to Michael's house, he has every trophy and medal that he's ever won. He likes that stuff. And there's nothing wrong with that, you know? And oh, by the way, he had a sponsor that was paying him 6 figures to do that tour in a tour bus that was wrapped, you know, in an RV wrapped.
Yep.
And drive the country and promote
Yep.
their thing. So there's 2 reasons. Trophies. I mean, he wanted to come get a dragon. He said to me, he's like, well, what are you guys doing for awards at Keystone? We said, we're still figuring it out. He was like, cool, I want a dragon, you know? Like, that's what he wants.
He will never have a dragon.
Winterblast based on what's cooler. I mean,
The haters can hate, but it sounds like he's living the dream.
Yeah.
I think it's cool. I always thought that was weird. Like
Absolutely.
You said, because like you said, the lower weight guys, we don't mind mixing it up. So we're always out there, and the big guys are in tournaments. So I always thought it was weird that he got shit for it, because I have the pleasure to pull the best guys, and no one really hides in the lighter classes. So
I'm not like a trophy guy in that, because I'm just disorganized and I don't decorate my house. But like, I don't display anything. I have, like, it's all in boxes and everything. But I do
Me too.
appreciate like cool awards. Like, there's certain cool awards that are really cool. So like, I remember when I first got started arm wrestling in Nitro, like the smaller tournaments like that, they were doing like, you pay your entry fee, and half of those entries, and you know, as long as your class has 8 pullers or more, half of that entry fee goes back to the winner. And I remember doing it the first time and winning a couple classes, and I gave them the money back. I don't want that. I don't want that.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want $80. Like, I didn't come here for $80. Like, I didn't come here to win my entry fees back for entering 6 classes or whatever. Like, give me something cool. You know what I mean? Like, I just feel like sometimes for most competitors, the award outweighs a couple bucks. Now, if it's $1,000, now it's different.
I'm sure. Yeah, it'll make your month a lot easier.
Yeah.
Well, there are some pullers out there that don't want to pull randoms.
I was gonna say, just getting paid to, like, getting reimbursed for whatever travel is always just like icing on the cake.
Yeah.
I just like a good video of my matches. If I can come away with a cool video from the tournament, I'm a happy camper. I don't care if I get awards or win. Give me one battle on camera, and I'm the happiest dude alive.
Well, one of the problems with some of the, like, we only do one tournament a year, so it's not like we're rolling in the money. So for us to do the amount of cash prizes that would be enticing is pointless.
There you have it.
Yeah.
Would you rather get, like, we would have to stretch it so thin? Like, would you rather get a $20 bill or a dragon?
So like think about this. And I mean, like, I don't know who all's watching this or going to watch it. These are like the things that, as a promoter, these are things we think about and we talk about and we harp about, right? How do we do it? Guys, we all want to pay you money.
Right.
But we also want to provide like the coolest thing possible. And we have a budget. So
It's
we only
it's hard to do both. Yeah.
Yeah, unless like somebody comes in with a huge bankroll and says, here's 20 grand.
Right.
Like, what are we supposed to do? Look at the Florida League. Look what Brandon Morris is doing. He's busting his butt. 12 tournaments in a year. And the tournaments are to raise the money for the finals. It's a great concept.
It's hard to get sponsors.
Holy shit. Talk about how imagine running a tournament every month just so you can pay out a decent amount of money at the end.
Yeah.
It's worth the squeeze.
Hustling.
Well, that's
it's a big hustle. It's a huge hustle. I mean, I
these bigger leagues that have money from, you know, tournaments all year round. So it's like people are like, oh, Winterblast was huge. You guys must have tons of money. And I'm like, dude, by the time we pay everyone and hotels and flights, we're broke.
all the expenses.
Like, yeah.
Anybody who thinks a promoter is making money like hand over fist has lost their mind. I could slip and stumble and fall and land into more money than a tournament. Are you crazy? Half the time we're just praying to break even.
Yeah.
You know, and you're better, Ron. You're better at getting sponsors. I can't do it. The only way I get a sponsor if somebody runs up to me and says, "Hey, I want to give you money." It doesn't happen. So the big leagues, guys. Everybody talks about WAL payouts, 10 grand, 20 grand in a class. That was because they had Monster. They had serious sponsorships.
Yeah.
That were giving them $200,000. Steve Kaplan is not putting that money up out of his pocket because he's a businessman. Like he's not getting that money from the qualifiers. The
Right.
local promoters took a majority of that money to do it for him because he couldn't do it. There's no money made on that end. I mean, James was like the director for those local tournaments. Like
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
take on it was pennies compared to what was paid out at one major.
Right.
Just not-
We do get a sponsor, like that money goes right away towards trophies or flights for our super match guys, or hotel rooms.
Give me a ballpark on what your awards cost. And this is probably doing it as you probably did all the research you possibly could to make
I
it
think-
cost efficient as possible.
I think all the awards together this year were like $1,500.
That's good. That's actually really good.
That's cheaper than
That's really good.
last year, because now we've learned, like, we've made some deals with people and found some guys that are cutting us a deal. So, but like
You're
those,
not going to tell them about your relationship with the guy in Kensington, are you? The deal you made.
no, but like if you look at Michigan State's those gorillas, people go to that tournament specifically to win a gorilla.
Well, we talk about this, like, and I don't know how you have it because you have the concrete dragons or whatever.
Yeah.
But like, if you want to do something like that, like let's say you want to have a custom concrete metal, you have to buy the cast, and the cast is like $3,500.
Yeah.
So like, unless you're in it for the long haul, every
Yeah.
time we talk about it for Keystone, I'm like, I might be quitting off wrestling.
If you go to the website where Michigan, where they get their gorillas, it's here in PA, and they're like $90 a piece. Now I'm sure he's got a deal. He's not paying that, but that's expensive for a trophy.
Well, he's got the gorilla. If you want something custom, like let's say you want your own custom thing, like I think Hancock got the bulldog or something. He probably had that made. Like you got to buy the cast. They got to make it for you.
Right.
But you have it forever. And then, but the flip side is if you host multiple tournaments, you're going to keep giving out the same thing.
Right. And our Winterblast always has like a Game of Thrones theme, sort of, so the dragons just make sense.
Yeah.
But that's our like big tournament for the year. So this year we'll do smaller ones in between, but it's not going to be dragon trophies. It'll be something else,
We don't have the figures for this year, but last year, if it had not been for the shirts, we would not have made money at all.
Right. Yeah. Last year was tight, but every year we're trying to make it better. So, but this was the first year we actually had to pay for the venue, and it was like $3,500 for the venue, which last year we had a free venue. So but as your tournament grows, you need to do that.
Let's talk about that. Right.
Yeah.
Like, it used to be when we first did Keystones.
Can I say hi for a second?
Hi, Stacy.
Hey, I
Hey,
remember
big
there was
fan.
a day back on this fucking Zoom when it first started out. Somebody came on in the chat. They say, "Hey, what's up, buddy? How you been?"
I know.
I got me and the puppy here.
Now we're all-
say hi to Jace. Even I mean, come on,
Okay.
damn.
We've lost
What's
our
up,
manners.
guys?
We lost our manners, Stacy.
I mean, yeah, you guys used to have manners. We had
Yeah.
crude manners,
Now
but they were manners.
Now
that
we
all
don't say
respected.
hi. Now we don't say hi, but when people leave, we're like, "Fuck that guy."
Fuck that guy. Well,
Yeah.
you got the brand to prove that.
That's right. Yeah, I didn't see you come on. I had the first windows up. You snuck in
Well,
on me.
Dave gave me a private message and begged me to come on. So I was like, you know what?
Sweetheart.
I will come
Blame
on.
me.
Even
Blame
though
me.
I'm drunk, I said I will behave myself. I'll bring the puppy on with me. It's St. Patrick's Day, so I have an excuse, and so it's fine.
Yeah.
But I was okay. Frank, you're from
Toronto.
ARS.
Yes. Yeah, we've been talking about ARS, right?
I was looking through some of my back PMs, and I texted somebody. Who is your partner? Because I couldn't find his name. There's like you and one other guy.
Corey Miller.
Corey Miller.
Was it? So did I talk to you? If you don't remember me talking to you, it must have been Corey. But I couldn't find the message.
Did you message the page?
About the Michigan States?
I'll be honest, we
what
get
happened
like
was they
5 or 6
misspelled
people
my.
messaging every night. So
Okay.
And you guys
But no, this is
somehow threatened Bob Brown into recruiting
This
for it.
isn't a complaint. This is a kudos to you guys. What happened was Michigan State's in the Masters, they totally fucked up my name because I'm Polish. Maybe you guys are, racist against Polacks, whatever. I won't speculate. But anyway, they totally decimated my name. And within like 5 minutes, he went through and fixed. It was either you or.
Sorry.
Yeah, we both do that. We both do it.
Yeah, so I give you kudos. But
Yeah.
here's my question though. Before that, I was rated in a top 200 between my real name and my messed up name at 198. But then when my name was fixed and they were consolidated, I went like 400.
Yeah, that's probably what happened. That makes sense.
Okay.
I would look at which name was a higher rating and be like,
they were pretty close.
I'm just going with the wrong one for now.
And I'm actually in the top 100 in the 220s, which I barely compete in. But maybe that's like a Masters thing because the weight, the weight categories are a little different in the Masters.
If you competed Masters, Masters and amateurs and pro, like there's like a scale to things. We try not to like get too caught up in the weeds with people because people would lose their minds. Like, oh, you rate amateurs at point this rating of a pro match? That's not fair. So we don't even discuss it. But just know as soon as you get in, or like once you get more Masters and pro matches than amateurs, your rating might go up. It might not if you're not winning, but it should go up because we have an amateur modifier on there that might be bringing your score down.
No, but listen, this wasn't a bitch session. It was totally to call out you guys for he had it changed within like 5 minutes. Like I was like, because somebody misspelled my name in Michigan because it's Michigan. They don't spell very well up in
Michigan. Oh, good. Now we're going to hear from Michigan.
Who cares?
You're from Ohio. Ohio spells better than Michigan. What is this?
Oh, please. Come on. Don't, Dave. You've seen my spelling.
Don't poke the bear, Dave. Don't poke the bear.
Dave, so don't lie. I can spell.
No, you are correct. You are correct, though. Frank asked me the other maybe about a week ago, because he didn't find me. Well, I was in as Dave Shell, David Shell, and David Shield. And he basically, took care of them, and we're fixed.
If one of the wrong spellings had the higher rating, I'd be like spelling my name like that from now on.
I think I actually have two accounts under Dan and Daniel.
So I figured if they combine, they would accumulate upwards, but they did. Serious. I went from
should we use this
to like 400.
You came on at the wrong time, man. Run away.
I'd have
I wanted to just like leave my 2 cents real quick.
Go ahead.
Please.
Yeah, the 2 cents where it's not a ranking system.
Yeah.
I could make a ranking system where whoever has the last win is rated highest. I could do that with the data I have.
Right.
So but it would count every single match. There'd be none of this, so and so was tired. It would not take that into consideration. It would only be last winner, but we already have that within the hook, and doing it with all tournament matches would be kind of weird. Yeah. And so don't take Aries as a ranking, take it as a rating of performance. And even if you don't want to put that much money or thought into the rating of it, then just use it as historical evidence, a cool way to look at stats, a cool way to go, I have a match with Dave. I don't know Dave. Is he any good? And you go and look at his profile and you can see, he's like 0-16. Yeah. Okay, well, has he lost to anyone I've beaten? And you can look. We're putting together like a stat page that will let you compare yourself with someone else in your weight class. So you'll be able to see who are the common people you've beaten or lost to. And so you can see paths to one another. And
Frank, I like the way you guys do it, man.
Don't get caught up. I know people get caught up in, these rankings don't make sense. And I honestly just want to beat somebody up. And the truth is it's just use it for historical record. If at the bare minimum, I have a match with so-and-so. Has he beat? He pulled Mike. I know Mike. Hey, Mike, did you top roll this guy? And then you can see, and
speaking of Mike,
like that.
Listen, I'm going to prove your point. Mike Ennis, I was just at a tournament maybe about a month or so ago. Mike Ennis, I think, got a pin on Michael Todd up in Bowling Green. There's not a whole lot of video evidence of it because, but Mike pinned Michael Todd. And I look back on your site, Frank, and I look back and I got a pin on Mike Ennis. So I was like, oh, fuck, I can hang my hat on that. It's like, I pinned a guy that I saw pin, Michael Todd. Now, granted, I pulled Michael Todd twice in that tournament because, he's trophy hunting and he pulled in every class, including the overalls, and got 8 trophies. Yeah. And he flashed me twice because I'm not going to go in because, fuck it. Give him his trophy. No, but I saw after that, after looking in there, I was like, oh my God, now we were both amateurs at the time because it was like, I'm only 4 years into it. And I think me and Mike Ennis started about, and I think all you guys know Mike Ennis, right?
Yeah.
Big blonde haired hillbilly looking dude, always wears the overalls, got the inside press every time, quick as shit. You guys know Mike. He caught Michael Todd, but somehow he didn't get a pin. Whatever.
Yeah.
But when I look back, and I was like Frank, like you were just saying, it's kind of like a catalog on your past successes or failures. You can look back. Hopefully, it stays around forever because I love it. I love looking into it. I just started getting into it like a couple weeks ago, and chronicles, who you get your pins against and who your different weight classes, your different categories. So it's great. So everything I've been saying, I love the site. So
okay, well, Stacy, I'll tell you what. I'll probably be seeing you at Garage Wars in the middle of May, I presume. So save some stories for then, and we can continue it, right?
Yeah. Wait, what's going on at Garage Wars? I'm not in there.
Well, show up.
Come on, Dave.
Tons of super matches, and you got practice afterwards. Show up. It's
just I might be there, but Billy,
it's just up the damn road from you.
Oh my God, Dave! Don't get hyped.
I couldn't find a match though.
Dave's gonna have a heart attack.
See you there. I need you to cheer me on. I need a corner.
Think about
is that what you're going? The double? You're going both guys?
Both of them.
The 2 young guys. Yeah, that's the one.
That's the one. Okay, listen. As long as I'm in town, I'm not going out of town for work. I will be there.
See you there.
Okay. I love you, Dave.
Yeah.
So Frank, now with your new system, Dallas is never going to come to Pennsylvania.
He's not coming to Pennsylvania because I'm a terrible ref.
Yeah. I think he actually posted that he's never going to come to Pennsylvania because he got trolled a little bit about that comment about the randoms.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Yeah. I'm probably going to sign off, guys, but thanks for having me on.
Hey, thanks
for staying.
And yeah, thanks for all the kind words about Aries. And if you guys have any suggestions,
yeah, man, I love it, dude.
Yeah, just DM us. We're working on like stats and like comparing athletes and as much as we can. And so if any of you in this call hear anyone refer to it as a rankings, you have my full permission to go beat them up and correct them and take it for what it is. It's a data catalog. It's very neat. It's a great way to see who are the most current, active, and most winning athletes in all the classes per arm, and that's it. Not nothing else yet. But we have 300 plus events. I think over 65,000 matches currently in the system, and we're only been live for a year, like not even a full year yet. So
with luck, I'll dump another
soon.
With luck, I'll dump another 500 or so on you next week if I get them when I get them from James Reed.
Oh yeah, I know about this, and we are eagerly waiting those results.
That was Dave's
500, Dave. It's more than 500.
That was Dave subtly throwing a jab at James.
I've been pestering the crap. I'd like to get the report out within 2 days. It's been a week.
Yeah, I mean, we can submit results in like 5 or 10 minutes. It's really fast now. We've done a lot of work to streamline it. So we've made it to where it's as easy as a find replace to fix someone's name, and it auto uploads the website in like 10 seconds. And like Corey's made it for if you're using his Excel system, and it brings in all the results in like a couple minutes. Like it's really streamlined. So
I will be getting them as PDFs. Is that how you want them, or he gets them in the whatever your 3-digit code is that's on your system? I guess.
Yeah. So the raw results is probably best if you give it to him in PDF. Corey's going to have to manually enter them. By all means, go ahead and do that to him. I don't care. It's fine.
Frank, quick question before you go.
Yep.
And you probably get this question all the time, but
Sure.
You know, when you get those couple guys that come in late and you've already done your brackets, how difficult is it to add a couple people here and there?
That's what Corey's system excels at, and that's what like a big selling point behind it is. Since it's just in Excel and it's not an actual web app, there's no sense of locking a bracket or anything. If you have an extra athlete come in, it just like I think you just shift the sheets over to however many are in that class and add their name. And if you know how to use it, that's like a legit, like I don't know, like 5-second, 10-second process.
How do you do it? How do you do it when half the first round already happened?
If the first round's already happened, then you have to make sure when you switch them that order of whoever that first round is the same first round, and you'll have to manually populate it. Again, totally possible, but I mean a small pain. But yeah, you just make sure that okay, hey, this bracket already happened. Switch them over, add the new athlete, and Frank lost to Paul Linn and bout A here at the top, and then go from there. It would take you, some 30 seconds to get it all done if someone knows what they're doing. But that's a small price to pay if someone really comes in late and whatever. I've heard that there are other systems where that's impossible.
I had a serious question. Is it possible that you could code in Ryan Grondin to always be the worst arm wrestler in the area system?
Yeah, what?
He auto shows up.
And I always be like negative 98.
He auto populates as already having 2 losses.
Yeah.
But he gets to pay his entry fee.
Dude, if you could permanently put me in there as the worst arm wrestler in the world, that would be great.
Oh, well, I'll get it in PDF. I will try to get you the raw data as well. If not, at least you'll have something.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine either way, I guess. If you give us the PDFs, Corey's going to have to remake the brackets and then export them. That might be a pain. But if you give him the raw Excel sheet, like the Google sheet, or I guess it's an Excel sheet, if you just send him that, he can export the results right out of that and then correct any misspellings or anything, and then, get it submitted in like 5 minutes.
Okay.
Hey, Frank, am I still muted?
No.
All right. I think anybody that Ryan just grips up with, just automatically take him down like 100 levels.
Even count my practice polls, everything.
Yeah,
no,
that's
like if you get up on a table with Ryan, just you're automatically drop down.
Speaking of practice polls and like super matches, we have people periodically message in, hey, I had a match with this guy on my team. How do I get it submitted?
Oh,
Again, I just want to throw my head through the wall. I mean, I love it. I love that they want to get it in to the system. But the problem is like,
that would really mess things up.
It's just it's too much overhead right now. Like we take all we take all matches,
is good.
They have to come from like an event.
But these guys don't understand that there's.
I pinned Paul in practice.
Well, the problem is like we don't know who repped it. Did you guys weigh in? There's too much. There's too much.
The Schmo just wrote PDF editor to Excel. Come on, Dave. So if that's something, I have the PDF, not just the reader. I have the Acrobat, whatever. So maybe it's something I can do for you. We'll see.
Awesome.
I'd rather have James convert it to PDF, write it out, do all the brackets by hand, and then re-enter them into Excel and then submit them.
We'll work out something.
No problem, guys. All right. I think I'm going to sign off here. I think actually Corey's messaging me right now. So I'm going to go see what he wants. Y'all have a great night. Thanks for having me on.
Thanks.
Hey, thanks, bro.
See you later, buddy. Well, that's cool though, to get the insight from the man that actually is doing the code work,
Yeah,
Since,
he didn't seem
I-
down with putting you dead last though.
since he's doing a wonderful job, should we still say fuck that guy?
Oh, yeah, we can.
He
Fuck
did
that.
leave. Yeah.
Yeah,
So.
fuck that guy.
But yeah, he didn't seem thrilled about having like a zero negative person permanently in there.
Yeah.
Hey, Ryan, no. Hey, Ryan.
Yeah.
A serious question.
Uh-oh.
You gotta have some pins on somebody, right?
Yeah, Dave Shell at practice.
Yeah.
Come on. No, for real. Like, who do you got pins on?
Ornament.
I felt you. You're not
any-
fucking totally. You're not a baby. You can pull.
Anytime
You got some pins on somebody.
anytime there's witnesses, I just let everybody pin me. I don't want to lose my status as the worst arm wrestler in the world.
That takes more
No.
commitment than getting good at arm wrestling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It
Right.
does.
I know, but you have to accidentally get
one
good at
day,
wrestling
I
for
wanna-
like guys pin
I want
you.
to sneak up like one day.
You're going
I
this.
do the
You
tournament.
got to be able to stop it.
I'm trying to surprise Paul Linn one day where I actually enter a
Oh,
tournament
don't go crazy.
and
Yeah.
Paul's no, I don't mean pull Paul in. I mean surprise him where he actually sees me enter a tournament and I actually get a win and he'll be like, what the fuck just happened?
Yeah. You will immediately lose all credibility with me.
Yeah. He'll never talk to me again. I'm like, you're not true to 98.
Okay, so
Ryan-
Dave,
Ryan
when is
the
your
only guaranteed
double
fix.
pool coming? When is that? What's the date on that? That's
May
at Billy's. Is that
May
Billy's
13th.
Garage Wars?
May 13th.
Is that Billy's Garage Wars? Because I
Yeah.
don't know the date.
Yeah. Billy's Garage Wars, May 13th, East Liverpool.
Okay.
Hey Paul, who do you have winning the Evan Burgoyne versus Nanya MMA match?
Is
It's
that
coming.
really happening?
Oh yeah, dude, they did a GoFundMe. It's already up to $5,000.
All right, but let's talk about the more important thing. I'm more worried about who's going to win the Josh Berger Paul Italia MMA match.
Oh no, they made up.
We did.
There's a truce
Wait.
now.
Josh, you and Paul are pulling?
No.
No, but
No?
Paul Italia truced 98. Apparently, I wasn't on that podcast, or it never would have happened. But
When he truced? He's
Yeah,
like
they-
he's an ally?
I guess
At least we're not
We're-
enemies, I guess. I mean,
We're
I'll
not.
give him this.
There were
he had
amends
Devin-
made.
He had Devin cover the Jagger Smith match on his channel. So I thought that was pretty cool. So he's starting to just kind of be cool. We're
And-
not buddies. We're not planning to do any events together, but
we
we can
gave
talk about
Paul-
each other and there's no,
we
you
gave
know,
a
no
shout out to
animosity
Tim
or
Bresnan.
nastiness about it.
We gave away the Paul cutout to Tim Bresnan, so we won't be teasing him with that anymore.
And yes,
Well,
Lucas,
someone
Paul
did have a good
blocked
idea.
me on Facebook.
Someone had a good idea to make a 6'5" Paul Italia cutout, just real huge, but we probably won't do that. At least for now. Maybe in the future. It depends how this truce goes.
So
But,
was that gonna,
Well-
is this Nanya and
Yeah.
Burgoyne thing is the real thing?
Yeah, Paul Italia, when it hits 10 grand, they're gonna fight and split it.
This is insanity.
I mean, Burgoyne trained back in the day, so
Yeah.
I mean,
But Nanya did fight his brothers in the backyard, he says.
okay, well that's good.
It's important. It's important we got that piece covered.
Mm.
Nanya had a lot of backyard battles with his
So
younger.
what do you think about that type of stuff altogether? Like
Stupid.
It's
more
I'm not
good
a
than
fan of
bad. Like we had the Dave Morocco Barry Bourne thing.
That was awful. I felt like Dave
awful.
lowered his
Awful.
standards for that whole fucking dumb thing.
Yeah, but Dave is like a pure dude, like pure like guy. Like if you say something about Dave, he checks you. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I just think he should have stayed away from that.
Yeah, I told him, but
Like that was a bad idea, I think, on his part.
Yeah,
Because, dude, before that, I was like, Dave's a big guy, dude. He'd probably kick someone's ass. And after that fight, I was like, I'd probably fight Dave if I had to. You know what I mean? Like, just run around and you'd be out of breath and shit.
well,
Dude, how much can you run around?
yeah.
Hey, I'm limber
That's a good
for
question.
my size.
I have seen Ryan Grant.
That's actually with the
That
fight.
fat man can fly, okay?
Barry Bourne was sprinting around the ring.
Dave
No.
Shell has witnessed me.
I have seen Ryan
He'll
Grant
fly
kick
on a
above, kick
helicopter
above his
to
head.
fucking ER to fucking
I still
whatever
have
that
some.
Pittsburgh fucking hospital is.
I still have some kicks left in me.
I have seen Ryan Grant.
Only about like 3 or 4, right?
Kicks to death.
Not just a kick, it was a spin kick.
Just about 3 or 4 more kicks left in you, right?
It was a roundhouse.
And if we really want to start trouble,
You're like Mac
he kicked above his head
from
and
Sunday
said,
in Philadelphia. Like you act like you could roundhouse kick.
I did a roundhouse.
You can't
And
do it. Charlie will tell you, you can't do it. You just can't do it.
kicked above his head, and he said, "That's for you, Chuck Ryder."
Oh yeah, that's when Chuck Ryder made the video where he was punching his hand and he's like, "This is you, Ryan Grondin." And I'm like, okay.
The only time you can kick above your head is if you're laying on your back.
No, he really can. I swear to God, Ryan is like a bumblebee.
I am.
Like he shouldn't be able to fly, but he can.
I'm like Kung Fu Panda.
That's what Ed the Cruz called him, Kung Fu Panda.
I want to see
Yeah.
it.
Listen,
I want to see it right now.
There's a lot
There's
of
a video.
there's a
Give me
lot of
one.
wisdom. in
No,
Kung Fu
no,
Panda.
we're on
Watch.
video. We're on video
Ryan,
right
dig up
now.
the video.
Let's see it right now.
Rhonda, dig up the video.
Give
We're
me a
killing,
kick.
slowly
Give me a
killing
kick
Paul
past
Linn
your
right now.
nose,
Rose
and I'll take back
Rosen-
everything I said.
Rosendouche videotaped it.
Give me a kick past your nose.
Ryan Grant and Steven Seagal.
Go ahead.
Right.
Give me a roundhouse kick, Mac.
Oh, my
I'll show you one. I'll make a video like Ed DeCruz with his,
No, we're on video. It's video right now. Let's see it.
I don't even have enough
I wanna
room
see
to do
it.
a fucking
Why are you
roundhouse.
so angry?
Sorry, you're gonna have to wait, Stacy.
Damn it. Is it pay-per-view? Is it already happened and we got to pay for it later?
Something tells me you would
You
pay.
gotta pay $1.99 to see Ryan Grondin pull a hamstring.
We could put that in the
Yeah.
members only perks.
I would pay
There
$99.
you go.
About
How about at Winterblast, dude? So this guy's coming in the bathroom behind me, and I thought it would be funny to like pull my pants down to my ankles to piss. So the guy would be like looking at my ass and think, "What the fuck is going on?" And as I'm trying to pull my pants up, Paul Linn walks in and goes, "What the fuck is going on in here?" And I was like, just fucking like, how do I explain this? He's like, "Dude, you look like you're trying to change a tampon or something."
Yeah.
Now, if you met a guy in the bathroom, you might be able to get your head
I was like,
Is that how you pee in a urinal when you have a vagina?
I was like,
What
that
the fuck?
prank
Where are
backfired.
we at?
Wow.
The dude didn't say one word.
Wrong time, wrong
He
place. Huh?
washed his hands and just fucking walked out. And then Paul Linn walks in, and I'm like, fuck,
That did happen.
figures.
That's some messed up stuff, yo. That's not
This is-
okay.
Yeah, so speaking of funny interactions, Paul, tell us about the elevator with Evan.
Oh, I don't know. Is that
No, I
Oh,
tell that one or no?
yeah.
I don't know Evan's status in life.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, I feel you. Maybe we should say
Like-
that one first. That should be
Yeah.
a
Where's
perks
one?
only story.
No, I'm 100% positive nothing came of it, but it was
Of course.
Nanya,
So it's hysterical. That's an epic story.
Yeah.
Nanya just sent me a video of him backyard fighting
No, right now
10 years ago with the last person who called him out.
that was
The-
Kimbo Point.
The one that was shot on an edge flip phone.
Oh my god.
Frank
Yeah.
Why
Callahan.
you, I got a question for you guys. Why are we giving Nanya a platform?
I like this guy.
I don't think that these stupid fights are good for our sport, but it's still funny as fuck to watch. You know what I mean?
Wait, I'm missing out. Is there an actual like fight?
Yeah,
Or-
Evan Burgoyne and Nanya are going to have an MMA fight.
Oh Christ.
Yeah.
Okay, no, I missed that.
A lot of people miss that.
Yeah, that probably fell through a lot.
Apparently-
of people's radar.
Yeah, it's happening. They got a GoFundMe.
Wait,
up to
they
5
I
grand.
can't believe that
happening?
GoFundMe got actually funded with that.
it's whose backyard is it going to be in?
People are actually investing money in that.
Oh, it's going to be in an event because Paul Italia now got involved in it.
Of course.
Hmm.
So who knows?
I mean, yeah, I guess when you're trying to legitimize
It's going to be
arm wrestling, you might as try to,
Yeah.
you know, illegitimize it just
At
at the
the
same
next-
time.
East versus West. Paul, are you going down to the East versus West finals?
Absolutely.
Do you
Like
think
an hour and a half away.
it's a smart idea for us 98%ers to go there?
100%. Why not?
I heard that Travis, Paul tell you they don't like us very much.
We'll take care of you. Don't worry.
Maybe you'll see one of my spin kicks down there if Travis gets hyped.
No. Yeah. First off, Travis wants that to be the biggest thing in the world. Like, you kidding me? Like, you're going to tell somebody not to come, whether he told you or not.
Well, last time when Travis said we weren't allowed to go and like 98%ers showed up, he's not going to turn away that money.
No.
So,
It's all silly. That's going to be that's going to be, like, in my opinion, that's going to be really, really cool.
Yeah.
Like,
I want to go to it.
Yeah, I wouldn't miss that.
I mean, we went hard on Travis for a little bit there, but it was because he went hard on Zach Lee and his kid and his wife, and we were like, we got to show him that that's not okay.
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, Travis doesn't really read social media anyway, according to him. So
yeah, he did call James. He did call James about it.
Well,
it is what it is.
Hey, I got a question. Okay, I've been around with you guys like almost from the rip, right?
Yeah.
Talking about 98%, I fucking love the concept, but everything's always on this side of the mat. When are you guys going to come over to the West a little bit, or even the Midwest?
Well, this year, like right now, we've only been doing Winterblast really each year, but this year we're going to try to start doing smaller tournaments and spread out.
Okay, because when you say 98%, it's like there's a lot of percentage of us out here that's not.
Yeah, well, that's like Berger down his way. Zach Lee, Andrew Hiller, Nico Loomer, and those guys. Like, we're gonna try to spread out to those areas where there's pockets of smaller groups.
I know, but that's still
smaller tournaments.
Well, the
that's
problem
still on this side.
well, the thing with let's be honest, though, the thing with Ohio.
And I'm not bagging on you guys. Listen, I'm not bagging. I'm not bagging on you guys at all.
We just know our
I'm
pace.
just saying
We
when
can
you're
only
going to
spread
move
so
out to
fast.
the Midwest a little bit.
Well,
Yeah.
but
I'm just asking.
Stacy, the other problem, Stacy, is you take a look between East Liverpool.
Dave, don't give me that.
Let me finish. Between East, let me
Oh my
finish.
God, like a bunch of women.
Between East Liverpool, Stump Crew,
Jesus.
I know.
the folks up in Toledo, there is something almost every month in Ohio as it is. There really is
I
not
get
much
that.
space for us to squeeze in.
No, I get that.
Yeah.
But I'm asking, when are you guys going to make a push to squeeze in? Because you can't be saying 98% when you're only on.
Well, because when there's an opening, there's
Northeast.
something going on.
Because Rome
That's what I'm
wasn't
saying.
built in a day. Because
It's just a real
listen,
question.
Stacy,
I'm not being a dick.
Rome wasn't built in a day.
I know,
That's why.
but it's been. I know.
So
That's why.
Honestly,
Listen,
I'm not bagging.
Paul Linn told us we could
I'm
not
just asking a
pass
question.
Harrisburg.
No, yeah, right. You're right. So I got a question. So the 98 concept, where is it right now? Like, give me the concept right now as it exists today.
Well, the concept, well, it has changed a little because now we're growing so rapidly. So, but the original concept is, you got the top 2% guys like your Devons and this and that. Just like in any other sport, you got the pro league, and then everybody else that plays that sport is the other 98% of people.
Yeah.
So I know some people give a shit like, why are you having Derek in Austin? Here's the reason. If we have one match like that, but then we can give some of our guys on the undercard, that's a huge, awesome thing that we're doing for those guys because they would never normally get on an undercard like that. So, and it draws a crowd. I mean, let's be honest. People come out to see matches like that, but it gives our guys like the first one we had with Paul Passmore, Brandon Elsesser, Dave Shell was on that card.
So my question though is,
Shell except
the
Grondin.
98% is still open to
Yeah.
anyone in the country. It's not like
Absolutely.
a team that practices
Yeah.
together.
No, it's open to everyone. And we're trying to spread. And actually, if you look at a lot of like other tournaments, there's a lot of our shirts all over the place.
Sure, there's a lot of Lethal Arm shirts everywhere, but that started as a team.
And we're not a team, which is, I think, the big difference. Like, a lot of people think we're a team, but we're not. We're just.
I'd say it's more of a league, a group of teams.
That needs to be
okay. Here's my proposal. Because you guys have got a lot of fucking traction in the community. That's factual. You can't deny that. When are you gonna start like franchising out? Because you can't always be 98%.
Well, perfect. Stacey, let me cut you off because this is what we're doing. Dude.
Okay.
Check this out. This is beautiful because this is exactly kind of our idea with when Ryan said we're talking to Hiller and Nico Loomer and Zach Lee and that. We're basically starting to, let's throw a tournament. Zach Lee under 98. You know, he had shit talkers. Right. We're going to help bring the 98 to shit talkers. Zach Lee has his War of Arms. We'll help bring the 98 to that tournament. So then eventually we could get to Ohio and further out. But now we're starting just surrounding areas.
Right.
So like
okay, that's just what I'm asking. I'm not. That's just what I'm asking. I'm just asking.
I'm getting at.
I'm just
are you guys progressing out toward the west? That's all I'm asking.
Fine. Yeah.
So I think the point that I was getting at. So like Ryan, back to what you said about why you inviting these people and bringing them in.
Yeah.
And people are giving you flack for that, right? But in the same vein, you're getting flack for having too many amateurs, which is like
it's like make up your mind, dude.
So like figure it out. So like the idea is there's an expansion possibility. I remember when the concept was talked about and everything was kind of like, you know, but like the reality is like Stacey's saying, the idea like franchising, you know, like saying, look, like we want these events under these parameters to happen across the country, right? So like the problem is we're all stuck over here on the East Coast and we're on our own little bubble of greatness where we have all these pullers constantly at these events. But then you go out to Midwest and stuff, and you go out and all the way to the West Coast and you got smaller events and stuff. And they might not. The reason why it's tricky out there is because they might not be able to bring that many people that are interested in like that 98% concept. But I do think it's very expensive.
For sure. Yeah, like we have plans. We just don't put them out there all the time because we've noticed that when we do put out some of our ideas, like all of a sudden it gets copied.
That's always
So we're trying.
That's always the case.
We try to keep stuff close to the chest when we have some good ideas now.
Yeah, we'll probably delete this live feed as soon as it's over now.
Right.
Okay, another live feed where I'm a part of it. Every live feed I'm a part, it gets deleted.
I wonder why that is, Stacey. Stacey, come on now. Why could that be?
We have some concepts.
I didn't even cuss this
around
time.
where like say like Josh's team line. You know, because we're not a team, we would be like an umbrella, and then his team would be under 98, and like he'll have his team shirt and maybe have 98 on the sleeves, which he already did. And we're gonna try to recruit other teams to do that, and then being under the 98 umbrella might get them like discounts at our tournaments or on shirts or this. Like there'll be a benefit to coming in to the under the 98 umbrella.
It's a franchise. It's a franchise.
Okay, here's an idea I had about
Beautiful.
bringing the East and the Midwest together. It's called the Rust Belt Tournament.
I heard you talking about that before.
Yeah, it's we get from like Michigan all the way, maybe to Pennsylvania. Well, you know, you guys know what states are involved in the Rust Belt. Get those guys involved in a tournament, kind of like a Game of Arms tournament, where states have a couple of teams each pull against each other. I floated that around to a couple guys here in Ohio. They kind of liked it. I don't know. I think we can have some fun with things instead of making. I mean,
You know what I think applies to this most well? It is so much easier done when you're not chasing like the top level dudes, which is the 98%. You know,
Right.
if you're not chasing the top level dudes, you're going to get guys that want to do that. Or like if I'm in Pennsylvania, I got to beg, borrow, and steal to get Dave Chafee to leave his basement. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
Dave's only going to pull the top level guys.
Where we don't give a shit whether you do or not.
I am telling you now, I feel like I still feel like an amateur. I love that
Stop feeling that way because you're not.
Well, I do because I love that phase of arm wrestling.
The energy.
I see myself in that, like, oh, this is a cool, like, once you get to, like, it gets weird and you can't, like, be involved in the fun stuff. But, like, in my first year, if somebody said, hey, we're going to do a team versus team, like, state, like, Rust Belt, I'm like, sign me up. This is cool. Like, you could do that easily, I think.
Yeah, the Rust Belt.
So you guys think a Rust Belt? You guys think a Rust Belt series would be a good idea?
Rust Belt versus Bible Belt.
No.
Hey.
That's cool.
We gotta get
That's
the Rust
really
Belt
cool.
guys
I love
first.
that.
That's
I like
awesome.
that a lot for real.
That's
That
awesome.
can be dangerous. That can be a little dangerous though, because we know how chaotic both ends can be.
Yeah.
The extremes. Come on now.
Everybody
Are we throwing a stick of dynamite into a volcano right now? Or?
Wear a Russian belt buckle.
Well, every state's got a fucking hand grenade in their back pocket.
Right.
I mean, we got Todd Hutchings over here.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys got Dave Chafee over there and Paul over there.
Yeah.
Again, who cares about like that? Like, I'd rather see.
I think a lot of people care.
Yeah, but how do you get that? You can't, because everybody's like, Dave, you're never gonna get Dave. You're just never.
I'll
gonna
give you
get
an example.
You know what though? Hang on. To
you're
Stacey's
right.
point though, because those are the training partners that they have to work with, right? So you sometimes you look at a region and you see what puller comes from that area, and then you see, okay, that person's coming from that training camp. That's who they're learning from. So they're going to be able to emulate some level of that polar style or energy or whatever it may be. So that, to Stacey's point, I think it matters. It does matter if they come from the area of Dave's camp or your camp or, Mike Aiello's camp. That does make a difference.
It's kind of like old school college football. Most of the recruits back in the day, they came from those high schools in that area.
Yeah.
And they banged heads against each other. It was Big Ten. It was a Pac-12.
I don't care about like the Dave Chafees and all that because like you said, Paul.
Well, no, Dave Chafee.
It's hard to get those guys out of the house to begin with. However, what I care about are the guys who ask me for super matches all the time, and I can't get them one.
Exactly.
Like Dustin Jelliffe, for instance.
Yeah, exactly.
Like I wouldn't say Dustin Jelliffe is a 2%er quite yet. However, he's like a level down.
Guess what?
A fucking match because no one wants to give him an opportunity.
I'm going to give you 3 names from up here right now that fall into that: Kevin Kaler, Dustin Jelliffe, and Goga Ubilava. Those 3 guys, you can't sell them a super match. You can't, because they are, in fact, dangerous a threat to everyone in that.
Yeah. And they have Kevin Gogan, who was the third? Said Kevin Gogan, who was the third?
Dustin Jelliffe.
Dustin's third. Okay.
But you're absolutely right. Like those types of guys that come to me for matches, I'm like, I try, and it's impossible because those guys that are like, Dallas, for instance, he's like, that's not a guaranteed win for him. So he doesn't want to lose to someone.
Then the guy wants $5,000 to show up or something crazy. Yeah. But then like also like the perspective of like, like you can say, Dallas, I'm not coming to Winterblast unless I got a chance to pull Storm, Paul, or Brandon.
Yeah, and then you're not going to be like, okay,
then here's the other weird perspective of like, I said a million times, you want my ranking, you can have it, dude.
Yeah,
you can have it. I don't want that. I don't care. I have to worry about this one thing I have on my calendar. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And oh, by the way, I'm reffing, and I'm not going to ref.
And to me, the matches like you and Dave Chief, that's for East versus West and King of the Table.
Right.
Like I'm focused more on like the Dustin Jellifs.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
The whole concept of like the call out wars thing that was done in Scranton, like that's the ticket, man. Are you kidding me? Like we had Armwrestling TV there, and like imagine the platform now that you could expound upon that. We had what was it like 20 matches? That was a grueling day of refereeing.
Right.
Yeah. But how cool was our first tournament though that we had Mike Aiello pull Brandon Elsesser?
Yeah,
Elsesser wipes the floor with him, and now all of a sudden Brandon Elsesser's gone to East versus West.
Yeah.
I mean, Brandon's put his work in. He was well accomplished by the time we had those couple tournaments, but those were level guys we were able to get to pull.
Well, him beating Passmore and Aiello
was big.
got him when like people start saying, this is
he should have said
that woke up that shook things up big time.
Yeah, and we're talking about a guy who doesn't either have the ability or the drive to promote himself.
Right.
And that's the idea, right? I mean, level a guy up.
I mean, you think us, but whatever. It's neither here nor there.
Yeah, that's been my favorite part of the 98 is getting the exposure to those new guys and watching them just fly with it. Like that just makes my day to see.
Dude, I love seeing
part of that.
Like,
that's really cool.
Yeah. I love
it's all about the experience. It's all about the experience.
Like Dan Schwartz and Josh Berger. Like seeing guys like that just level up to me is fucking awesome.
Yeah. Yep. But at what point do you kick them out?
No pro, guys. 2%.
I'm not coming to I can't come to the no pro.
Yeah, Berger can't even go to the next one.
I wouldn't be able to unless you allow coaches. Guys
can ref.
Me and Berger are going to get together and have a big practice and a watch party. And we can do a live commentary.
There we go.
There you go.
I
like that.
We allow that here.
It's still gonna be one of the biggest tournaments in the area with all amateurs.
Oh my God, yeah.
I mean, if you took away the pros from Winterblast, it probably. I mean,
it
wouldn't the numbers, but amateurs was the deepest.
Dude, I talked to.
When did we start pro? What time did we start pro? It was pushing 5 o'clock.
3 or 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
We left after the super matches. I got to go get a shower, go get food, come back.
Yeah.
Stood around for a minute, and then we were rolling. So 3 or 4, right around then. Wasn't it?
Yeah, and dude, the amateurs each class had over 20 people in the class.
Yeah,
it was insane.
Yeah.
If you don't have amateurs, you're never going to have future pros.
Right.
You're going to have old pros.
That's why I was mad about
there you go.
These pros that are making comments about there's too many amateurs or this is taking too long. I'm not coming next year. I was like,
that's bullshit.
Well maybe
you gotta have amateurs because
every
pro started out as an amateur, and 100%. That's what the 98% is about, right?
But Stacy, what these guys will say, because I've heard the opposite arguments, right? Like old school pullers when there was no novice and amateur. And then like other dudes from other countries where like we don't have it, like Ryan Bones, we don't have it, so we don't need it. Now that's just what you came up on. Oh, by the way, in Australia, you only have 30 people show up to your tournament, so you put them all in one class. You know what I mean? If you're in Malta, you don't have that many people show up. Back in the 19 whatevers, when this person didn't have it, that's because there wasn't any. But we happen to have a unique situation in the Northeast where we have a hotbed of arm wrestling. So it works here. If you don't want to do it in Florida, you don't want to do it in wherever, that's fine. But we need it.
Yeah.
So, I got a question for the veteran arm wrestlers though. I got a question. Don't you wish you had that level of progression to rely on, to bank on, to kind of see, prevent injuries? You look at those guys who have multiple injuries, multiple bicep tears, shoulder injury, whatever you have. If you had the amateur division, I really think that injuries would probably be even less.
You're spot on. Bart Wood used to say, him and James Wagner are old school pullers, you know what I mean? He used to say, your humerus bone needs 3 years of conditioning before you can pull in a bad position and feel comfortable with it. And look at the guys who broke their arms early on because they were super strong. Dave Chafee, Paul Talbot, the list goes on. There's a lot of them. So yeah, so it prevents that. And if you, let's say you come in at a good level, like when I came in, I said, I'm going to pull every tournament I possibly can. The high level ones, I'm going to pull amateur. Like in my first year when I pulled the WL, I said, I told people ahead of time, I'm going to pull amateur in this because I don't know if I'm ready for that stage. I haven't experienced it. So like, but then I took a lot of flack for that. But like, being that you have the progression now to walk through it, you shouldn't be taking a whole lot of flack. You should get the experience and all the ready goes and all the stuff along the way. I don't, you know, where we're at right now, I just don't see a negative in it. And
it's part of the progression of the sport, right? You know, there's growing pains. You got some old fogies that are in here who complain about, hey, I didn't have that. But you know what? You look at jobs in general, life in general, everything's different.
Yeah.
And there's more knowledge and more information available in every avenue of life, not just with arm wrestling. And yeah, guess what? COVID really did help propel arm wrestling because it gave a lot of free time to people who didn't have it previously to sit there and say, hey,
it gave us
looks like an interesting thing.
Train because we didn't have anything else to do.
Yeah.
But you have to foster the novice guys. If you don't foster those guys, there won't be the next generation.
That's what we're here for.
So these guys who argue the opposite point are like all tough love guys, right? And they're like, listen, when you have a team and everything, you guys all know that there's certain guys that are unique people and they're kind of tough, that, you know what I mean, that like might need the tough love or whatever. But then there's other guys that aren't, you know, based on their situation. But like a lot of these guys are just a believer that, like, you know, you sink or swim, and if you ain't built for it, get out. But that's not growth at all. Like in the United States and anywhere in the country, like if you want to be at a high level, you start when you're really young. You talk about like gymnasts from China, like they're starting when they're 3, you know, and that's what the Eastern European countries have over us. They're not starting early, or we're not starting early. We're starting late. And if we ever want to catch up to that curve, we're going to have to start fostering the entry level people, regardless of what age they are. And that's the shit that kills me the most, because it's so hard. And like we toyed with ideas and we did some research about like trying to like delve into like high school clubs and stuff. And there's so much tape. There's so much yellow tape that you got to get through. It's so hard, like liability insurance and crap. And it's like, who's ready to champion this cause?
Hey, Paul, here's one thing I was always taught. I came up as a power lifter. I was always taught you don't get your man muscles until you're about 35 years old.
Right.
Your tendons don't stiffen up until you're 35 or a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
So these young guys, and a lot of times they burn out before they're 35, 40 years old. Here in North America, our best guys are 40 plus years old.
Right.
Is that not right?
For sure.
Like the guys over in Europe and stuff, they're like kind of kids compared to us.
Right. For sure.
I mean, because they train different. It's a different system.
Right.
But physiologically, our tendons, it doesn't matter where you're born, they don't stiffen up until you're a certain.
Well, tendons continue to create density and like thickness as you grow.
Right. So the younger guys aren't necessarily the best, but they burn out quicker.
Yeah. Well, so I think there's a lot of factors involved in that, if you really think about it. And I don't want to delve into any weird topics that's going to, you know, get weird. But like when you look at like the Eastern European countries and you say, oh, I just pulled Rustam Babayev, who has been arm wrestling since he was 17 years old, and he's a year younger than me. How's that work? He's a legend. He's early legend status. And how does that even work? I think that there's a lot of factors in their burnout. I think some of it's mental. I think there's a lot, and I think some of it could be physiological for whatever reason, and things that they're exposed to at a young age. I don't know. Okay. But we, you know, when you look at our like pullers in the United States with longevity, Todd Hutchings to me is the most high level one that sticks out. When you say the big two comparisons are Brasink and Hutchings and Bath, right? So we know Ron Bath has He's on a kind of a downtrend or whatever he was before his injury. Brzezink's coming back, but he's not where he was. The guy who is the most consistently trending up is Hutchings, and that's because he started later.
Well, what about Devin?
Well, he's using stem cells.
What about Devin? Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, he's my age. He's like 48.
Yeah,
and he still seems to be.
But he's got
trending
newborn
up.
stem cells in his elbows. His
Right.
elbows are a lot younger than his age.
well, he's
Like an old car with a new engine.
I get him.
Dude, give me
I-
stem cells every day. I'll take them.
Devin hired me to get him fetuses from behind Planned Parenthood.
Yeah. We'll go back in the. No, never mind.
That's just a good
Hey,
turn.
I'm pro-life, so I'm not going to talk about killing babies for their stem cells.
That's
So-
not where Devin's cells come. Whatever. Anyway,
Yeah, we're past midnight on the 98.
Well,
We're getting
for
weird now.
instance,
Yeah.
for instance,
Pitching hour.
Sean
I'll cheers for
Latimer,
that.
John Latimer and John Bailey got stem cells, but they
Yes.
took them from their own bodies
yes,
and injected them into their injuries.
yes,
So
yeah. What about it?
they always come from fetuses.
But here's the thought process. So like the Vitacell stuff is
Yeah.
from placentas.
Right,
And
right.
it's all vetted. And I've heard the people talk, like I've heard a lot of guys talk about going to Tijuana. I'm not going to leave the country to get any medical procedure done. Just not going to do it. It's really not
Right.
cool. It's a little fishy about it. But the Vitacell thing. But I mean, but like, let's go back to Devin. Like, okay, Devin's been doing this forever. Devin can't walk upright. His arms don't straighten out.
Right.
Like, it takes a toll when you start early. But your level can be, I think, as proven by some of the Eastern Europeans, when you learn a skill and you learn how to train early and you get to peak in your 20s.
Yeah.
That's kind of an advantage. Not necessarily an advantage, but there's a lot of factors.
Yeah.
We had a question in the chat, I presume direct to Paul, whether Mark said anything to you about the possibility of WAL coming back.
July is the rumor. The rumor, but nothing solid. And Bart's an optimist. He's an eternal optimist with this.
Yeah.
And WAL is like they move in the shadows. And then when they tell you something or they call you, it's like a riddle and you got to try and figure it out. And then also decide if you believe them. So,
And then half the time,
Don't hold our breath, is what you're saying. Don't hold our breath.
It's like, here, we're going to do this thing. We're not going to tell you what this thing is. It could be many things, but it's going to come in this time frame.
and half the time you don't know if it's actually WAL or James.
It's not James, I can tell you that. Like Jamie, and this stuff is coming from Jamie and Cap.
Yeah.
But again, it's always non-committal because it's always based off of sponsors. And like,
Yeah.
he has plans, but he can't talk about them because he can't, like, until the money's in place and the check's written.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Yeah.
I think one of the reasons that we have so many amateurs come to our tournaments too, I think, is because of the way we go about things. They feel more comfortable coming out to our shit because they know we're just a bunch of dudes. Like this Zoom is what started it all. Like we all became friends on here, and then we see each other at tournaments, and then more people come on the Zoom, and our core group just grew, and then it like exploded.
Yeah, what the heck? You guys are all what?
Because we just did Zooms, and we didn't go live. We just
Ryan,
20 guys
you
on.
marketed. You're the 98%. You're the 98%. So of course they're going to come there. It's like marketing candy cigarettes to children. They're gonna come there.
Let's call it what it is, though. Too, like in the Northeast, Midwest, whatever you want to call it. Let's stretch it all. Like I feel like Ohio, like all that. Like this is where everyone comes from, right? So like from Michigan in, the northeastern states up to New England, they come. We get Virginia up basically.
Yeah.
But like everybody knows everybody, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we also pseudo cater all the tournaments to amateurs.
Right.
And maybe that's why the pros are pissed sometimes. Every once in a while, switch it up. But like, listen, dude, this is to me the biggest message that everyone in arm wrestling that wants it to grow needs to understand is that the amateurs and the new arm wrestlers, like Stacy said, there is no future without them,
right?
But there also is no present, because without those entry fees,
Yeah.
The promoters don't break even.
Right.
Any pro that complains about it, it's like, listen, this tournament would not exist if it wouldn't exist. This guy wasn't coming here.
Absolutely. How can you sell 30 guys?
I gotta say,
Okay.
with being a relatively new pro, and competing at a relatively newer weight class that I haven't been really comfortable or stabilized in. I didn't view the tournament length as my detriment to my technique. It was my response to the length of the tournament, not anything else than that. I should have been prepared as a tournament, as a pro. Going as a pro to a tournament. Okay, this is how tournaments run. Oh wow, there's a large crowd. I shouldn't expect to pull for another 3 or 4 hours at the very least. I shouldn't expect that.
Yeah,
and as a pro, you go into these things, seeing these things, and I'm not going to go into a tournament and say, "Hey, I'm a pro. I should expect to pull as soon as I show up."
Yeah, you stay golden, Tony boy. You stay golden.
Okay, here's one thing.
Stacey James is talking about candy cigarettes. By God, he is old. You are old if you're talking about candy cigarettes.
I remember candy cigarettes. What do you mean? I'm not that old.
Coming from a guy that masturbates with Gold Bond powder.
Listen, okay, I want to bring up one point. I got a lot of pushback about a month ago, maybe a month or so ago. It was someone we're all familiar with and someone I fucking love, whatever. But they said that you cannot have super matches with amateurs. Well, and I said, well, why is that? That should not be a thing. A super match will give you some kind of, they'll let you know, because a tournament, okay, you're going against different opponents, and maybe you'll just go with your same move every time, when you're, for sure. Yeah. But if you get a super match that's the best of 5, you'll be able to make adjustments.
The different
right?
sport.
So if you're an amateur, that will give you more knowledge of how to advance in the sport. Right. If you are an amateur going up against another amateur that's, right in your rank,
I remember
you'll be able to make those, minute adjustments, and that'll give you a better appreciation of how to adjust in the sport. But I get a lot of pushback that said, no, we should call it something else. We shouldn't call it super matches. We should call it some. I'm like, they should be super matches.
I'm glad you brought this up, because I remember reading the thread. I read everything. Don't always comment. But I think that, first off, it's an argument of semantics. And I agree with you in that it is a valuable skill that needs to be learned at a certain level, because it's a different sport altogether. Facing the same guy 5 times is not going to a tournament and trying to assess what you have to do against that puller in the moment, or not knowing anything about him and just going out and pulling blind. You got data in that match. It's totally different. My one thing that I deal with, like my guys, I've had some newer guys that are not even pulling safe yet. They're not pulling safe. And I want a super match. And I'm like, no, because it's like, I'm not reffing it, because I don't want that on my conscience, number one. And number two, you got to go get the experience before you do that. And I think the argument that came back, and the pushback you got, Stacey, was mainly on the semantics of calling it a challenge match or a super match. I don't.
Paul, I agree. I know that they wanted to call it a Paul super match versus what did you say? Not super match, but challenge match. But you can still have refs that'll still stop a match if you're in an unsafe position.
Oh yeah, of course.
It's call out wars.
Yeah.
Call out wars was the perfect example.
But why do we have to call something different?
I think it's based off of the difference between a super match bringing a draw, and meaning if it's a super match, Ryan wants to have it at Winterblast, he's got to pay for Derek's travel.
Don't consider Ryan because Ryan is a perpetual amateur.
I get it.
No,
I know.
as a promoter,
I agree 100%.
Okay.
But I'm using Ryan because we're in the podcast.
I'm not even at an amateur level yet.
But like the point is, I think that if the match augments the tournament and it has value to the point where the promoter's willing to pay for it, that's probably what differentiates. And we can go back to like our old Nitro talk. Nitro used to do challenge matches all the time. And he would say, challenge match, this is a super match. And that's even coming from an old school guy. Yeah. But I don't care. And I also see the value in it. And like, I don't love when we have them like in our team, because I think it creates a pseudo unhealthy thing where people are not, they're gauging each other at practice and not helping each other. Right. But I do like the format of, hey, let's run a quick best out of 5, but like not for bragging rights, just so you can get used to that setup and the adjustments. I think it's important.
Well,
that's
Paul,
why such a good
Paul, let me ask to your point. Are you talking about just within guys within your same team? Because that's what it seems like you.
No, I'll tell you what I do.
I'm using an example.
Let's say Josh. I mean,
I want to say that we'll do a best of 5 or something in practice to practice, like Paul is saying, but we always do it late in practice. We don't train.
No, I'm not talking about practice.
For a super match at the beginning of practice. That's where I feel like it's a little different. But
Yeah,
the practice at the end of practice where there's no real bragging rights.
There are guys.
I was tired. He was tired.
It's all about unity in your team. It's good.
I'm not talking about at a practice. I'm talking about at an event where you have 2 amateurs that want to hook up and they want to call it a super match, but some guys want to call it
out there that get mad. Yeah, there's guys that get mad if you call an amateur match a super match.
I always thought the super match was.
Why did they want to call it less than a super match?
No, that's the thing.
It's not like the super match of the world, like it's the most ever.
The same reason. The same
super match. That's
Stacy. The same reason Paul just said. Yeah. If it doesn't bring a draw, it really isn't considered a super match, because the super match mentality is it brings a crowd. It generates more interest into the sport than anything else that somebody else could ever dream of at that moment in time. So you're gonna have a crowd of hang on, let me finish. Okay. You're gonna have 2 pullers that have a large following, whether they are professional pullers of high level or not. They're going to have a large following. You can have 2 people who aren't the best of the best create a super match. Now, if you have 2 guys that are just starting out, they're looking to test their might, call it for what it is. They're not doing anything super. They are challenging each other. So therefore, it is a challenge match. So we're calling a spade. If we're going to be calling a spade, let's do so. A super match brings super things to the event.
The first 2
somebody
years,
who has experienced, I'm not done. As somebody who has experienced a challenge match as an undercard to super matches, because I feel like that it was a challenge match that I had against Derek Doble as an undercard to the super matches that was Jordan Sill, being the headliner. They're the headliner. That's the super match. That's the big thing. So I felt like I was super honored to be in that shadow, as a challenge match. So with that being said, that's my thought on that.
Can I respond? Can I respond to that? I think that is a liberal redefinition of what a super match is. A super match is just a best of 5, a best of 3. It's just back-to-back match. It's like a super set. If you're working out and you're doing these super set, you're going back-to-back sets and working out.
The first
super match doesn't really matter your stature.
The first 2 years I was in this sport, I didn't even know people objected to calling it a super match. We're arguing over terminology. They want to call it a challenge match. They want to call. I just thought super match referred to the format.
I'm going to need you all to just shut the fuck up for a minute.
Dave,
hold on.
Exactly right.
Where's Evan Burgoyne when you need him?
We got a super chat
It does.
Ron the
It's
Don
about the format,
for
not
$50.
the competitors.
I'm not the one you have to tell to shut up.
And he was cheering us on. So thank you, Ron the Don.
Thank you, Ron.
Loyal
You're the
support.
man.
That in fact,
Ryan,
is
are you
super
talking?
chat, defined by YouTube as a super chat, as it was paid by money.
That's actually a challenge chat.
That is a challenge chat.
It breaks my
Those are
heart.
the comments you read for free.
It's a grudge chat.
It breaks my
Grudge
heart
chat.
that I disagree with Paul Linn, but
Well,
I kind of disagree a little bit.
fine, but okay, fine.
Because
No,
I will say
hold on,
there's
hold on,
something.
one
There's
second,
a different.
1 second. How do you disagree with me?
I think that any two competitors that are closely compatible, if they have an agreement to go to best of 5, that should be a super match. Doesn't matter if they're elite, mid-pro, or amateur. It should still be called a super match because that's what it is. It's
How are you
back-to-back
disagreeing with me?
matches. It's back-to-back matches with minimal rest, and the outcome is decisive, and it's really quick.
How have I disagreed with you or you disagreed with me?
Well, I thought that you were saying that it would err toward the elite.
No, I don't
Other
have,
than-
I don't care about the word super or challenge at all. I
Yeah.
care about the
Okay.
promoters. I care
So
about
you
the
agree with
promoters.
me?
Yes.
Okay,
So-
fine. We've agreed on that. We've
Now-
agreed on that.
now,
Let's move on to another.
Stacey,
We've agreed on that.
Stacey.
Let's move on to another subject.
Stacy
Yeah,
disagrees with
Real
himself.
quick though, real quick. The
I
only thing I
feel
wanted to say, about that is, carefully, if you listen, doesn't matter if they're good pullers or not. If they have a following, they don't have to be professional high level pullers. If they have a following and it draws a crowd that generates money, it can be
Why do
considered a
they
super
have to have a
match.
following? It could be
Because
in a
the-
fucking basement. Most of us
Right here,
practice
right here.
in somebody's garage
Listen,
or somebody's basement.
I'm a Puerto Rican Jew, so I'll talk plain simple.
Okay.
Green cash
you wanna
money, that's
pull
why
Puerto
it's
Rican
called
Jew
super.
out.
I
That's-
personally
that's
don't
what
care
you-
whether it's called a
Come on.
challenge match or a
Okay, in
Puerto
the,
Rican
in the
Jew.
protest,
It's
in
the
the protest,
cashola.
in the protest,
Cashola.
in the
I'm gonna
protest
pull
tournament.
a fucking
Hey,
Irishman.
yo,
That's why it's called
yo,
super.
yo, in the
I'm gonna
protest
start
Come on.
feuding.
tournament.
Don't do that. Don't do that here.
Stacy, in the protest tournament, I had 2 challenge matches with 2 guys from northwestern Pennsylvania. Their team would not have shown up if they had not come down to Pool B. Was that super or challenge?
If you were in a match, it was what was it? Best of 5 or what?
Yeah, with the Harley Decker and Trevor Moore.
Well, let me
It's a super match.
Let me pose this concept real quick, and then we
Okay.
can move forward or whatever. First
Please.
off, I'm going to say that in the history of the Keystone State Championship, we have hosted, like, we do not host super matches because they take too much time.
Right.
We want the tournament to be highlighted. We want the amateurs to be highlighted. We want it to run before midnight. Sometimes we fail.
Yeah.
So we don't do that because it's a detraction from the tournament. That said, I mean, what are your thoughts on the differences between the idea of, let's say, a guy who calls another guy out? That's a challenge. And a promoter saying, I want to see these 2 guys pull, and calling them and saying, I'm going to bring you here and pay you money to do it.
Sold. Good idea. Sold. That's
Okay, so Paul,
I like that.
That's
So-
the super match at that point.
Let me
Challenge
ask,
match turns into a super match.
Paul's
so
like
you
drops the
got
mic.
2
Just
guys.
logs off.
All right. Hey,
The
guys,
Ohio
Guess what?
rankings
Guess
are
what,
pretty
guys?
steadfast, right?
Thank you so much for having me. F you guys.
back to the 8. Back to the 8.
Oh, you're leaving?
Okay.
That
You're
no.
leaving now, Paul?
Dropping his mic
I
and
got,
out.
Paul, I got one more
guy
thing.
when I leave.
He's going to hang out with the 8-year-old kids.
Fuck that guy.
Well, fuck that guy.
Didn't even have a chance to say, Paul, see you tomorrow, or actually later today, as the case may be.
I mean, that is a good point, though. What he's saying is there a difference? Should those 2 scenarios be called something different?
And very
No.
possibly. And I think what
I
Paul
personally don't give a shit about what it's called,
No,
but there
it's
are
still
people that
it's
do.
still
give
a
a shit.
super
So
match.
here's
But I
the thing
think
I want to share though, because there is something to be said about the pros that do work at the high level, right? Think of it this way from their perspective. They work at the high level, they get these super matches, they've worked their asses off to get to wherever they are and at the high level. Like Devin and Michael Todd, and, Todd Hutchins, even all these guys, they busted their asses, right? So to have a super match series or be their name attached to that, and then see somebody who just picked up a freaking arm wrestling table 2 months ago, and they decided they can challenge their coach or something like that at a tournament. Should they be considered getting the same level of title of a match setup as that person who
That
spent
is
decades of their lives to what they're doing?
that's dependent upon the promoter of the event.
Well, it's not so
And-
much
and
just the
okay,
promoter.
here's
It's
the
dependent
question,
on
here's the
us
question.
as a populace and
okay,
the population of the
Dan,
event,
Here's a
right?
question for Dan. Here's a question: Are
Yeah.
you a pro puller?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Do you make your living off of arm wrestling?
No, I don't.
Okay. How much money have you made off of arm wrestling in the last year?
Probably about $100.
Okay. But you consider yourself a pro puller.
Yes, I competed
Okay.
at the pro level.
Can you live off $100? Like
No.
how long?
Stacey,
How long can you
obviously,
live
No.
off
pro in
$100?
this sport. Pro in this
No,
sport.
but hang on. I
Okay,
like where you're going with this, Stacy. I like where you're going with this because I want to remind you about the 70s, 80s, and 90s of any boxer that tried to make a living.
About what?
About a boxer that tried making a living in the
What
70s,
about-
80s, or 90s. Any boxer that you can name that is a pro boxer to date that was trying to make a living back then, they had the same trials and tribulations, and they would never get a super exhibition match and be caught up with getting into a super match that
The
pro
reason
has business in.
the
You know
reason
what I mean?
If you
So
if
that's
you're a
the super match though
boxer
is
back
the
then.
name is about the format of the match, like a best of 6 or best of 5, whatever.
so
That's why they
it's
originally
the connotation of what it
super
means to you.
matches.
Then
But
Here's
that's
the thing. I think
super
a
matches
lot of
is about
amateur
the format.
It's
amateur pullers like to call themselves pro pullers, but
Well,
I
in an
mean,
arm wrestling tournament,
they're really not.
if it's double elimination, so you have 2 matches and you can be eliminated, right? But
Yeah.
you pulling one guy is one match. They started calling them super matches because it was best of 6. It's the name is more about the format than the
and
It's a derivative.
and I
of-
think it's evolved as the sport
oh,
the
it
sport has
absolutely
grown.
has changed. Yeah.
It has
It's a
evolved, so
listen.
the super match has been kind of reserved for the higher level of competition, whereas challenge, grudge,
It's turned into that.
call out
It's
matches
not
have
higher
become different.
I don't
Have
think it's
become
higher
different
level at all.
categories within that.
It's a
There's
derivative.
subcategories, if you may.
It's a
There's
derivative
subcategories.
of the. It's a derivative of us because we all worked out. I think of superset. So you get quick succession of repetition.
Yeah, it's a set
That's
of
why
matches.
it's called a super match,
Just a
just
set
like
of
a
matches.
superset.
Right. But that's why it was originally named super match. But I think along the way, people have taken the word super and they're not thinking that word is for the format, not like they're thinking super match is like big and fucking top level. But I think it started out as just being like superset. Like,
Okay,
That's how it originated, but it's evolved into something else, right?
Well,
Has it not?
Ryan, tell me what constitutes top level.
No,
Where
what I'm
does the
saying
top
is,
level
I don't
cut
think
out?
I think it started out as just being on the format, like superset. But I think
But-
people have.
Well, you got to
listed-
if amateurs can't do it, and I think they can.
Oh, I think they can too. I
Okay,
think
so we agree.
I think people in the community have lost sight of what it was originally named for, like superset, and they see the word super and they're thinking superstar or super Like the word
Well,
itself.
that's why it should be one word. It's
Yeah.
super is not the adjective. It's super.
Right.
It's super match. It's one word.
Yeah.
It's a noun.
That's why I don't
Match.
care about whether
Yeah,
people
so
want
it's
to
all
call
about
them.
semantics.
I don't care if people want to call them challenge matches, super matches, grudge matches. Well, I do agree that if it's a grudge match, there should be a legitimate grudge between two people, not.
Well, if it's
Yeah.
grudge match and they
Yeah.
want to call it a grudge match,
Yeah.
but
That's
my
the only thing I care about. I don't really care about if you want to call it super or challenge. But like I said, the community as a whole now is starting to view super matches as only being higher level guys, where I don't agree with that.
No, I disagree.
I think anybody can do a super.
Billy Collins has a whole garage war match set up.
Yeah.
It's all called super matches. He's got a bunch of them. It's all
A lot of
super
people
matches.
will
Just-
object,
I'm just saying-
and a lot of people will object to that.
Well, there's a lot of people that say that's not a super match because they're not a super whatever.
Yeah.
I disagree with that. I mean, I think the word super match came from because it's consecutive matches. It's like a superset.
Right. Exactly. That's
But
exactly
I
my
think-
point.
I think it has transformed somehow into people thinking super match means like super,
Like
fucking
Superman.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
you know, and that's not what it is.
That's fine.
You don't have
Well,
to have
because you know, with the relation in sports too, there was a
to have
comment.
a super match.
Yeah.
You can have lower level guys that are pretty close to each other. They can pull in a best of 5, and that's still going to be a super match. It's still going to be a super match. It's going to be a super match.
Yeah.
It's not
But
super is not.
There are guys that bitch about that terminology
Yeah.
for whatever reason.
I get
Well, you know what part of it is, think of it this way. A lot of people who are like into big time sports, the Super Bowl, not every football event is a super event, right? But the Super Bowl is.
Thing is
That's part of the conditioning that a lot of our populace has. They see
think-
these words
Yeah.
and that's what they think.
Speaking the word
Super
super
Bowl is
out of
fixed,
context.
though. The NFL is fixed.
Well, I mean, listen, all televised sports, in my opinion, is fixed in one way or another.
Well, I hope our sport, I'm pretty sure it's not fixed.
No,
I've
we're
the match.
not mainstream yet.
I've been
Once we get over
Yeah.
mainstream, then that's the downhill of integrity.
Enough money,
I've been known to throw a few matches.
not even enough money, not enough money in it to make it worth fixing.
Exactly.
I'll be right back.
No, but you know what I'm saying? Like, I think people have taken the word super out of context when it comes to super matches.
Absolutely.
And that's fine. Because
Absolutely, and I'll agree with that. I'll
I
be
agree.
guilty. I'll admit I'm guilty of that myself.
I'm
You know,
on-
I'll take
yeah.
the time.
I'm on the fence with it because I just don't care either way because it's like arbitrary.
I am perfectly willing to keep peace in the family by calling it a challenge match, for God's sakes. Who the hell cares?
I mean, I like the idea of that, but it makes people feel a certain way about the match that they're experiencing. It falls under the full category of super match, but the true an elite super match is the one that draws the crowd.
And
Plain and simple.
I fully understand, Dan, where you're coming from by saying like you felt there was the super match and then you under it was like a challenge match.
Yeah, I felt that way as somebody who's I wasn't necessarily deserving of having a title of the super. Maybe at the time I may have felt it, but looking back on it and reflecting on it, I'm like, I look at that as this was a great ladder rung up to the next level for me,
And
and it helped me.
Why don't
It
we
helped
make
me
it
instead.
our own term?
And if indeed we do have to come up with a distinction between the two, I think Paul's was a very good one. And that, if you're high enough that you're worth paying to come in to be the top of the card, super. If you're not, if you're the undercard, challenge. Fine.
Why don't we drop all that together and we just call them all FTG matches?
That's true.
I like that. I like
Let's
that
do
even
it.
better.
We won't use super. We won't use challenge. We won't use grudge.
That works.
Like this is a gold bond challenge match, a gold bond match or an FTG match.
I'll say this, Stacy, when we come to Ohio, I did inquire as to how the water was in East Liverpool, since it's 20 miles downstream from East Palestine, where the train went off the rails, and I'm told don't worry about it. So I don't know if you've been drinking that East Palestine water out
Actually, no. I'm actually giving my puppy bottled water.
Nice background, Burger.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I practice with those guys.
Version 98.
there.
They're
I got a
right
message,
up there.
I got a message from Mike McNunia saying, "Great job keeping things close to the chest."
Mhm.
But yeah, that was nice of Paul to come on.
Stopping. Yeah, absolutely.
Hello.
He brought up Paul Talbot.
Yes, go to the chat there too.
Last weekend.
Yeah.
How
do you feel?
Oh fuck.
Crazy.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
was thinking I was going to be seeing you folks.
He's going against Artem. When's he going against Artem?
Shit, I don't remember the date. But that's not good for Artem, honestly.
Well, Paul's an Ohio guy, so
Yeah.
I love Artem. I know Artem too, but
Yeah.
Well, I was hoping to see you folks out there next weekend, but they canceled the Trojan Wars. I was going to go out. I was going to be out.
Dave,
I was there last year.
Dave, they just told you they canceled. It's still on.
No, they're not having it this year. Well,
They're
Bart,
not?
No, Bart told me they're not having it. They skipped this year.
Damn. I fucking pinned Tim Lewis last year at that tournament.
No, Bart said they were, because I hadn't heard anything. I finally said to Bart, did you move the date? He said we're not having it this year.
Well, the whole time I got there early, and he was worried about participation, and it came out pretty good. And I talked to him afterwards, and he thought it was good. And man, he's not having it. Well, I guess that's why I never saw it come up on my feed.
Because it was originally showed up on James's spreadsheet as the 25th of March, but didn't hear anything. Finally, I checked with Bart. He said we're not having it.
The wild Chubich in the car.
Was there a reason?
I have no idea. All I know is he said they're skipping this year.
Shit.
Nope. So I won't get out there probably. Well, I may actually I'll be coming through the area, but because I'm going out to the IFA Nationals, but in April. But I probably won't be seeing stopping in Ohio, except a motel.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'll see. But you're right. They do have a whole pile of those matches at that Garage Wars thing. It's going to be a big one.
Garage Wars is. Listen, here's the. I'm coming back to this because Billy's my boy. I love fucking Billy Collins.
Yeah.
It is promoted as super matches.
Right.
These guys, they're all amateurs, right?
I don't know if all, but no, I mean, no, there's
Well,
some.
I mean, it depends on what you.
Some that are pulling pro.
What
But
do you call?
it's
I mean,
not
okay,
elite. It's not set up for elite.
okay. So, what I'm saying, Dave, is none of the guys that are pulling make their living
All right.
off of pulling.
Let's face it. That is not what pro means in this sport.
I understand. I
Nobody
understand. But that's kind of where we're getting that ticky-tacky thing.
No,
So,
means is you're better than amateurs.
when is the cutoff to say that two guys pulling against each other is not a super match? Because you can't just say pro. Because
I thought we ended this conversation. We moved past it.
Well, you were wrong, and I'm coming back to it.
Oh God.
They are. The point.
Nobody
No,
wants to listen to this. Have a private conversation with David about it. We already hashed this out. Let's go. Let's move on to something else.
We did actually have a comment in the chat that this was a rather interesting conversation because we were actually talking about arm wrestling instead of rape.
Oh yeah, we're talking about arm wrestling now.
Again,
Dan
like
wanted to
literally,
go
we're beating a dead horse
private.
right now.
The Schmo had a good comment. He said, "I don't know, but it's always a match, no matter what prefix we use."
Yeah,
It's true.
That's true.
This is true.
No matter what
Points,
pronoun.
it's always a match. Okay, it's always a match, and if you're going in quick succession, just like a superset in lifting.
Okay, you know what,
lifting.
Stacy, you're right. It is a super match. It's a super match.
So
are you just placating me right now and being?
What else are we going to fight about tonight?
Because I want to pass the least resistance at this moment because the conversation.
That's a good arm wrestler right there.
Hey, Stubis, what's up, buddy?
What's up, guys?
But Stacy, something you said earlier, we have been talking about trying to get something out towards your way out in Ohio.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah. Just part of the problem is we don't do enough tournaments to have a lot of money on deck. So we're trying to do more this year so that we can travel more. We might get a trailer so we can just pull the whole tournament to whatever fucking state we want to, and it's in the trailer. You know what I mean? Like stuff like that.
Yeah.
We're working on. So that would be cool, and it is our goal to spread out. So,
well, speaking of
so it is your goal to move out west.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. We want to, come out
I hope
west,
so.
north, south.
Yeah.
Can't go further east. I mean, not as far east as you can go. So,
speaking as a former social studies teacher, the Rust Belt, about the middle of it is Ohio.
Yeah.
From New York to Wisconsin, and you're right in the middle.
This Rust Belt thing I was putting forth. I don't know. I got some traction with it, but I don't know. I think there's a cool thing. Rust Belt, we can have a fucking belt or even a belt buckle as the fucking trophy and
a Russian belt.
Isn't Ohio like
ideas.
Chernobyl 2.0 right now?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, just a couple miles around East Palestine.
Ohio.
Actually, in fact, let me ask you this, Stacy. I was told by somebody from Beaver County, just over the line, that it's East Palestine.
Dave said Beaver.
Not East Palestine.
I call it Palestine.
Yeah,
okay.
All right, good.
I call it Israel territory.
Yeah.
Stacey,
I'm an hour away or a little bit more.
Look at Josh Berger's picture. I want you to see Josh Berger's picture.
Yeah,
what is the pin
discuss
line?
If we want to change the subject off of the other thing.
Yes.
Is that an X-ray?
Burger.
Where is the pin line?
I know the answer to that, and it's wherever Nitro fucking called in.
Okay. Hey, Josh.
Halfway down your forum.
Josh, I went through and looked at that match. It wasn't that his fucking wrist was at the pin line. The fucking Zach took his hand.
Yeah, we're talking about two different matches at this point, Stacy.
Okay.
Yep.
You're not talking about Are You Fucking Blind match?
No, but my match preceded that match, which got Nitro kicked off the table because he kept having issues.
I think he should get kicked off the sport.
But check it out. Oh. Yeah, I sent him this. It's a little blown up, but I sent him this in that chat, and I asked him. I said, "Is this a pin?" He says, "I can't tell. You have to bend your wrist more, then I could tell." So if this happened in real time, he wouldn't be able to tell me if it was a pin or not.
Yeah.
Even a picture, looking at it and staring at it, he still can't tell me if it's a pin or not. Should that man still be reffing? That's my real question.
I agree
You
there.
can't look at a frozen picture with a line across the wrist and tell me if it's a pin, according to his definition.
Should we kill him?
Which is why I got irritated, by the way. If you look at that
put a poll
on
out.
Facebook,
well,
I put a thing out saying, which one? 1, 2, or 3? Nitro comes in and says, right now, bend your wrist. Pick a point. And which way does he mean bend your wrist? Anyway, you see those two bones? That's where it is. And then it's this big, ambiguous, gray area answer to where the pin line is on my wrist, which is what I think referees do. They make it a gray area, so if they miss a pin, they can just pick whatever part that works with their narrative to make the pin call.
Josh,
So if it's a cut and dry, they could be wrong. But
No.
if it's gray, they're always right.
No, you're wrong. His decisions are based on his blood sugar level.
well, which of the three are you saying that it is, Josh?
Oh my God.
Me?
Yes.
I honestly think it's somewhere between 1 and 2.
It's.
Yep.
I mean, this little fucking.
Yeah,
I
it's
can't
definitely not
remember. I
three.
used to remember. This
Knob,
little
yeah.
Right
But that
here,
knob needs to go below the pin line.
right
But
there.
okay, check it out. You can't see in this picture. Let me bring the other one up. Is it the top of that knob or the bottom of that knob? Because that's like 3/4 of an inch for me.
I would say literally the
No.
top of the knob. I would say literally the top of the knob, because if you think about it, the bottom of the knob is literally
Your
anatomically, it's where your forearm begins, or ends rather, and your wrist begins. The true wrist bone, if you think about it, coming from a massage therapist, this right here is where the wrist is, right there, that plane,
Right.
that line right
Right
there.
there.
So whether it's bent or not, that bone that protrudes out, the bottom of that is at the base of the wrist.
Yeah.
At the top of the forearm, base of the wrist.
And
That
Shwooty-
first protrusion. So that is, by definition, is where the wrist starts at the hand. So I think that's where, if that bone is what you see go below, that's what's considered a pin.
well,
So
Shwooty
that would be actually
Absolutely.
right below. That'd be closer to actually 3 for you.
Well, Shwooty Woot said,
Gosh.
put paint on the pads.
I agree.
If you got paint on your hand, you're pinned. Sorry, that would not account for parallel pins.
We
That
do
was
it.
my thought.
What if we do it
Okay,
with Demon?
let's talk about the "Are You Fucking Blind" match. It wasn't about the wrist. I don't know who Zach was pulling. Who was Zach pulling that?
Stern.
Okay. He took
George
his
Foreman.
hand. His hand actually hit the pin line before his wrist did.
Right.
That was a pin. Can we agree on
Yeah.
that?
Yep.
Okay, that's what I saw. I was looking at Chuck Bardo's Instagram, and when I look at Instagram, you can't like slow it down, and you just have to keep looking at it. But
Yeah.
you saw the fucking pin line fucking move. That was a pin.
Yeah.
Plus, there was a clear elbow foul. I don't know
Yeah,
if
but
you guys
Nitro
were
missed
looking
that
at
too.
You missed that, yeah.
He missed the pin and the elbow foul.
Then he took his hand off the peg.
I don't know
Well, that's
if he is watching this, but fuck that guy.
yeah, but that was after the pin,
Yeah.
right? Am I right or
Yeah.
not?
No, you're right. You're right.
I don't know, bro.
What his hand coming off?
No, he had the pin, and I don't even know because on Chuck's feed they cut it off, and I don't know what happened after that. But I saw, like I said, I don't know the other guy's name. I know Zach. The other guy had a elbow foul. He came clearly off the front of the pad, and his hand was taken and it hit. And that's what Zach was saying. He's like, he saw the pin string move because he hit it, because he took his hand. I don't think it was really necessarily this part, but it was almost his knuckle hit the pin line. And that
Dan,
was
do you call that a pin?
Oh, that was definitely a pin.
No, this is my background right now.
Dude, I'm looking at a really small picture, bro.
Devin's Forum wants to know if Burger has to buy custom watches.
Yeah, I'm looking at.
I don't wear watches, man. Hell with that. It's uncomfortable as shit.
All right. That
But
answers.
Zach,
I can't wear watches.
Zach, okay. Zach got a pin on that match. That's all I'm saying.
No
Does
one's
anybody
disputing
disagree that Zach got a pin on that match?
Nope.
Oh, now you guys did it. I'm bringing in a special mediator.
Oh, Christ.
Uh-oh.
I mean, now that you mention it like a
Ooh.
10th time, yeah, he didn't get a pin.
I mean, it was a pin.
There can be only one or two people.
Who is the special mediator?
Oh, you're gonna find out here.
It's one or two people.
Yeah, but anyway,
Yep.
if that's a pin, it's a pin. I'll take the call. I wasn't even pissed off at the call or not. I was pissed off at how he whispers his calls and doesn't communicate and isn't even sure about his call after you question it.
But Josh,
Yeah.
the picture right behind you. Okay, right now you have your hand. What happened in that match? His hand was taken back, and
Yeah.
his hand hit the fucking pin line.
Yeah, his whole hand hit. His wasn't a question. I'm still not talking about that match when I'm talking about this picture.
Okay.
Zach's was obviously a pin,
Okay.
aside from his hand coming off. 100%. Like, there's no question. It touched the peg, it dipped below.
Here we
I don't
go.
think anyone questions that one.
Here we go. I brought in a
But
special.
mine is still curious, honestly.
This is the special mediator.
I still love Nitro though. I
There he
know.
is.
Oh,
He's been my
I
ref
do.
in a lot of matches,
Special
but I
mediator.
like him when he's a top
Colin
ref
Snyder.
and not a down ref. That's my
he
opinion.
looks fired up too.
Colin, could you begin mediating?
Yes, it was definitely a pin. In no world was it not a pin.
There you go.
Yeah, like I was watching on in silent amazement that it wasn't called. And sorry, go ahead, Stacy.
What about Zach Lees?
So what happened after that? Did they have to restart, or what happened after that? Because
No,
No, Zach just
no,
wore
so
himself out. He
Yeah,
had to
the
come
match
in.
the match continued. Jerry busted his hand back. Zach fought it off and eventually pressed him out after like another 30 seconds of pulling. And won the match.
I was 30 feet away and I
And
saw
broke his elbow.
in the same
on the
match,
blue line
Zach
move.
came back and pulled him over.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
There was no stop or anything. It continued, and
Yeah. So they
Zach-
didn't even call. What was the other guy's name? I'm sorry.
Jerry
Jerry
Sterner.
Sterner.
Jerry. So Jerry, he wasn't even called for the elbow off the front of the pad, which you can clearly see. I mean, he clearly pulled his elbow off the front of the pad.
Regardless, Zach pinned him and won. So
Right. That's my take.
a running foul wasn't called, and the match continued, and then Zach eventually pinned him and won.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then immediately afterwards, Paul had some words and I had some words, and the proper decision was made after that.
Agreed.
To remove the problem part of the equation from the equation altogether.
That's
So you're saying there was a problem?
That's very tactful on your part.
Yes, so here's the real problem, and I will take partial responsibility for this.
Okay.
The real problem is that Nitro was invited to referee at a tournament when he has no business being around anybody in any serious competition in the sport. His entire
That's bold.
That's bold. It's completely fair. In the past 2-3 years, I have not seen him do a good job with anybody in any sort of serious competition. His entire demeanor around the table, his attitude, his know-it-all braggart nature inhibits fair competition, and I don't think he's a positive influence at the table for our sport.
Okay.
I 2 years ago at Keystone, I was running a table and he got put as a ref for it, and I watched him shout and belittle and try to lecture amateurs for 5 straight hours. It was one of the most embarrassing things I've ever watched. I tried to talk to him after that, and try to give him some notes on how I think that, he could improve his rapport with pullers and just general demeanor at the table. He seemed receptive to it, but put zero of it into practice. So I legitimately tried to give him a shot to improve and, listen to people's criticism. And he seems absolutely incapable of it. And I take partial responsibility for even letting him ref a match there. I thought, he's a down ref. What harm can he do? 4 matches in, we saw what harm he could do.
Yeah.
I
When
think
you get-
the down refs are like more likely to fuck up a match than the up refs. Like,
I don't know, like, because the setup's such a big part, right? And that's all going to be your head ref in the setup. That's where a lot of guys have their complaints with referees. I find, at least. I'm not speaking for everybody, obviously. But the down ref is definitely an important position. But 30 years ago, he may have been a great ref. Now,
I think
now he's not.
He's a jerk.
In all the tournaments that I've been a part of, the down ref almost always likes to be more part of the match than the up ref. Like they want to be the no all be all. So I always try to steer on the other side of the table,
Yeah, and I think that's a problem with individuals. That's definitely not the role of the down ref.
It's not the role. It's
Yeah.
not the role. It shouldn't be the role, but it happens to be the role in a lot of matches, I think. Is that not right?
Well, on top of that, let's be honest. Nitro likes to involve himself in the match, even if he's just a fucking spectator.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. His need to try to, show off his knowledge and expertise, I'm going to put in quotes there, is really, really off-putting. Almost all the time.
Oh, he's telling pros to watch their hands half the fucking time. It's like, dude.
Yeah,
chill out.
Yeah. I've been part of a lot of Nitros, man. I'm not gonna shit on Nitro. He knows
I
more
will.
than I do.
I will all day long.
It's past his bedtime. He won't hear you anyway.
Well, hold on. I'm not gonna shit on him for his reffing because
but that was a bad call.
I'm not a real arm wrestler. I'll let you guys do that. However, when he came up to me after I passed out the last trophy and I said, I'm going to go grab something to eat. And he came up to me and he goes, hey, I need my money now. That I was like, this guy is a fucking asshole. Like he came up to me like 6-7 times after that. I need my money now. I have to leave now. And I was like, dude, that first off, that's not how you ask someone. And second, he lied 3 or 4 times. He told James he had black ice drunk, passed out in the car, and they had to leave. Then he told me he had Flash in there with Flash's kids. Then he told Sue something different. I'm like, dude, listen, we're not trying to stiff you. We're not trying to not pay you, but I'm not going to go fucking 5 flights of fucking stairs up to someone's room to get the cash box to give you $50 fucking dollars. Like, when you're demanding it like an asshole. So he left with no money. And I don't
Is that a thing?
I don't give a shit. Like, you don't ask someone like that. That's what I'm mad about.
Is that like a constant thing?
It does happen at the tournaments. Like, people want their money immediately after the fucking, and I understand to a point, but it's like, we're not going to not pay you. It's just, do you know how long it takes to fucking sit, count the money, and figure out what everyone's going to be paid? Like, it's not a 2-minute thing. And it's not something that you should do in front of the whole fucking tournament. So it's like, it's hard to deal with the guys that want their money like fucking right on the spot, I mean, I understand some guys have to travel far, like Tim Bresnan, Klemba. We gave them their money right away as fast as we could so that they could get on the road because they were driving right away. But like someone that like we regularly see, or it's like, dude, come on. Like, we're not trying to fuck you, but goddamn, like you want us to count this money in front of fucking 500 pullers? Like, it just fucking is stupid.
Cut us a bit of slack here. We've all had a really long day.
Right.
Yeah. Like I don't know. I've said before, I've said it again. That guy is like just a complete tactless, know-it-all asshole. And I don't care if this gets broadcast and he sees it. I think he knows how I feel about him. And he has done nothing to ameliorate the situation. He's only done stuff to exacerbate it. He has not shown any sort of class with regards to me in the last 3 years, even though I tried to give him the benefit of the doubt and to try to help him out and to try to be, supportive of him, and he's just shit on me. So, I'm literally done with the guy, and I take responsibility for letting him have any say in a pro match at Winterblast because I was at the table I was running.
Do you think it has anything to do with being Canadian?
Yes.
Yeah. Are you on racist now, Ryan?
Yeah.
I just think it's remarkable that
like Colin's race.
I think it's remarkable that Colin went from some very tactful in the first sentence to be very frank in the second sentence. You're gonna strip a transmission there, son.
Dude, Colin. If Colin ran for president, I would vote for him.
I can't. I could run for like governor or something. I can't run for president because I wasn't born in the States. I get a doctored birth certificate or something, maybe.
On the top of that, words like exacerbate and ameliorate. Oh, hey, I'll tell you, he raises the class of this conversation.
Dave
likes to
rewatch this for those words.
I just watched 3 episodes of Jeopardy before I got on here, so I'm feeling smart.
Dave's gonna masturbate to those words later. No, but you're right, dude. He's just a pain in the ass, honestly, at this point.
Yeah, like a lot of the time
when he pulls, there's a problem.
Yeah, he does mean well some of the time. And like, he's always bringing risers and shit. Like, that's helpful. I get that. But then he turns around and he shouts and belittles.
He's one everywhere he goes anyway.
Amateur pullers who have been in the sport for 2 months to a year.
Yeah.
And like literally almost has somebody crying at my table at Keystones. Like, you fucking pricks, settle the hell down. Just ref the match.
Dude, look at he almost started an all-out fight at Keystones, like, by, just the way he is. Like,
Well, we did determine earlier today that his birthday party out at the Grove will be the 8th of July, so we'll make sure you get an invitation.
That's my parents' anniversary. Is that his birthday?
It's a shame because
is that his bicentennial?
His birthday.
The Grove is a really nice place to go visit, and it's a shame that he owns it.
No, his birthday is the 11th.
Owns it.
Oh, thank God.
So
I wouldn't want to have that association with me the rest of my life.
No, because he was trying to decide to hold it on the 8th or the 15th, and I said, well, I can't do it the 15th. That's when I have that. We're going to be up in actually your area of the woods with with JD Fox's tournament. He said, oh, well, it has to be the 8th because he wants to make sure I can come to his. Okay. Yeah, the 15th.
There's only friend, Dave.
Helping JD run his on the 15th.
Fuck that guy.
Yeah.
Townville Old Home Days.
There's
I don't know.
I think behind the scenes drama at Winterblast that I'll talk to you, Colin, about sometime off the air.
Yeah. Yeah, I try to distance myself from that as much as possible. I just try to get there and do my job and be done with it. But
speaking of which, you're on the list to be paid tomorrow.
Hooray! I know I've been messaging you all week incessantly, so I appreciate it.
I was like, I gotta pay this guy just to get him to stop.
Yeah.
I mean, in my defense, James did, and I thank you, James Reed, because he did put out a post and he tagged most of the people that refed or were due to have payment, and he took credit for why they haven't been paid yet, because we were supposed to have a meeting and have a list and go through it, and he kind of was out of commission for a couple days. So
yeah, I mean,
that's the delay.
I don't know. Like, I don't think this is life or death money for anybody. So
no, but you'd be surprised how many of them fucking act like it is. Dude. Jesus. Yeah. I'm like, dude, you're not trying to fuck someone out of $100 or whatever it is, like you're going to get your money. Just fucking A. I didn't even have it counted yet. And people were freaking out, dude. I'm like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I don't get that. Like,
James ended up coming out of our wallets just to pay a couple people to shut him up because it was fucking annoying. It was like, Jesus Christ, fine. Here's $50.
It was the same thing at Keystones last year as we're packing up all the shit in the fucking, long dark hours, packing up the trailer and everything. James and I had to fucking sit in Jeff Luke's truck and count a bunch of shit just so we could shut a few people up.
Dude, that is awful to me because, sure, it was a long day for them, but it's also a long day for us. And then the last thing you want to do is start counting money in front of everybody and passing money out. Like, that's not a good idea, really.
Yeah. Yeah. At Keystones that day when we were sitting down, we were both pissed off because we were both like 15 hours in at that point. It's like these sons of bitches can't give us just a minute just to fucking get shit squared away, collect ourselves.
Yeah, they're like, I gotta hit the road. I need my money right now. And it's like, dude, the cash box isn't even in this building right now.
But I don't know. Maybe that's an old thing where if you didn't get paid on the day of, you never were getting paid with old promoters. I don't know if there's some sort of harken back to times when electronic transfers weren't a thing. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, in the day of we got Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, Zelle, we got so many different ways you can actually pay someone really quickly. And hey, listen, give me 3 days, 4 days, whatever it may be. You get paid.
I don't care. Like if you take another week, Ryan, I don't care. I won't contact you once. I'm gonna see you again. I'm gonna see James again. I'll get compensated for my time one way or another.
And the funny part is, I don't see you that often and you don't complain. There's guys I see every week and they're like, where's my money? And it's like, dude, come on.
Yeah.
I'm going to see you at practice. See you at the next tournament no, but I want to get people paid. I don't want to drag it out, but this time it just worked out that, James had something to do for a couple days and, took his time off, so we didn't get to sit down and chat about it,
And enough for nothing, you guys have full-time jobs, lives, you have families. Heaven forbid you have a little bit of something to do with your daughter that's going to spend a little bit of time. God, heaven forbid that you didn't go ahead and count the money because your daughter needs you. Come on.
Problem is too is some guys reffed all day. Some guys reffed for 2 hours and then never reffed again.
Yeah, some guys reffed a few kids matches and then got kicked off the table after 4 matches.
And those guys are only going to get a $50 Wawa gift card.
Nice. What's Wawa?
Or gas card. It's like a gas station.
It's east or southeast.
A hybrid of gas station, 7-Eleven.
That's an East thing.
Well, Nitro made a comment that he needed gas money to get home, and that's why he needed his money. So we were like, let's just get him a gas card that can only be used at a gas station. That's not really money.
It's like cheap, but better.
Whatever gas station is closest to his house, we'll get him a gift card to there. That can only be used for gas.
Yeah.
It's a shame.
I don't know.
Sometimes he does mean well, but it gets lost in translation with all the craziness.
Yeah. I don't know. I tried to not seem like or maybe I do. I don't know if I'm coming off heavy-handed when I talk about him, but it's like I fucking tried. I really fucking tried.
Yeah.
And like he's
A lot
old
of-
enough. He's old enough to like if he can't fucking get the fucking message and like, you know, listen when people are trying to help him, it's on him.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's not like a 16-year-old kid who's like, ah, fuck you, old man. I don't need your advice.
Yeah. He's the old man.
Yeah.
You missed Paul Linn on earlier, dude.
Who?
Paul Linn was on for like an hour or two.
Oh, that amateur who was first time competing?
The one who fucked up by inviting Nitro to ref with him.
No, did you see there was an amateur competitor, like he's 168 pounds, named Paul Linn, just spelled L-Y-N-N.
Y-N-N, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, but Paul came on and I was like, Paul, that was nice of you to come to Winterblast with your own personal down ref Nitro. He's like, don't even get me started.
That's funny to see, like, you know, see a guy as nice as Paul, like kind of like
Yeah, he was
lose
mad.
shit on him a bit was
That
kind
was
of nice.
Yeah, because you fucked up if Paul Lynn's kicking you off the fucking stage. Go on.
I didn't hear the entire exchange, but I did hear it's like we're only 4 matches in.
Yeah.
That's like, yeah.
Do you have an opinion on the drama that occurred between Zach Lee and Felix Cullen?
No, what happened?
Felix showed up an hour and a half late, so Zach had already pulled Evan Burgoyne, righty, and they were supposed to have a money match, and Zach was like, well, now I'm not pulling you for money because I just fucking, exhausted myself in a fucking righty match. And that kid was throwing a fucking fit about it, dude. And I'm like, and then of course Paul was like, Ryan, you deal with this. I'm like, fuck. So the kid basically was just pissed off. Voodoo Ranger, nice. The kid was all pissed off because he was like, this was supposed to be a match for $500, and now he's not pulling me. And I'm like, well, dude, I can't make Zach Lee money match you when you were an hour and a half fucking late.
Yeah, it was supposed to be a money match. It was also supposed to be a match at 11:30.
Right.
And you showed up at fucking after 1 o'clock.
Yeah,
like
I told the kid, I'm like, he's like, oh, I hit traffic. I'm like, well, so did everybody else coming from up there, but they made it on time.
Yeah.
Like leave earlier next time. What the fuck?
Why does he think he has no responsibility in his own punctuality?
Dude, you got me. I wish I knew. But it was very annoying. And then his little brother was fucking getting all crazy, yelling. And I was just like, thanks, Paul, for putting this on me.
Yeah, well,
Lynn probably could have handled it in a couple of words because he's Paul Linn. Or me, this fucking guy is like fucking freaking out. And I'm like, dude, he just doesn't want to fucking pull you.
Brother came out to the registration table and wanted to issue a weight challenge that Zach really could not possibly have weighed what he said he weighed.
Yeah. He challenged his weight. So we had to pull up the video of the remote weigh-in to prove it.
Hey, Josh, what are you eating over there? Are you trying to get up over 154 or what? You want to go 165?
Cereal, man. That's life.
Are you eating 24/7 like Devin or what?
I'm trying to.
David, what are you eating?
It's a pork rice bowl. It's got
now I have to
just
order
some veggies and rice.
I gotta order a cheesesteak now.
You should order it right now. Yeah.
I had some killer Chipotle.
Did Evan ever get his cheesesteak?
I don't know if he did.
All right, gents. I'm tapping out.
See you, Dan.
Have a good one.
See you, Dan. Have a good one, buddy.
I'll talk about that email with you tomorrow or something.
Yeah, let me know that tomorrow.
Got it, bud.
You got it. Love you.
Oh, that guy.
Love you.
Right.
Who's the David over there? I don't
Schubert.
know this guy, but I want to know him.
As David
What's
Schubert.
up, buddy? I'm just an amateur puller from New
Just
York.
some Russian guy.
Yeah.
Russian. He's behind the attack on the Ukraine.
Yeah, he actually flew
Is
over
he
from killing
Zelensky
Ukrainian
backer or
civilians
what?
to
You'd have to ask him that question.
What kind of,
All right, let's not get too fucking. No, but I don't know who.
98
I
political
don't know who
show.
he is. I was just asking
That's
for
all
real.
He's up in New York with like Torrin Nolan and Michael Hawks and those guys.
yeah.
Okay,
Only he's better than them both.
Yeah,
he's bulking up too because he's eating right now.
yeah. And he,
No,
dude,
I'm just hungry.
he wears the shortest shorts you've ever fucking seen at a tournament.
I don't know. You were in that Battle of the Beach then, Ryan.
That is true. I was not.
I have a serious contender in Colin Schroeder.
Colin, did you get shorter ones?
I may have brought out some special competition shorts when the finals moved down to the beach and we're on the sand.
Did you have to double check to make sure your nutsacks weren't hanging out?
No, they had a liner in them. I was all held in place.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Professional. I don't know these things.
No, I had some swim trunks, but they were fairly
snug.
David,
Yeah.
they were not only snug, but also were pink.
Pink.
They were bright pink, and I had a bunch of random onlookers cheering me on as pink shorts.
I bet.
As I lost 6 matches to Torrin Nolan.
Save some penis for the rest of us.
Wait, was that a super match?
Uh-oh.
There we go.
No, it wasn't a super match. It was I lost. It was I pulled them in 2 different classes. I lost them on the A side both, and the finals are both best 2 out of 3, and I lost both of those 2-0. So he beat me 6 times on the left arm that day.
Colin, what's your opinion on Matt?
I'll say that I've had Colin
Super
as
match
my
versus
ref a couple
challenge match.
times, and
Oh God, Ryan.
he's a damn good ref.
Who is Torrin Nolan?
No, Colin.
Oh, Colin is definitely a good ref.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
I refed 1 match at Winterblast.
No, not a Winterblast. I don't know where it was. I had you.
Yeah, I don't remember. That's a long time ago, Stacy.
It's been a while. I get around though.
Yeah, I haven't refed in a while because James wouldn't let me on the microphone for a while, and then he finally realized that I'm the man and let me do that. But yeah, when I first came here and was involved in the turns, I was just reffing at all of them.
Yeah.
But yeah, I reffed Michael Hawks against Mike Gower because Paul Linn was in the shitter. And then he came back and I gave the table back to him.
Who won that one?
Mike Gower. It was a good match.
Yeah.
Gower's
Damn
got
good match.
Gower's got a strong wrist, man.
It's got big hand too.
Yeah.
He's 198er. He's got a real big hand.
Mhm.
He has trouble with self-confidence, though.
Does he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was
So-
feeling himself against Goga
Always thinking
on the
he's
straps. He stopped him a few good times, and then in the straps, Goga was a little too overwhelming.
where's your AK-47?
Oh, it's in the shower. I was cleaning it.
And here we have Miss.
Yeah, you
York.
definitely have to have an AK-47 in a shower if you're wearing a mask like that.
Stephanie Spencer in the house.
I missed you guys. Did you miss me?
No,
And
but
in the drive-by,
we didn't see you at Winterblast.
I know.
Fuck, dude.
Well,
Oh shit.
Colin,
I didn't make enough money to come.
we had a
What?
huge debate, Colin, on whether a
is that an extra charge?
match that is, say, best of 5 or best of 6 is a super match or a challenge match.
I don't know. I think the term super match is overused and it's kind of lost its luster.
I think I decided to come on so I didn't have to hear about the super match conversation anymore, and we could talk about other fun and exciting things.
No, every time there's no guest, we bring it back up.
I didn't realize I was done talking there. Thank you for taking over.
Bushels of care.
Okay, hey Colin, I got a question then. Do you think that the term super match has to have actually a luster? Do you think
I mean,
it
used to, right? It had an implication of being something to look forward to, right? Like something to hang on a marquee. But then it's kind of over the, the course of the last couple of years where these head-to-head matches have become the format for some promotions. It's just become kind of the way things are. And then, anytime you have two guys pulling each other head-to-head in any sort of series match, it's called a super match. And it's like, well, like, if I'm pulling Ryan Grondin in a best of 5, is that a super match when we're watching, Dave Chafee go against Vitaly Laletin in a best of 7 50-minute war? Like, which one's a super match, or are they both super matches? Or neither super match, right?
Okay, listen. Okay, I'm going to ask you the same kind of question. If you got two lower level guys, amateur guys, that are right on the verge of becoming pros, whatever, but they're so tightly, contested, and they pull on an undercard, the best of 5, why would you not call that a super match? I'm just asking.
Yeah, so I guess, like, getting hung up on the nomenclature is weird, right? A little bit, because
a little bit, yeah.
Like, I think for it to be a super match, not only should it be a good match, like it should be like a well-made match, but it also should have some sort of importance, some sort of consequence to it, right?
Okay. So let me ask you this:
prestige to the puller.
If we're bringing up amateurs to come up and build up the sport, wouldn't that be an important match to those two guys?
To them,
yeah, but like, any match that I pull is important to me because I don't like losing, right?
Right.
So every match that I pull, now keep in mind I am undefeated in super matches. I am a very impressive 1-0 in my career.
Nice.
But like, I don't know, like, I think every match should just be called a challenge match, or just a head-to-head or something. I think the whole super match thing is overblown.
Yeah, I agree there.
Okay, so for me, I think super match comes from the term superset, as being just a regular workabout, working out with weights. You have a superset, and I think super match evolved from that, from superset. Do you think there's any? I mean, I think that
if that's the context that's being used, where it's just based on volume, where it's not a one-off match, it's like it's a higher volume match, and that's what makes it super, then okay. But I think the connotation that's often applied to it is like, this is like the show, right? This is the super match. Okay, this is what everybody's here to see. That, I think that's the connotation that's more commonly applied to it.
So you're
I think it evolved into that.
Okay, Colin. Here's my take on it. I think super match is one word. I think the way you want to project it is super is an adjective. Like saying the match itself is super. For me, I think super match is the type of match that it is. I think that's where we kind of like. I don't use super as an adjective, and the way I think. I don't know. I'm not going to put words in your mouth, but I think the way that you're using the word super is an adjective. It's a super match. The way I look at it is a super match. It's the best of 5, and
yeah, I see what you're saying.
That's the way I look at it.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't mind. I don't mind that interpretation at all. I think that's fair. Yeah.
You don't think that's wrong?
No.
What I don't like is the guys that freak out about that's not a super match, that's a challenge match, and like are seriously upset about it. It's like, dude,
That's as cringy as the two guys pulled in their backyard and calling it a super match.
Well, like Colin,
But
like,
listen,
That's what it is.
the nomenclature.
we start off as two guys pulling in our backyard. That's where we start off, Josh. That's how we start off, right?
Yeah.
In this country.
Look, I just think a lot of things in arm wrestling are just kind of done funny. Like a best of 6 is just a weird thing. Calling it a super match
That's
for everything
stupid.
is a weird thing.
Well,
it's
a vendetta.
It's weird, man.
Okay,
That's why
there's
we're
a difference.
calling them FTG
A
match.
vendetta match is like a vendetta goes back to like the fucking I think
No, I've just been confused from the start. I thought going ahead.
I don't want to
was
get
called docking.
The vendetta is like a Dago thing.
That's the future of the sport, dude.
You guys do that in your backyard too?
Yeah, I mean, I hope so.
Yeah. I'm okay that I feel like super match has been the accepted way to call a best of 5, but I think it's silly, and I think it's like calling every football game a Super Bowl. So I think it's silly in that respect, but it is what it is. It's what it's called now. We call them super matches, so I'm okay with it. I'm not going to bark at people that call it that, but personally, I think it's kind of dumb. But
okay,
I'll accept it.
I'm at the same way, Josh. It's not a fucking thing I'm going to die. It's not a hill that I want to die up on.
Yeah.
But I don't like the fact that promoters will not call
Sorry.
A best of 5.
That's okay. I forgive you.
You know, amateurs, if they say undeniably that we can't call it a super match, we got to call it something else. I think, why can't amateurs have a super match? You know, and then where is the cutoff point to what is a pro? Where do you stop? Where do you make that point to say, okay, this is a super match and this is not a super match?
I think it's completely going to be subjective in the moment, right? And certain people are going to have different ways of looking at it. Like if I'm just based on what was said the last few minutes here, what I was thinking is, say I have a card of 6 matches, right? And I have, Ryan Grondin against David Schell as one of them. I have Colin Strader against Stacy Krupinski as one of them. I have David Shubich against Josh Berger as one. And then I have fucking Paul Linn against Pavlo Debredenyev as the last one. I'm okay calling that last one the super match and calling the other ones challenge matches.
You want to call it
in that context, right?
Okay, but Colin, you're calling it the super match. You're calling that's the headline match. But all the
super
other
match
cards can also be super matches, right?
But I would
right?
what I would be comfortable like in that specific situation I just described, calling those undercard matches challenge matches and calling the headline the super match. I think that might be an amenable way to highlight, the magnitude of that last match, right?
I understand what you're saying. And I don't disagree, but I don't disagree with all the guys. Okay.
No, I can see what I think what I'm hearing is that you feel it's a little condescending for people to say like, no, you can only have that title if you have this status. Right?
Right. Okay. Colin, but what is the status? How far down the line do you have to go before you call it a super match?
How far down the wrist do you go?
Yeah, it's arbitrary and subjective is the real answer to that.
There you go. It is arbitrary and it is subjective.
Yeah.
That's why it shouldn't matter. That's my point.
Yeah. No,
is that fair?
It shouldn't matter in the end. Like the match is the match regardless of what you call it.
It's not a super super as an adjective. It's super match. That's the noun. A super match.
Yeah.
It's not a super match.
Yeah. No, and again, I like that. I like that interpretation of it.
Okay. Well, thank you.
The other,
I like mega match because of the alliteration.
Well, the other angle.
No, we're not going to get into.
And it makes you think of Mega Man, which is a pretty cool video game.
Yeah,
Damn right.
Was a great game.
Well, the other
magnificent match.
The other way
Marvelous
to look at it too is,
Magma match.
It's just a fucking best of fucking 5.
Have it on the volcano.
Really,
all the
that's
time?
all it is. A super match is the best of 5. That's all it is.
Format of the match.
Doesn't matter, the category of the contestants. It's why make these guys feel less than?
Right.
Because they
why
suck.
give them a less than fucking denotation?
Right.
Because
because they are.
Because you don't have a degree.
Sorry.
Because seriously,
we'll call them bitch matches.
We'll just identify them as super
an
matches.
hour ago. I said that. Let's have a bitch match class, and nobody even looked at it. Okay.
Wait, wasn't that the women's classes?
Well,
oh, Stephanie, did you hear that?
I think that was Ryan's class.
Hopefully Michelle's not watching. She's coming over to practice tomorrow. I don't want to punch you in the face.
Stephanie, stab him in the eye with a carrot.
I know. We need more carrot conversation. I think Stacy wants a carrot. He looks like he wants one.
Oh my
That's what we're
god!
talking
Why would he
about
say
right now.
that?
We're talking about carrot
crazy. That's out of pocket.
Stacey, in your lifetime, how many carrots have been inside of your body?
Wait, what's that? Wait,
Does that include eating carrots?
No, Stephanie. Stephanie, how many carrots have been inside your body in your lifetime?
Not including.
Nobody knows. The number is unknown.
You lost count?
Yeah.
Holy moly.
Stephanie's video has been. Listen, I've been in and out of that one.
Stacey is a fan of your
yes
videos.
I am a fan.
I think he's a member. He's a member of that website now.
Oh my god.
No, I've been in there and out.
Oh my.
Yeah. He's a vegetarian. He likes carrots. He's a vegetarian that specifically only eats carrots.
Darn. And he's
that was a long time ago.
Yeah.
So I may have come into this conversation 4 hours late, but what were everyone's general thoughts on Winterblast? Those who attended or those who watched?
Pretty good. There were a couple pros that made some comments about too many amateurs or this took too long and this and that, but like Paul was saying, he's like, fuck those guys. The amateurs are the future of the sport, and for us to have such stacked classes in amateurs, must be doing something right. Yeah.
Yeah. They're also the base of the sport, really, right?
Yeah.
Like they're what allows pros to have these matches and shit like that, right?
Like the divas of the sport, they're a pain in the ass. The amateurs show up and fucking pull.
Yeah, and they don't fucking cheat their asses off
about rankings, and they're not fucking avoiding people. They just come pull.
Yeah.
You cannot have a big tournament without having novice, amateur. You got to have those guys to come up, because this will be the next guys that that are the pros. Yeah, it's the minor leagues. You have to establish those guys. You can't set them aside.
But also they might not be the pros, right? They might just
not all of them.
Yeah, they might just
guys in AA are going to make it to the major leagues too. Yeah,
really not everyone's cut out for it. That's one reason why I really love the semi-pro class right now, because even if I get myself down to 198 consistently. Like there were times like in parts of Canada where I could be a decent pro and like in a kind of smaller market here, but like in the Northeast here, like I could never compete properly in the 198 pro class here.
Right.
It's way too good. I'm not good enough to compete against, like, unless I figure something the fuck out real soon and I you know, leaps and bounds get better. Like, you know, I'm a very good amateur puller. I'm a good semi-pro puller. I'd be a fairly poor pro puller, right? And that's fine. And you know, there's got to be a spot in the sport for people who one don't have the genetic makeup to be a world level or top level competitor. Two, don't have the time or the know-how to put in the effort to get to that level, and then the commitment it takes to maintain it. So we have to have spots for people who, can't look like David Shubich all the time. And
okay, Colin. So if you called somebody out that was right at your level at the next big event or whatever, the next small event, and you were going to go the best 3 of 5, would you want it to be called a super match, or would you want it to be called something less than
FTG match?
I mean, I don't think, for me personally, I wouldn't care. Wouldn't matter to me. Like, oh, Gandhi, God damn it, Shubich.
Come on.
I don't think it matters. I don't think it matters.
It's a super match.
It could be.
Why would it not be a super match?
I don't know.
Tell me one reason why it would not be a super match.
Because Colin Strader would be a part of it. And I wouldn't want to besmirch any title such as super match with my presence.
I feel the same way, dude, about myself.
No, I don't know. For me, that's not important. I wouldn't care.
But do you think the guys coming up care?
I don't know.
I hope not.
I'm going to tell you they do. They do care. I want to tell you they do care.
Yeah, like kind of the competition itself and the implication of the match is more important than the title of it for me. Like
if you start calling these guys lesser than, they're going to care lesser than you guys do. If you want to say super match is just for these guys and you want to call their matches lesser than, they're going to take it to heart lesser than a super match.
Mm-hmm.
So why not just call it a super match for them? Why not?
We can. I mean, we can do whatever we want.
I mean, can you give me a good reason?
Maybe to help them learn the lesson that they can't get everything they want in life. Sometimes they have to deal with stuff that makes them uncomfortable, and that's okay.
And then we give them a participation.
That's not a bad answer. I'm not going to lie. That's a pretty good answer.
Like I said, I watched 3 episodes of Jeopardy before I came on here, so I'm feeling smart.
Yeah, I was in there with the idea that when you get there, it feels that much better. You've earned it at that point.
Yeah.
Kind of goes alongside of that. But, and we already do call it something else. We call it amateur and not pro. I mean, if you want to call it an amateur super match and a pro super match and keep the super to make them feel special, I guess, but you're still calling it something else.
Super.
Okay, so my boy Billy, he's got these garage matches coming up. He's got all these matches. This is like fucking 15, 20. I don't know. It's a lot.
He's the engine of the garage. Okay.
Yeah.
He's calling them all super matches.
Call him Engine Thursday.
Should we tell this guy that, like, no, they're not super matches now because they're not high level pros? Should we tell him that?
No, I don't care enough to ever say that to anybody.
Just say challenge matches, or you got to match with this guy. It's
Yeah.
But does that hurt you guys?
We should just call it a best of 5 match. For all of them.
Or maybe we could call it a super match.
If that's what
If
you'd
it's
like to do.
so flippant to just say we can call it this, why can't we just call it a super match?
You can.
Okay.
You always have to understand some people won't like it. It is what it is.
Yeah.
But I'm with it. I think enough people are with it. You can call it whatever you want.
Yeah, there's going to be detractors no matter what you do. To be honest, like there's going to be people on either side of the fence, no matter what you do. So,
I mean, look at Winterblast. They bitch about the set grip, and there's going to be something. Just for an example, anybody's not from the Northeast to come up here, they're kind of like, "What? This is kind of weird."
Can you imagine how long that term would have taken if we weren't doing set grip?
Oh my
we would
God!
Still be there.
Or rest grip, yeah, that would have been awful.
We'd still be there. Like,
100%.
I understand why some people might prefer to get their own grip, but for any sort of large scale tournament, it is completely impractical.
Yeah,
you
have to make it 2 days.
Get your own grip.
It would definitely be a 2-day event.
Yep. Like honestly, like we had classes. We had classes with 20 plus people. In a double elimination, when you have 20 people in it, 20 exactly, you're going to have either 39 or 40 matches.
Yeah.
You have 39 if the A side wins the final. You have 40 if the B side wins the first final match. 40 matches in one class. We had a couple classes with 23 people. That makes that 46 matches or 47. Like if we are getting our own grip for 30 seconds on all of those, holy fuck.
Yeah.
We're never
and waiting about
that.
a minute and a half for a competitor to get to the fucking stage.
Yeah. Yeah, that's one I did get asked by a few people on the day of. It's like, what do you think could make this faster? Like maybe people listening for their fucking names. Like I think we need to like institute some sort of like bullpen or something where it's like, it's your class. You must be inside this tape box.
We did that at the 98 event. We had a bullpen area.
Yeah, you must be inside this at all times.
Yeah.
You bring your water bottle over here. You bring your band or who to stretch or whatever, whoever's going to be rubbing your arm, and they must rub your arm within this box. You cannot walk to the other side of the venue after every one of your matches.
I agree. Yeah, and that way, and then the traffic is contained. You know exactly where everybody's coming from. They're not coming from all angles and stepping over cords and pushing over camera guys. They're all coming from the bullpen. You know, it looks better too, in my opinion.
Like I would estimate, this is purely an estimate, just based on my fucking eyeball examination, is we had an extra hour added to our tournament waiting for people to get to the table.
That's crazy.
An extra hour. Like 10% of our time that day was waiting for people to get to the table.
What percentage of that was what class? Was it like, did you notice pros took longer, or did the amateurs take longer? What was the
amateurs? 100% took longer. The pros were not like completely exempt from it. But amateurs, novice, and semi-pro definitely would be the major contributors to that problem.
Right. Yeah, because I feel like we stayed pretty lumped together at the 54s.
Definitely.
I mean, we were all hanging out over there, just waiting to get up there at the thing. But we we all know each other too.
Now
we've all been pulling enough together. We all kind of like to hang out and shoot the shit. And half the time you'll see us rubbing each other's arms in between. Once we're out, we're helping our buddy out, rubbing arms down and stuff like that for each other. So
was that partially a function of the amateur classes being larger?
Well, the certain pro classes were just as large.
I really
had 20 an hours.
But it could also be, you know, lack of familiarity with the process itself. You know, amateurs who had never seen me before and I was running their table, they don't recognize my voice when I'm calling to the table. The pro 154s when I'm doing it, I know all of you guys. I've had conversations with all of you personally, with the exception of one or two guys that were there that I had never met before. But like, you guys know my voice. You hear me. You say, I'm calling Josh Berger the table. You know where you're going because, okay, Colin's at that table, right? But it's just people, I feel, not taking enough care to make sure that they're there when they need to be there. There was one guy, I will not call him out by name, but
can I ask a question?
Right after I finish this quick little anecdote here.
Okay.
I was hounding him for the entire novice class because we were on the far right of the stage and he was walking to the far left of the venue after every match. And I just kept like, are you still here? What do you like? I was dogging him for, that's not in the British sense of the term. I was hounding him to get to the freaking table. It's like, what are you doing? Stop walking to the other side of the building. Just stay here. You're going to pull again in a minute or two.
Right.
What are you doing? Killing me. Sorry, now you go ahead, Seth.
Okay. So how much time did each person take to get to the table? Do you feel like?
Oh, wow. Some people were right there, ready. As soon as their name was called, they were up there. Some people, a minute. Some people, 2 minutes. We had 3 people disappear altogether. And
okay, so
with no word to anybody, so we probably wasted 5 minutes on each of them. You know, for
so I want to tell you something.
Rounds trying to get them there.
At the powerlifting meet, the judge will say platform ready, and as soon as they say that, the timer goes on and it's up on the wall, and the 1 minute timer goes off. If you do not touch the bar during those 1 minute, you are out. Your attempt is you don't get to do it. So maybe you can have a system like that, like where you can say the table's ready and then the timer starts.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that necessarily. I think part of it is we want to get people to the table.
But if everybody knows that they have 1 minute or they're out, then they're ready. I mean,
yeah, and I mean, there could come a time where we need to be that draconian about things.
Well, it comes in a set. It's like a light, and it's up there, and then it tells you if you got your lift or not, and it's like, I don't know. It just seems so easy to make it go smooth.
Yeah.
But I mean, you guys are not wanting to waste that extra time.
Yeah, no, that's I didn't realize such a thing existed.
Yeah, it works in powerlifting. It works.
Actually, I guess they have the same thing at Olympic weightlifting. I've seen that, so yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. I mean, makes sense. We just have to kind of implement that system and get people kind of trained up on it. And
I think that would work, especially if you had the bullpen idea instilled. If we had a place set apart for that, and now since you're already here, you have 1 minute to get to the. I mean, no one's gonna. If you're already in the bullpen, you shouldn't take that long to get there. So
yeah,
no, I like the idea.
And that's my next fear is if they know they have a minute, are they going to make sure they take that full minute every time? That just secured me right now. That's my next possible fear, is that if we are like exactly 1 minute between every match, I think that's going to make the situation worse.
That's a good point.
But isn't that his time to walk over to the chalk bowl, hype himself up, slap himself in the face?
No. His time to do that is when he's on deck. So we always call who's on deck, right? So, all right, table number 2, I have Josh Berger against David Shubich. On deck, Ryan Grondin, Dave Shell. Berger, Shubich are pulling. You know, if I'm the one on deck, when I am chalking my hand up while that other match is happening, I'm grabbing my little bit of chalk that I'm going to spread on the pad so I can smash it like an idiot, like I always do. I am doing that while the other match is happening. And then as soon as that match is done, I can start my preparations. So while I wait for my opponent to get ready, I can do my pre-shot routine, and I'm not wasting everybody else's time.
Good. And then you give your phone to your friend so he can film for you.
I don't have any friends, but if I did have friends, I could do that. Yeah.
Give it to your fake friends.
I don't have any of those either. I don't have real or fake friends. Nobody talks to me.
Darn it. We should start collecting those. We need more of those in arm wrestling.
Nah, I'm good. I'm good.
Um,
Everyone always makes fun of my Canadian accent, and then
I do have to commend you guys on how you guys dealt with the people that had matches on multiple tables, like Torn and Hawks. They were running from one table to the other. You guys did a good job of saying, all right, this guy's got a match over here. Let's give him a minute. Just let him pull. And you just had another match go on until it was their time.
yeah, and that's another thing that's going to slow things down inevitably too, is the people pulling multiple divisions.
Yeah.
When you have a guy pulling novice and amateur, you have a guy pulling, well, not so much on this one because the amateur and semi-pro weren't running at the same time, but semi-pro and pro, you're going to run into it where they're going to be needed in multiple places. So you just got to do your best and try not to fuck people over. Like, they're here to compete. It's like, yes, they chose to pull these multiple divisions, but at the same time, you also want to see if you can give them the fairest shake you can.
Yeah.
Because
maybe it was just more apparent to me this time. Maybe it was just always going on before, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I just thought it was a nice touch.
Yeah, it's really good when it was at Keystones and we had all four, like we had amateur, novice, pro, and semi-pro all running at the same time.
Under different tents.
Oh yeah, different tents and like trying to get people over. That was freaking circus at some points, but that's a fun, unique event in itself. So I think that kind of adds to it a bit.
Will you be pulling at the next event you're going to, Colin?
Probably, yeah. I think East versus West.
Utica?
Utica, yep.
Nice.
Yep, I'll pull there. Assuming I don't get fat in that time, or fatter, I should say.
220s?
198s.
198s. Okay.
Yep. So I'll probably do hopefully only a 10-pound weight cut for that. Hopefully I can keep myself right around where I am now, which is about 210 or less, ideally, but
just got to figure out how Peasley gets those starts. Dude, it's just quick.
Who's that?
So Brandon Peasley.
Oh man, that was crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
He was impressive last Winterblast, and then this one even more so with the left.
Yeah. Yeah, that was.
And his right is just this the same. It's the exact same. Just as quick. Just as full of a movement.
Yeah, if you asked me when he first scripted up if he was going to be flash pinning Dustin Jelliff, I would have said probably not. That was crazy. I was like my jaw hit the floor, so to speak, not literally. When that happens, like, what the hell did I just watch?
Right.
This guy looks like he's like programming software over in the corner, and then just walks up to the table and flash pins everybody.
Yeah,
seems like a nice guy too.
Well, and that's like we used to kid, Josh Alpha with his nerd glasses. He looked, very harmless until we gripped up.
Where's he been lately? I haven't seen him since Keystones.
Did he move?
He has moved to Florida.
No, fuck that guy.
Right.
Yep, he moved to Florida, just north of Naples. Girlfriend.
I want to see how Kevin Kaler would have stopped that hit, because that guy's a brick wall.
Yeah.
That was a whole different thing. I would have had a jam up inside, because trying to fight him for the outside, that was just not it. He's got so much rise, so much cup. The answer is not to go up with him. You got to test your frame.
Yeah, Kevin definitely looked good there.
He did. Easy day for him. He was just a level above everybody in our class.
Yeah. And then a level below everybody in his attitude.
Really?
Yeah.
He may have made some remarks that would not reflect well upon him. So
interesting. Yeah. No, he was always like real courteous to me, so I don't know anything about that at all.
Didn't appreciate the amateurs. I know that.
Yeah, he was a bit of a detractor because of the length of the event, which
Okay.
I can see in a way, but like it's a little disrespectful to the other 227 people there.
Right. I agree.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I'm sorry, I was distracted. Who are we talking about here?
Dave Shell.
Thank you.
And I'd say a lot of people kind of like the idea that it was like a little club, little secret group of guys, and didn't take a whole lot of time. It was all people you liked. It was small and close knit. Now it's getting big. Everybody's kind of showing up out of it. It's getting different. It's changing. Hopefully for the better.
Yeah, pros and cons to both, but I think this is better in the much more popular sense, at least. Like this has a lot more appeal to a lot more people, potentially. I think, at least. But yeah, I thought it was a great event. Like it was an absolute slog. Near the end there, like. Were you guys around to watch the supers at the end there?
Yeah.
With that, honestly, that freaking like 9 and 10-year-olds, that hockey team, that like saved the night for me. Those kids like re-energized me to like give a shit about what was going on.
Cheering for Paul Cruz and
it was awesome.
Sean
And like
that
trying to get Paul's wife not to fucking just like trash mouth swear in front of all these kids. It was so much fun.
That was wild. That really was cool.
Yeah, it's like this is the shit we need all the time, is like people that are like even just fake excited for this stuff.
Yeah, it was like we had like a WAL crowd.
Yeah, I was just thinking that in my head. Yeah.
Yeah, that was great.
Yeah. But no, I think like the level of competition was great.
Yeah.
The novice competition was pretty good. I think there was a couple guys who probably should have graduated out of novice that were competing in there.
Sure. Yeah, there was definitely some not novice stuff going on in novice.
Steve Walker and Chuck Bardo, those guys deserve a lot of credit for the way they refereed the novices. They were not letting anybody get in a bad position, and we probably avoided an injury because of it.
Great.
They were all over it. It was fantastic. There was one guy where they stopped a couple times. I actually had to get up on the stage and like say like, "Hey, do you understand why they keep stopping your matches?" And like he's kind of I'm like, "If you do it again, I'm personally gonna disqualify you from this tournament." All right. And then he got his shit together. He lost all of his matches after that anyway, but they did a fantastic job with the novices. The amateur competition I was watching over on the other tables looked phenomenal. Like a lot of great matches, good new pullers coming up there, getting their feet wet. Semi-pros I didn't get to see as much of because there was, a lot goes on the pro tables. So
yeah.
I kind of had my attention focused there, but from what I heard, the women's competitions were great over on the side there. Obviously, wish I could have seen some of that, but I think there are far more positives than negatives to take away from this tournament. Like
100%.
Far more. Like
going back to talking about energy, I like that one guy, Andrew Majerski.
Yeah.
That dude, I like that.
Yeah, he was feeling it on the right hand at least. Yeah,
I like that a lot.
He's a super nice guy too.
Or amateur. What did he compete at? Amateur, I believe, right?
Amateur, yeah. Amateur supers.
Yeah. That was a lot of energy. I like that a lot. I'm a fan.
Yeah, he is relatively new. I've been to some of his practices. I was the one in his place, and sometimes he comes to Lethal Arms, but he usually can't. He's a barber by trade, and he can't come to their Saturday practices. And sometimes that's something in his house on Thursday evenings.
I remember him. I can't remember if it was this past year. I think it was the year before at Keystones. Was his first time showing up, I think he was probably like 40 pounds lighter. It looks like he's bulked out quite a bit since then. But yeah, super nice guy, good attitude, loves it. I'll never get mad at anybody for having a little bit of expressiveness at the table. You know, cheering, like, you know, when it starts to get like disparaging towards your opponents, that's when I kind of like start to turn on it. Like I'm a shit talker, but I'm not like a shit talker in the heat of battle. Like I'll shit talk people all day long just for fun, but it's all good natured. I won't, like at the table, I'll express myself, but like not at anybody's expense except my own.
Well, Andrew is quite religious, and when I went to his practice, like I said, that Thursday, there were only 4 of us there. The other 2 left, and we talked till about 11:30 at night with him trying to convince me that that old time religion was a type of religion for me, and I was resisting. It's quite interesting.
Yeah, he definitely made some sort of religious allusion during one of his matches. I remember that. I think when he won the right hand, I think he just yelled out "Praise Jesus."
Well, and Kevin Kaler, thanked Jesus for his victories as well on Facebook. But yeah, Andrew is quite
yeah,
Pentecostal.
His buddy also did well. TJ Trout.
Mhm.
I think that was his first tournament, and he did well.
Yeah, I was pulling a bit with him afterwards. He's a strong guy.
Mm-hmm. Looked like it. Yeah, didn't get a chance to clip up with him, but I guess he recognized me from the podcast. That shit show.
He said the same thing to me. He's like, "Yeah, I've seen you on the podcast." I'm like, "That's the first time I've ever been recognized for anything."
Yeah,
it's like
when I went,
I don't know if it'd be flattered or feel bad for you that you pick me
it's
out
a new
of a
feather
crowd.
in the cap, but nice guy.
When I went to their practice, it was TJ, Andrew, Josh Musser, and me. So I wasn't really giving anybody that much of a fight at that one, but oh well, it was fun.
Dave, how long were you after pulling for? Like till 3, and then you took a break?
Who, me?
Yeah.
I was there till 4:30.
Ah, okay. A little bit longer.
Yeah, I was there till 4. I was there just before you people. Well, you didn't notice the last hour because the 3 of you were sitting there nodding off.
Yeah, I was just running on fumes then.
Yeah,
just eavesdropping on the conversation and on the boys spilling the tea.
Yeah, Hawks did decided to see if he could go 3 minutes with the static pull. He was a hurting pup, but he wants to go 5 next time I come to practice up there. So hey, at least I can do something for you.
I'm just busy watching Grondon come back to life and back down, and it's really been pretty funny.
I sent him a text suggesting he might want to make me the host and go to bed. Because I'm co-host, but I can't shut off the live stream as co-host. But
how long ago was this text?
Let's see. It was only 5 minutes ago, actually.
Well, Dave, then that doesn't make sense.
What does not make sense?
So I've only been falling asleep for 5 minutes.
No, you've been falling asleep for the last hour, but we kind of watched you nod off for, the first 55 minutes before I said, you might want to go to bed.
Hey,
my energy.
Burger. Something occurred to me on my travels home on Sunday. Where was that power lifter guy that's wanted to like pull against like El Cesar and Paul Linn and all that? Where was he?
Oh, he didn't make it, did he? Where did Josh Wheeler? He needed to show up. Honestly, don't know.
Yeah,
he's been coming to practice though. He was
him.
hammered drunk. He apologized right away. I was like, oh man, I made an ass out of myself.
Oh, the guy from a couple months ago.
He just wanted to grip up with him in practice. He really wasn't calling him out like he thought he could beat him.
Date and time. Did you give him that?
But he
No, or
wasn't
what
being a
was he
bit
asking for?
overzealous and drunk.
That's right. Yeah.
Name the date or something.
Yeah, I'll go anywhere as long as it's within an hour and a half.
Anywhere.
4 hours in each direction is about my limit for a day trip. That's why I can barely make it up to Outlaws to fight with Shubich. They're about 4 hours from me.
It's okay. I'll forgive you. You can stay home.
Mm-hmm.
You're in Syracuse, right, Dave? Shubich?
No, I'm about an hour from Syracuse.
Okay.
Near Utica. That's where we practice, and I'm 25 minutes from Utica.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, it is Utica. That, like, we had that Grimaldi El Cesar match. That was in Utica?
Yeah, at that gym.
That's where
At that gym. Okay.
Yes,
I
sir.
get those. I get fucking whatever part of Central New York mixed up sometimes.
Mhm.
Utica, right?
Yeah, James Reed is Syracuse.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm excited for that Utica tournament, man. It's going to be only all the more stacked. Hopefully,
I hope
a
so.
lot more good losses coming my way,
Or good wins.
or good
Yeah.
ones. I was pretty proud of what I could do with the right arm up the B side. That was pretty cool. Got some recompense. Is that the right word for my left arm? Doing
Yep.
so shitty. Yeah. Win some, you lose some.
Yeah. Do you think East versus West is going to draw a lot of people out of the woodwork?
I don't think as many as I originally thought. I don't think as many people are going to be more as apt to come out there or improve their worth. Like, because when I think East versus West, I think Storm Cholino would come out. I would think Paul Talbot would be in the mix. I would think all those guys that just are the real true studs would come on out. And that would be like the coolest thing to see is like, hey, this guy that you've been hearing about,
Yeah.
he's going to come out like Grimaldi. He's probably going to be in the 198s, I'd hope. I don't know.
I think with guys like Storm or Talbot, though, if they trained up, I think they would just get a match.
Yeah.
I think like someone like Doug Ehrlich, right? Like, what the hell has Doug Ehrlich done in the last few years other than blow his bicep out? Not
True,
much.
but-
Then he gets a match, right? Like, I think if Talbot showed up and said, I'm going to pull at 170, I think he just has a match.
I agree with that.
I agree with us somewhat. I mean, I feel like it's like whatever Engen is feeling that day because I've seen in the comments before, what's his name? Dan Mosier was saying, hey, like, I want a match, basically just putting that out there. And Engen said something about, oh, there's going to be qualifying events. You're probably going to win the qualifying event. Once you win that, you got a match here.
Well,
But maybe it's just the way that Dan went about it, just saying like, "Oh, I want one," instead of I'm not sure what kind of process there is for and getting a match to a North American puller.
Maybe
Like
private
that
might
came
be
out
the
of
way
nowhere.
to go about that.
It also might be the way that he absolutely got mopped up by Irakli, that right back in the same card where Dave faced Levon.
That's right.
Mosier got absolutely fucking wrecked by Irakli. Like, not even close.
Mm-hmm.
My favorite part of watching that, because I had the guys over at my place, we got the pay-per-view, and like we're all sitting there saying like you gotta do something different, Dan. You gotta do something different. Like, that's not working. Try anything than the same thing you've lost 3 rounds in a row on. And Dave walked up to his corner, and you can hear him mouth the words like, try something different. It's like, yes, Dave, thank you. And it didn't help. Like, he didn't try anything differently, just tried to hit, lost his wrist, got pinned. So I don't know if that has something to do with it, but like, there's other guys that have lost that still get matches, Ryan Bowen. But
Probably depends on your follower count, and if you can make a match, even if you lose, if you make it a match, but if you just beat like you said, he didn't make any adjustments, he didn't make it fun, he didn't try anything new or find any kind of a stop. So what fun is the match?
Yeah,
it does make it tougher if you can't sell it at all.
Yeah. I'm just, fuck. I don't want to get another rant about fucking YouTubers getting fucking high profile matches.
I hear it. I don't like it either.
I hate it. That's why I like this. At least this is a step in the right direction to like actually, get real arm wrestling competitors onto the stage.
Yeah, I love the qualifiers. I think that's a good process.
I think we're gonna see that it's not a perfect process but at least it's a step.
I think it's a great step in the right direction.
I definitely commend the effort to actually do it. So, because they must have watched this podcast, and Engen's like, I really need to shut that fucking Colin guy up, so I'm gonna do this. So
for sure.
So
he's tuned in right now. He's one of our 20 watching right now.
Yeah, definitely. Because it's like what? It's like 10 a.m. in Turkey.
Yeah, he's like eating his breakfast and having his coffee.
Yeah, exactly.
Just watching the 98, just starting his day out. That's what I picture Engen doing.
He's put out a post saying something about doing podcasts or like lives with fans.
Ugh, that's a bad idea.
Yeah.
It's a bad idea.
I
Nobody
think so. I think it'll be entertaining for us, but yeah, it's probably a bad idea.
Yeah,
he doesn't like the comment section, let alone someone live.
If he wants it to go off the rails quick,
it would.
Yeah, like you're saying about the comments, that'd be a fun thing to partake in.
And his
in the piss.
if it's gonna be done in English, he just doesn't command the language well enough to be able to hold up in a situation like that where it could go off the rails so fast.
Yeah.
I want to see a podcast with him and Gary Roberts and see who takes command of the podcast.
That'd be something.
Like if it stayed truly just talking about arm wrestling technique, but it never would.
Well, you just got to have him and Nick Mary Party on it.
Oh God. But what if I put my elbow like this? Now, if I'm like this,
fuck that guy.
No, Burger, you can't have your body in it at all. You just have to have your hand. You just your hand in the shot, right? So what if I do this? What if I do this?
Oh, I can't see
it. He didn't show up for the tournament either, did he?
No, hell no, he didn't.
Isn't that it right in his neck of the woods too?
Within like a stone's
it's like in his backyard.
Oh God.
Yeah. Sorry. How do you guys feel about
Captain Obvious?
About Bowen standing his ground about the live commentary thing that Engen's against now? So for those unaware, Engen wants to do away with people doing live commentaries of the East versus West broadcast. Like, when people do a breakdown, or not a breakdown, but like what I'm saying, like a live commentary while the match goes on, just having a different perspective with people that you like, whose commentary you like, being broadcasted. He wants to do away with that.
Like Uncle John or like that arm wrestling news guy, they're just watching it and just talking about it.
Yes.
You can't watch the video, that type of thing.
Yeah,
exactly. That's it. Yeah. Engen wants to do away with that.
Why?
It's a great question. I hate to say it, I don't agree with Engen on this front.
Yeah, for me, like, who watches that?
I mean,
I'll tell you what, who watches it and doesn't order the pay-per-view? I feel like 90% of people that watch it probably have the pay-per-view going at the same time.
Right. They don't just listen to it like a radio. He said, he did have a comment saying that like people are going to just listen to it like they listen to the radio. They're not going to be paying for the pay-per-view. But arm wrestling isn't that kind of a sport where you just want to listen to, oh, this guy got pinned. Oh. Hearing Coach Ray yell and shit like.
Yeah, and I don't, not to hate on
That
any of the
doesn't-
commentary, but I haven't heard it where it's like a good radio commentary of like a soccer match where they're describing everything that happens, and or even like
Oh,
I don't
dude.
know, where I think the old school radio commentators knew that
Exactly.
no one's looking
Where they
at
could
this.
paint a picture with the words.
Yes, and I think they're just reacting in time and chatting a little bit about it, and then if anything, they'll kind of go back and say, "Well, here's what just happened," but it's not as good as the old school radio commentary even. But so I don't think I would listen to it without being able to see it personally.
Yeah, and you know why none of those guys do it? Missing this guy on it.
That's right.
That's my fucking jam if I could do something like that. But like for me, like there's just so much downtime in arm wrestling.
You got
like
something,
especially for those, right? Like of the 4.5-5 hours that they're doing that, like how much time, like who would listen to 5 hours of that? Like I think that would be impossible to do. Like why is that even a battle worth picking for Engen?
Yeah, I don't understand it. I really don't. He seems to say some of the athletes think it's taking money out of their pockets. I don't know who's saying this or why they would say that, but
I don't know. Like
I don't get it.
And I don't know. Like I don't think he has any legal standing to do so, does he?
No, but I guess he'll just kind of do the whole ban you from the community kind of a thing, that you won't get any East versus West matches, almost like a power play.
Uncle John's not getting an East versus West match. The arm wrestling news guy, does he even arm wrestle? I don't know his name. I'm sorry.
No, Pradeep doesn't. No,
he doesn't even arm wrestle.
Not really.
No.
I think he practices just to practice, but no, he's not like competitive.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that's a strange battle to pick, but like I can half-ass see where he's coming from, but don't agree in the slightest with it.
He is the most sensitive person in arm wrestling I've ever seen.
But what I would do if I was him, instead of trying to say you can't do this, just pick one of the guys you like and say you're going to be our official live commentary. So hopefully people flock to you and we can associate it, and it can be on a quality level that East versus West agrees with, and kind of partner up with one. So that way you don't have all these rogue companies doing that. Because I'm sure all the radio companies back in the day, because I'm most step back, my dad used to watch like baseball games, but he would have the radio commentary on because he just didn't like the TV commentary guys. So he would always have the local radio on, so he really wanted to hear. But I'm sure those radio companies had some sort of a license with Major League Baseball.
100% they did, yeah.
So that's just why I was thinking, do something like that, Engen. That way everybody's on the level and it's all good.
You could hardly even make transformative content with it. Like there's a guy, Tom Stubblebine, from like I think it's California or wherever. He's been doing like some breakdown videos and just making, a video about the matches that went on.
Right.
And I guess he's got 3 copyright strikes.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Just from just talking about the match. And then you have Ryan Turner, who's like an official kind of guy with East vs. West now. And he's doing the exact same thing just about. And he's not getting it just because he's like recognized by Engen and Core Sports. But the thing is, like, Tommy's not ripping the match off. He's not just like, putting music on and having people come to him for the match. That's not at all what he's trying to do. So, he's using it within fair use. I mean, as far as I'm aware. I don't know.
But I guess you could appeal that copyright strike if it is fair use.
Yeah.
I mean, like, but that's like saying like, I can't listen, like I can't play an artist's music on if I have a YouTube channel, right? I can't just grab the new whatever Bruno Mars album. I don't even know if he makes music anymore, if he's alive, but I can't just play that and then make money off it. But he would have no sort of ground for me just to talk about it all and what I think about it. Like he would have no sort.
Because you see like people doing like drum covers of songs. How does that work?
Yeah, I think there's some sort of royalty situation or something that would have to go on.
You'd think so, yeah.
Yeah, if you're making money off it and it's not your intellectual property, you'd have to have some sort of royalty agreement, I think.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, like if I'm just talking about the matches, like if I'm watching an NFL game and I want to just sit on YouTube and talk about what I'm seeing while the Dallas Cowboys play the Pittsburgh Steelers, and people want to watch that, the NFL would have no sort of recourse on me.
Yeah, wouldn't think so.
It's like I'm not broadcasting the game. I'm just talking about football.
Right.
And like if people are stupid enough to watch that, then that's their own problem.
Yeah.
They'd rather,
agree.
if they would rather watch that than an actual game, then the NFL has to address that issue. Like if people would rather watch fucking Uncle John or Pardeep talk about the event than pay $10 for the pay-per-view, then they have to address why that is.
That's a really good point.
Like
I mean,
Jesus Christ.
Interject briefly to say that Stacy has left us, so fuck that guy.
Fuck that guy.
Fuck
No
that
more
guy.
super match talk. Oh no.
Working out for the last hour on his left arm only. Yeah.
He's gone, and I guess Ryan has thrown in a tally, maybe host and whatever, so I can shut down if and when we're finally done. Nighty night, Ryan.
Yeah, so just I guess to harken back to how this all started, David. So Engen was saying that he wants to shut down, and Bowen was saying like it's a bad idea, or like what was his stance?
He had like a very lengthy, pretty well thought out response, just kind of basically saying, no, it's good content. I'm not going to step down from this. It's like something that I do and I enjoy doing. And I mean, he was basically saying he's going to do it.
Yeah, he's worked hard to build his
continue on
channel, and he has a following that makes money enough that he can do a commentary that's worth it. So he feels slighted by, but it was very, like you said, it was very well written and thoughtful. I mean, he said no disrespect to Engen and all the right things.
Right.
Yeah.
Like I say, Engen is really, if anybody even, questions, just even asked a legitimate question about something, they're just blocked. He is absolutely the most sensitive major figure, I think, in the sport.
Yeah, I made the joke. I forget who it was, but I said he's Paul Italia with arm wrestling accolades. A little sensitive, but at least he's arm wrestler. He's got his skin in the game.
Yeah, I haven't seen his response if there was any to Ryan's, but he was already seemed pretty hard set on no matter who you are, no matter whatever. It's like his mind is set and he's not going to back down from it. But
no, I don't think he's too happy with Ryan that he put that message up either.
Yeah, I can't see any possible recourse that he could have. Like what is he going to ban Ryan from purchasing the pay-per-view then? Now he's taking money out of the athletes' pockets.
Right.
I think what he will
there's going to be
probably
a lot
do.
of people out there that won't buy the pay-per-view for this now if he's not going to let them do live commentary. They'll just be like, well,
Well, he might throw a hissy fit like that one East vs. West. I think it was the second one that he threw, where people weren't happy because of the lag and whatever. He's like, "Oh, I'll just never do this again." Then Neil had to talk him away from, got the gun out of his mouth, so to speak.
Yeah. I'm glad he did. He's got some awesome stuff come from it.
For sure.
Devin had a good point too, though, and it's this East vs. West thing might not last forever. So maybe just let him do what he wants to do and just listen to him, But at the same time, should we let him just bully the community around with that? It's a double-edged sword.
I mean, it 100% isn't going to last forever. Like the life cycle on this is not going to be more than a few years. Like we're not going to see East versus West 55 in 10 years. Like this isn't going to become the UFC of arm wrestling. It's going to reach a plateau where, you've hit up the same people for this amount of money and the return on investment isn't there because it's not there. How could it possibly be there? There's not enough people involved in this sport for it to grow exponentially.
No, it's still very niche.
Yeah, like this isn't $1 billion industry that we're talking about here. Like this isn't even $1 million industry. Like this is a thousands of dollars industry.
Yeah, it's bad. It's a hobby. It's barely an industry.
Yeah. And like the only people that make like full-time jobs out of this are pretty much government sponsored in Eastern Europe.
Yeah.
Like
Or
there's
have
very
YouTube channels.
Yeah, there's very few people who make a full-time living off this sport. Like it probably like barely in the triple digits total.
Yeah. Oh, it's a shame.
Seems kind of high.
But it's really, hate to say it, not all that fun to watch if you don't already like it.
No, it's awful. I love it, and I find it hard to watch.
Yeah.
Like whenever people talk about like, well, this whole like IFAW, AF fucking drama bullshit, and everyone's like, well, we have to just go with WF because this is going to get in the Olympics. It's like, are you kidding me? This, first of all, the top figures in this sport have no sort of anti-doping credibility, and like, can you name one Olympic sport that is as awful to watch as arm wrestling is? That, like, even if it's just sports you don't like, at least there's constant action. Like, I'm not a huge equestrian guy. Like, I don't find it that entertaining to watch, but something is always happening.
Yeah.
It's not like the horse jumps once and then stands around for 5 minutes to jump again.
Right.
Right? Like
curling might be close, but that's even fun to watch. It's so different.
You don't fucking start with that shit.
It's
you
so
will
different
not
for us
talk
Americans.
bad about curling while I am on this
Burger.
podcast.
You beat me to it.
You will not talk bad about curling while I am on this podcast.
I'm talking about how much better it is than arm wrestling even.
That's
like your sport, huh? You are from the Great North. I forgot.
Yeah, no, I was a competitive curler. Like
that's really cool.
My team was in the top 100 in the world in 2017.
Nice. Hey, I was a speed skater. I go in circles. It's boring as shit to look at too. So I feel you.
No, I have a friend that got into curling, rather late, middle ages sort of thing. He said it was the most aerobic sport he was ever in his life.
It can be if you know.
The brush and whatever.
Can be at times, for sure.
Oh yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, but even curling, like when there is downtime, like at least there's like strategy that they're talking about, right? It's not like they're just standing there doing nothing. It's like, okay, well, we're figuring out what shot to play, and then good commentators, not all the Olympic commentators, but good commentators can talk about the process they're going through, what they're considering, what they're going to have to do. So at least there's that interesting part of it where it's just like, okay, well, the straps get applied. All right, now there was an elbow foul, so we're going to take the strap off. We're going to let them chalk up again. We're going to put the strap back on. We're going to go back into the referee's grip. Like, there's
it's like up in your area where Vicos and some of those people like to run those those hook only tournaments with the tagline, who's strongest the longest, because they basically said that, where we may appreciate the beauty of a good top roll, the average outsider coming in doesn't want to see somebody get smashed. Again, he doesn't want to see somebody, basically lose in 2 seconds. They want to see these two hulks, struggling with each other for a while, which is more likely in a hook only battle. At least that's their theory behind it.
Yeah.
They didn't stir up that.
What I like about both of them is the setup is fast. Whether it's the set grip or it's the just deep in hook, you're not fiddling around. You're not getting this perfect crap and all that, and get your grip and agree on it, and that's too much. But yeah, and one of my new guys, he recorded some footage, and he posted it, but he had like 20 seconds of the guy like walking up to the table, putting his elbow down, them getting their grip, and then kind of talking, and then I was like, dude, I'm scrubbing through 45 seconds of your 1 minute video to get to the match. Like, just post them putting their hands together, and the match. It's going to look a lot more pleasurable.
Yeah.
So the faster the setup can happen. I feel
anybody who's watched enough arm wrestling videos knows you just fast forward to the last 15 seconds anyway.
Yeah.
Because really nothing else that happens before that really matters.
Right.
Like, I don't care that it went to the referee script. It doesn't matter. Like, I don't care that it slipped. It's a pro match. It's going to slip. Just let me see them in the strap. Let me see who wins.
Right.
I think maybe it's more correct to say nothing that you see, nothing up front that looks interesting, that like it matters. I mean, obviously a lot of people will say how you get your grip certainly does matter. You could lose the match before you even start pulling, but it doesn't look it to an outsider.
Exactly.
Fair?
Yeah. Well, and like when I'm taking in the matches just to see what the result is,
Mm-hmm.
I don't, the preamble isn't important. If I'm studying, like, I want to see how David Shell beat Josh Berger because I pulled Josh Berger next month. I mean, he's going to be in my tournament, right? I want, then that preamble can become more important. But
Sure.
how much of people watching arm wrestling videos on YouTube or anything like that are doing that sort of kind of
No, you're absolutely right.
investigation
That
right?
was my point. That was my point. What people are watching, what an outsider is watching the beginning, you're absolutely correct that they're interested in the last so many seconds. I was just hesitating at the whole notion that the stuff in the beginning is not important. It can be, but it's not visibly important.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's 100% important for the context of the match.
Right.
But it's not important when I just want to see, like, did Berger beat Shubich?
Yeah.
Right. But yeah, I don't know. It's such a tough nut to crack trying to make arm wrestling at all appealing to the masses.
Yeah.
Because WAL I think was on the right track, but then I think in my opinion, like, it just got a little too loose at times. And then, like, with the equipment changes, with the rule changes, like the super heavies all the last season was just who had the better Kings move.
Yeah. Well, especially with the big long pads and everything.
Big long pads. That's all it was. Who can take up the most real estate at the back of the pad and hold out with, have the rotation hold off the longest. And again, to me, that's not interesting at all. It's just not interesting. And, like, I had friends competing in those matches. It's like, this is not interesting at all.
Right.
Dave
like,
Chafee?
this isn't telling me who the best arm wrestler is right now. At all.
What I hate, and it kind of happened in boxing, to where that's when attention went to lighter weight classes. We're looking at Paul Linn pulling Sasha now is more exciting than Levon and Hermes. That was great, honestly, Levon and Hermes. But you get the point. If it's two Levons up there, it's just two lumbering dudes. It's not quite as exciting. It's all Kings moves. That kind of stuff happens where you get a little lull on the bigger guys.
Yeah, and Luca just asked, has anyone tried the bikini ladies standing around tables during rounds? Well, yeah, WL did. The skimpily clad women would come down and prance around waving their placard, and pop the big pile of cash in the middle of the table. Yep, WAL definitely did a couple of years ago.
It was good. Oh, who else did that?
Again, if whoever asked that question, if you would have been to Battle of the Beach, there was a bit of a show there too.
Oh, nice.
So,
but didn't Vendetta have that kind of stuff going on at PAL?
Nice.
Yeah.
They have a bunch of pretty ladies in spandex running around and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they've definitely had the chicks out there, and they even use the pretty refs.
I was at the Battle of the Beach. What are you talking about? This guy in his pink shorts, or what?
Yeah, tarp off too for the last match.
Well, I didn't go down on the beach. I watched from up above, but yeah. Yep.
Yeah, like, I don't know. I don't have I have a hard time coming up with the solution to how do we make arm wrestling palatable to a general audience. And I don't think we definitely haven't seen the right formula yet. And I'm not sure if there is one out there.
So the other thing I found interesting also, Battle of the Beach, was when you did go down to the beach for the finals and all those expensive boats lined up out there in the lake watching. Kind of an interesting audience, sort of. You don't get that often.
That was pretty neat. We got feedback that they could hear what we were announcing out in the boats as well, and they couldn't exactly see what was going on, but they could hear it and like see the excitement. That was pretty exciting for them, which was nice feedback to get. It's like I just assume nobody listens to me whenever I talk, so to hear that, you know, some of my words were exciting people was nice for me.
Well, and somebody commented earlier a couple hours ago about, asking for a donation for spectators, which I would disagree there, because we had a number of people who came up to us out front at the registration table and asked, "Hey, can we go in and watch?" We said, "Oh, absolutely." That they were, there was no. I think we're better off that, for the $5 we would have gotten here and there, it was far better that we could say no. Just go in and take a look.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. I find spectator fees tough for arm wrestling tournaments. When it's like set inside another event like the New Way Nationals, there was a fee there for spectators, and we got a discounted fee that regular people going to the convention, they were paying 50% of what everyone else was paying. So that was nice, but they were at a convention. They were in the room. They had access to the entire convention if they wanted it. I imagine most people didn't. But so I understand there had to be a fee for that. That's where we were set, right? But like in general, arm wrestling tournaments, I think it's a mistake. We just want the tournament exposed.
Yes, yeah, especially now.
Yeah.
David Marr says his son was super excited to pull on the beach. Yeah, Marr, what you need to do is bring your son up there and he can challenge me for a challenge match so he can get revenge on the Pearl Street pub from a couple of years ago when he was just starting out and actually won one.
Is that Austin Height? Is that his son?
I don't know.
Is it the big kid?
I don't know. I don't know what real names here, but that was the one where they had amateurs all started in the strap on all rounds at the Pearl Street pub about that was November of 2019. And
Neat.
Mark said yes. Yeah, Austin. He said yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
Mark said he beat you, Colin.
Yeah, no shit. If I can get up to the table against this big kid, but he's 16, and I'm just like, all right, I'm just gonna let him, I'll go easy. I'll just let him, get into position. And they just put me like in a hook and sunk his shoulder. And it's like, oh, this kid's like 300 pounds. I can't get him out of here. Guess I'm losing.
No,
He's good. I definitely, not that he's not strong and he may have beaten me still, but I definitely need to hit him like a mother, and I did not.
Now, when we were, like I say, they had us on the straps, and we were the only two. So it was best of three. We were the only two amateur in that weight class. And he won the first one. I thought, Shell, you're an idiot. Damn it. Pull like you're in the straps. I really basically used the strap, but I really hadn't been using it. So I beat him the second time. And I think the third round I elbow fouled, and so that had we run over. So, but no, I got him 2-1. But yeah, he was strong, but he was just starting out, in all fairness. I think might have even been his first tournament ever. But a couple of years ago. That was where my fond memory of Albany getting towed out of the stupid parking lot down the way because I put my money in the wrong kiosk. They towed me. Assholes. But oh well. But other than that, it was interesting. Interesting tournament. Who was the lightweight kid from upstate New York that was crushing everybody? Van Allen or something? Or is it Allen?
Van Buren, possibly.
Van Buren, Van Buren.
Alex Van Buren.
Alex Van Buren, yeah. Yeah, he was doing very well. Flashing
Mhm.
everybody in sight.
He had a pretty good showing at New York State's this past year.
He did, yeah. Will you
Good
guys
caller.
be attending that Jason Vale tournament?
The which, sorry?
A Jason Vale tournament, the strap only.
When's that?
Is it May 20th?
It's either the 13th or 20th. Somebody said tonight Schwartz said he thought it was the 20th. May.
Possibly the 20th. That's my birthday though.
Yeah, that's
And,
where Roger. Well, that was notable for a couple things. Strap only. That was where Roger screwed up his arm, and that's where Taylor Shell, the troll, announced that I was dead. These people were calling Ryan and saying, "Shell, okay?" But
that's going to be a little too close to the East versus West qualifier finals.
Yeah, finals are June 3rd.
June 3rd, yeah. I got to make sure my arm is healthy for that, so I probably won't do the strap only.
well, what was the hell with that?
Because I'm
thing?
totally making
It was
that.
hot and humid as fucking hell, and we thought we were going to be inside. Well, then they said, "Oh, we're going to do it outside." Everybody was sweating their balls off, and then they finally said, "Oh, well, maybe we should move it inside after all." But so there's a little bit of confusion with that. But oh god, that day it was just hot as blazes, and humid. But oh yeah, hey, I'm sure that see, obviously he survived the shell shock, but he's stronger for it. Rematch. Oh yeah, that's why I said yeah, he was 13 against me, first time on the table. So yeah, he did very well. Hey, that's the story of my life. You know, people start out, they don't know what the hell they're doing, and I can actually hold them off, hold them in the center table, or even beat them. And then they learn what they're doing. Well, that's the end of that.
Mm-hmm. Just pull him once, Dave. If you ever see a guy again, just don't pull him.
No, I'm an encouragement to people because they get on the table and they think, holy shit, I can't move this 70-year-old off center of the table, and they either give up or they get stronger and then they crush me. I didn't know until like, oh God, a year or two later that when Ed Texera started, he basically what put him back on his ass. He came in with a powerlifting and heavy, strongman and bodybuilding, and he said in an interview, he said the two people that really got him was me and Brecken Rosenblum. I thought, what the hell? Here's this 70-year-old coot and a 16-year-old kid, and we were both giving him fits. And I don't remember that. I really don't remember, being able to hold off Ed. But there are people that are that way, that just they start out, they don't know what they're doing. I don't think Chucky's with us tonight, but Chucky Peterson was another one. Chucky Peterson started. I went to one of the first practices at his house, and he's like, holy hell, he couldn't move me. So now he's crushing me. I got to do my part.
It's almost 3 o'clock.
Dave, they were only 30. The story of my life, Shell. No, I think you have me confused with another puller. Thank you. But we won't go into that.
TL.
And actually, that's not really fair. He's more like 17 and 8-year-old.
It's right on the cusp.
There we are.
There's
got a good
the
curling
real
picture up there.
It's a beautiful shirt.
That is
They're
from
giving
the,
bowlers a run for their money.
That's from the it was a mixed they call tournaments in curling bond spiels. It's a mixed spiel in Drumheller, Alberta. It was the end of the season. The ice is terrible. We went to the thrift store and got some old scrub shirts for $1 each. So we won that tournament. I think the team we were playing in this average age is probably like between 60 and 70. Kick their asses.
Well, that's why we call Predator at times. We refer to as Team Medicare because 4 of us are over 65.
Colin, you ever played shuffleboard?
I have played shuffleboard, yes.
Are you a maniac with that?
No, don't care for it.
No, don't care for it. It's good
You
shit.
can't sweep the puck in shuffleboard.
No, you can't.
Yeah, we're talking about Tim
I
Lewis,
love shuffleboard, man.
and whatever. Yes, we're referring to the great Tim Lewis.
Did you see the video of him arm wrestling at Arnold's?
Yeah,
Pulling
I
Dustin
just saw
Hyatt.
it today.
Pulling who, sorry?
He was pulling Dustin Hyatt, I think.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, doesn't it though? A pretty young lad like that. I mean, you can't drive a car, but Dustin Hyatt asks you to arm wrestle. You tuck your left arm in there and you hold his hand. I mean, that guy is beautiful.
He's a good looking fella.
He is. He's handsome. Not my type though. I like him a little more rugged.
I will not comment publicly on this.
Schmo says,
Burger, you're more a Tony Katowski guy.
Dave,
That might be
did
a little too rugged.
Schmo says, Dave, did you have the Watchman procedure? Does he mean Dave me or Dave you? I don't know what the hell he's talking about.
I'm not sure. Let me see.
Watchman procedure?
Let's see. Did you have the Watchman procedure?
Sorry, Schmo. It's 2:53 in the morning. I'm a bit dense.
If it's a reference to the Watchman, I'm not so sure I understand. I'm aware of what that is, but
is that like the comic or movie Watchmen or the Canadian
like
rock
with
band The Watchmen?
Rorschach and
For your heart.
oh, for your heart.
No, that was the wasn't a Watchman. I don't know what you throw. I had the I did have where they what's it called? Ablation. I had an ablation. And they put in the monitor, the what they call loop recorder. Ablation and the insertion of a loop recorder to check that I'm not going back into fibrillation. Yep, that's what I
Is
had.
a Watchman like a pacemaker, maybe?
I don't know, but I don't have that. I don't have anything like a pacemaker that does anything except records what the heart is doing.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I had ablation.
I've never heard of a Watchman like that.
No,
That's why I was curious if maybe it was a.
Yeah, no, you threw me on that one. No, I'm hoping to get off of the blood thinners eventually. Actually, I'm hoping to get off as a goddamn diuretic. I got 4 hours of the day. I have to chain myself to the fucking toilet. But
I hope that's not like just poetic speech. I hope that's literal.
Yeah, I'm not actually chained to it, but let's put it this way.
Damn it.
I have a urinal handy. Let's put it that way. And when
Your
since I want to take about 3 weeks to tour everything from St. Louis at the Strongest Badge down through Mississippi, visiting those goofballs at the Shed, to New Orleans, to Texas, to whatever. I do not want to have to be worried about a couple hours a day where I have to,
You ever just like not worry about it and just go in your pants?
Yeah, I could do that. Well, that's why I wear black. It doesn't show up. Black or dark blue. You're black or dark blue, it doesn't show.
Okay.
Still smell, it doesn't show.
Yeah, sure.
You're speaking from. You seem like you're speaking from a position of authority on this. I don't know how I feel about that.
Well, I watch what I have to watch what I say, because I actually made a brief comment about masturbation habits about 2 years ago. I never fucking heard the end of it, but oh well.
Oh. But you haven't heard the end of it because you keep bringing it up when no one else does.
Oh, bullshit. Absolutely.
Just now.
Yeah, no, yeah. So they definitely went in through the groin. Absolutely. I'm not sure what artery it was, but yep.
Oh.
The urethral artery?
Femoral artery, which would make sense since the femur is down there. But yep.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, it would be nice to get off of the Eliquis. It's kind of expensive. I mean, I can afford it, but what the hell? Actually, you can afford it because since I'm on Medicare, you are paying for it. So I always thank my students for that. For paying
It's
for
very
my
considerate of them.
paying for my Social Security before the government keeps spending all the money. We all go bankrupt.
All right. Well, before we get too far down a politics rabbit hole, I'm going to call it a night.
I was thinking the same thing. I was getting ready to get there by
It's a
3.
And it's also
Agree.
2:57.
Yeah, it's 3 in the morning. I'm ready to call it too.
Yep.
So this might be
It's
a good
been a
time to end
slice,
it.
guys.
Well, guys, nice seeing you again as always.
Yeah.
Have a good night.
Yeah, you're not showing up
Sir.
tomorrow, are you, Burger?
Keep America great.
Okay, 99.
Like 98.
Okay, see y'all. You're not showing up in her. Okay, Burger. Bye, bye, bye. Stephanie.
Yes,
Nice,
I'm here.
nice seeing you again as always. Yeah, after all, it's only midnight where you are, but yes, I think it's time to let me get into this and end the live stream. And let's see, how do I do that again? Let's see. Oh, I know it. Let's see. To do that, end the live stream, which is more. Stop live stream. Okay, those of you on the live